super chat to read. If anybody can read the super chat before the stream ends, I can't. My computer's working slow.
He was asking if we're going all the way up to 12K.
Today?
It didn't say today. Okay.
Is it Bitcoin or just?
I would assume it's Bitcoin. I guess I mean, that would be down though, right?
Yeah. Well,
Bought some more last night.
this could definitely go to 12K. Measure move down from the last dip. Brings us to about 10. But the chances of that, I think something would have to go pretty south with, what was that? Crow?
I mean, most likely one of these apps are going to fuck up, and that's how we get down to 10K.
That's what I'm thinking. That's the only reason I think that we're going to hit 10K, but I'm no expert. I'm not sure if anybody else has an opinion.
I was just thinking of sentiments towards regulations.
I either got to get rid of some of these indicator things or get a faster computer. I think it's cheaper to get rid of my indicators.
You got to use multiple outlets. I got the TV, the phone, and the laptop out at the same time.
Man, I've been packing for so long. I'm down to skeleton stuff, waiting for my house to sell. I only got my 55-inch TV, which is too far away.
What I'm committed to this point right now is I'm going to get my computer on the TV.
I don't really watch TV, so that's all I use my TV for.
Yeah, man, same.
I have out in my garage, I have a projector and a 10-foot screen out there, but it's a little fuzzy, so I can't read it real good. But it works.
Hey guys, watch MATIC. Usually MATIC's been breaking up a lot higher than the other ones on Tame's charts.
Yeah, it's got a little kick in the butt with the announcement from Facebook.
Yeah, I think last time MATIC went up like 45% versus Doge only went up to like 28 or something.
Were you talking about a new announcement or the Meta announcement about
The Meta.
NFTs on Instagram?
The Meta. I don't know all the details on that. I just kind of got wind of it, so I don't want to explain too much about it and be wrong.
Yeah, you're talking about the news that was from that got MATIC to basically do really well last week. I think not new.
Are you looking at my chart? I have a Solana 1 hour up right now, and this, if you're looking, let me know.
Me?
Anybody?
What's your name on the Discord? The guy with the charts?
I don't, am I the only guy with shorts? I don't know. Um, pirate.
Pirate.
I'm
You got
pirate.
like 15 people in there.
Oh, well, okay. Well, then I'll just explain something really quick. This blue line that I'm pointing at right now, the one I'm about to move, I put in there probably about this time frame. And all I did was just take the angle of where this was, bring it straight down, and it absolutely tipped right there. What is that? 2 days later? It's just another crazy correlation, you know? I could probably bring that up. Let's see how far that goes. No, not too far. Somebody pooped on my screen here. Look at this.
You are funny. I really like watching you draw on your charts, and I like that these little interludes, they actually help me disconnect from a really serious, potential of being subjected
I'm glad my clownery can help.
to the whales wanting me to.
You got to be patient.
Yeah, patience fixes a lot if I can have more of that. But for now, I'm got impulsive issues for the last 2 weeks, and I'm here to try to create a inverse trade on that one. My sen-
I think my hardest hit is stuff like, yo, I'm gonna sell, and then I freaking flake, and then I miss my opportunity, then I'm back in the red again. You know.
Well, I got to get back to some work and hiring a plumber and more. But thank you, Pirate. This was a fun journey here for the last half hour.
I'm glad you liked it. Glad I could add something.
If anybody tries to put Pirate on the plank, there's
I'll be right back. I gotta eat something. Ah.
All right.
HH, no, you don't need to be from the States to join the Discord. The Polygon MATIC just sent. Sorry, the Polygon MATIC just sent out a tweet that Nike is going to be on exclusive.
I'm not sure if I caught all that. Oh,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was choking on a piece of an apple. I'm at work on my lunch break trying to catch up with what's going on, but Polygon MATIC just sent out a tweet that Nike is going to be exclusively on their blockchain or whatever it is for Web3. So that might be some MATIC news.
that's good news. I'm heavy into MATIC.
I posted it in the Twitter channel. If anybody wants to look at it.
Thank you. I'll check that out.
Yo,
What's up?
So,
hey, do you know if it makes a difference if you trade on a phone versus a computer?
It shouldn't make a
What
difference
platform are you using?
fundamentally.
what exchange are you using?
I still got Robinhood.
Guess I've never traded Robinhood on the desktop, but as far as like MEXC, there's different features that you can see on the desktop that you can't from your mobile device. I would assume that Robinhood's similar to that, but
Hey, any advice to anybody holding Solana right now?
You mean opinion?
Opinion, yes.
I'm not holding any, so I'm sorry.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm at work. Is there anybody that could check out
Check out what free?
DYDX on the charts? Just kind of tell me what's going on.
All right, I'll take a look for you.
Thank you.
It's up here over $2.67 right now. Only 1 minute is spiking up. It's been uptrending for roughly about 3 hours, 20 minutes, 20% upswing. But now it's getting a little bit of sell pressure on the 1 minute. So it's overbought completely on the 15 minutes, getting overbought on the daily. It did get rejected on that daily 200 EMA. So on a short time frame, I am seeing a lot of sell pressure. So far, since you've asked that question, it's already dropped by about 2%. Current price $2.65. But yeah, completely overbought on longer time frames. So I do see people starting to take profits on that coin.
What coin was that?
DYDX is the gentleman asked about it. I'll give you another link first and last. Currently, what we're looking at today, guys, this is very early on in the bull market. There's still a lot of people that don't believe it, but when you're early, you get to do this stuff firsthand. Firsthand.
Yo, Tame,
Hey,
can you give me your opinion on SFP?
so is that stock or crypto?
It's a wallet token.
Yeah, it's a wallet token, y'all. I was just about to say.
Oh, I never used it. But I do want to say the guy that asked about Solana, 6 more days. 6 days, and there's going to be over 31 million Solana could be dumped on the market in about 6 days. 31 million gets unstaked. So if you're holding Solana, you better hope price starts appreciating within that 6 days, because after that Solana's available to be on the market, it could be very devastating.
You think they'll sell it for a loss though?
It's their reward. They earned this from staking.
Yeah, but we went down like 50% in the last 2 weeks or so, huh?
Same thing, all those high yield reward programs, people take profits and drive the price down like 90% sometimes. But we'll see if Solana keeps uptrending. Maybe if Solana keeps uptrending, they will possibly restake it. Who knows? I'm just telling you, 31 million, a big number. That's bigger than one of the daily candles from when FTX was going under. So think about that. First last, I sent you another email. Are you banned on the Discord?
Dame,
No, you're in the Discord, Damon. I see you're in the Discord. Hey, what's up?
The only way to put money onto MexC is to what, like trade it on there? You can't like deposit it from a card, right?
Did they had the option to deposit it on a card. If your bank allows it, you should be able to. Otherwise, what I do, I just transfer crypto from Binance or Coinbase onto MetC. Did you try to use your card and get declined, or what happened? Because some banks don't let you deposit on the crypto platforms unless you ask them for permission specifically.
No, I just want to take everything off account and put it onto MexC so I could day trade like you.
Well, you can just transfer. Do you already have the crypto, or do you have cash? Well, you can just transfer. Do you already have the crypto, or do you have cash? Dogecoin Flipper, you have an open mic and the stream playing. You can just send crypto to the crypto addresses there. Like, where's your crypto at?
Well, I'll read it out. So I just opened Twitter and I got a thing that says introducing NFT profile pictures. What is an NFT? So what does this mean? Anybody else? Is everybody on Twitter getting that? Or just people that close Twitter and open it back up?
Are you on your desktop?
Yep.
I
mean, it seems like they're saying NFT pictures are live. Like, am I wrong? If so, it seems like it's pretty big news. And that in addition to Polygon MATIC, the tweet that just happened about the Nike deal, it's like...
Wait. Are you getting a whole pop-up on the website, or are you just reading somebody's individual tweet?
I went to go check out Mario's profile, and then instead of seeing it, there's an image that I have to close a window. It's from Twitter, and it says introducing NFT profiles. What is an NFT? What does this mean? NFT profile pictures are displayed in spatial.
Okay, yeah. So basically, NFTs are you've been out of crypto for a long time. Basically, NFTs are non-fungible tokens. People burn crypto to mint them. They trade them. You can link it to Twitter profile pictures. People have already been linking them to Twitter profiles and pictures and stuff. But I strongly recommend you don't interact with NFTs, because people can write contracts in there that can steal all the crypto from your wallet. And if you don't know how to read that code and you're just dabbling, somebody gives you a free NFT, interact with it, you're going to get robbed. So for you, I recommend stay completely away from NFTs until you're trading on point.
I was just thinking this is basically whether you're trading MATIC or or not, this is potentially two pieces of news that are connected to MATIC and Twitter being protected as we go down, and people not wanting to sell it because they see there's good news that'll help it rise faster. That was my thought.
Okay. Well, we've had MATIC NFTs for a long time. They already have NFTs that you can link to your Twitter profile on different blockchains. So potentially Twitter will do more stuff with NFTs as well. Elon's trying to make Twitter a great content creation platform, so nobody likes to brag more than those guys holding monkey NFTs.
So then this notification that I believe went out to everybody on Twitter that says introducing NFT profiles, you don't think that I could, if I knew how to do it, I could make my profile picture an NFT right now? Because that's what I thought this message meant. And that they were announcing it because they think it's about to go down big and they don't want to get the big sell-off when there's a big dump.
I did not get that notification. I think that's an old notification. You probably just didn't go on Twitter in a while. But they already had these settings for putting your NFTs on Twitter for a long time. Even before Elon bought Twitter.
Ah, that's more context. Got it. Thanks.
Yep.
Well, at least it's another step for preparation, helping more people understand it by, I think, if you don't leave Twitter open all the time and you close Twitter and open it back up, you might see the same thing, maybe.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to do a little bit of TA real quick. Alright, so Trading View. Let's go to Trading View. We're going to go to Charts. We're going to open up my Ethereum layout. And we're going to go to Big Daddy Bitcoin on the daily. We're going to hide all this stuff. We're just going to look at the daily. This is Bitcoin, by the way, YouTube. Sorry. This is Bitcoin. So basically this Bitcoin chart, what's the first thing that I see? R size oversold completely down here. I don't know about your guys' trading strategy, but I love to accumulate in these zones and I sell in these zones. Accumulate in these zones, sell in these zones. Because look at these, look at this. Look at through this big falling knife that we've had for Bitcoin, and then we started finding some support, and we never retested that bottom down here. Let me zoom in a little bit. We never retested this bottom down here for Bitcoin. Where would this double bottom bring us to? Well, this was the low price on day 0 of the crypto bull market. 15,000. Actually, I don't want to guess it. Let's actually add the label. It's about 15,588. That would be a nice fat double bottom if people are lucky enough to get it down there. So this is our bottom so far for Bitcoin. So far, this is the lowest we've gone in this cycle. And we didn't come here naturally. No. We came here because FTX had the big crash. Sam was trading people's tokens. He got caught. Binance threatened to dump all the FTT. Everybody with a brain started shorting FTT. And then Sam was liquidated. You guys remember the stream where we were trying to liquidate Sam. We were spamming chat, liquidate Sam. It was a good day. I think I clipped it. Let's put it up here real quick, YouTube. We were liquidating Sam. You guys who were here.
That's good.
Here it goes.
That might delay some plans for a little while if we do that. Hold up.
You liquidate Michael Saylor. Bitcoin goes to 3K. No, we're not. No, we're good. Liquidate Sam. Liquidate FTX. FTT to $1, guys. Let's see how far FTT will go down. ETH is still holding here. Bitcoin's above 19.4. I think, keep in mind, when we were liquidating Sam, Bitcoin was at $19,400. So, Bitcoin had to get a lot of sell because Sam was getting liquidated. He had to get out of all his positions. Boom. Bitcoin is forced down from 19,000 to as low as 15,588. So, we're oversold on the daily. If we look at the MACD as well, today is day number 4 of the crypto bull market. And today is the first day that we're seeing a little bit of weakness on that bearish momentum. Looks good, looks good. Our moving average line is way under our signal line. Usually that's another good time to start accumulating. You do have traders that wait until they cross, like back here, they went into a cross, but by the time it's like that, Bitcoin's already up another 10 to 20%. Why wait when you can just enter early and have a better stop loss? You can get a better stop loss. So, look at Bitcoin on the monthly. So, look, up here at the top is overbought, at the bottom is oversold. Where's our Big Daddy Bitcoin at on the monthly? Is in this completely oversold range. How many times in your lives are you going to get Bitcoin on a completely oversold on a monthly? Well, this is the first time I've seen it completely oversold on a monthly since 2018. It took us a little while to get here, but Bitcoin's finally completely oversold on the monthly. Now, I know there's going to be people out there, they're going to love to buy Bitcoin when it comes up here, like 68 Rs on a monthly. Some people are even going to buy it up here, become bag holders of the next generation. People started taking profits up here, but right now, Bitcoin looks beautiful on the monthly. Look at this. We've almost completed this pattern for Bitcoin. Almost come all the way back down. I don't think it will come as low as the bottom from the previous cycle. I don't think we'll see $4,000, $5,000 Bitcoin again. I think that's long gone. There's too many new people interested in cryptocurrency that would gobble up all the Bitcoin they could at those price levels. So on the short time frame, on the shorter time frames though, if we look at the 4-hour for Bitcoin, we did start getting a little bit in this overbought territory. So a lot of traders are going to try to wait until we get oversold on the 4-hour or the 1 hour again before trying to do bigger entries. Now, someone asked me to do some scalp boxes earlier. I did some scalp boxes, but it was only 1%. I typed in YouTube chat. Really went up about 1% on a lot of these cryptocurrencies. And then Bitcoin only went as far as 0.7%. Usually people take profit 0.5% after getting one of these blocks on Bitcoin. And then MATIC. MATIC's about 0.85%. If you got it near the bottom, usually bottom is a better place. Getting near the bottom, the MATIC's up over 1.2%. So price did appreciate a little bit after these blocks so far. Doge has a little bit more room to go up though. These liquidations could bring it another 2% up for Doge down here on the very bottom. Let's put these tickers back on these charts so you know which ones are which, by the way. If anybody has any questions in the YouTube chat that is currently out there, go ahead and ask and I'll try to answer some of those questions real briefly.
Hey, Ted, so with the FTX US email I sent you, does that mean only stocks are backed up and not crypto?
Oh, not your crypto. Crypto is not insured. Only stocks. This is why, like, same thing is going to probably happen in Robinhood. It has a chance of happening, but people don't believe me and they're still trading on Robinhood.
Okay, my monthly RSI is around like 40.5, somewhere around there on the monthly on Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Binance.
Mine too.
We're using different settings. Drew, remember, I use sits for my length.
Okay, you're on a different setting. I'm just using default.
Yeah, you should be on 14. Cool. June.
I'm not going to be on 14. It doesn't fit my scalping
On my regular RSI, I mean the one I'm used to, it's 40.51. This is default Binance US RSI.
Yeah. Usually defaults at 14 close. That's what I use to. SMA too.
Why do you use that if you told me that stocks and crypto move differently?
Who, me?
No, Drew. He told me that.
No, I'm saying, but mine RSI, RSI 14, SMA 14, the one I'm using, and my monthly RSI is at 40. It's not all the way down.
Yeah, because you're using. I use for my RSI. I use sits for my length.
Okay. So technically, then by default, the default RSIs that a lot of people are using, the 14, SMA 14, the monthly is not oversold yet.
I don't need to remind everybody, but crypto moves a lot faster than stocks. So if you're using that 14, you're always going to get lagged behind. You're always going to be late.
Interesting, because I tend to think that you need to use even bigger RSIs because of the fact that it moves too much to not, try to catch the little moves.
I would imagine the one that a lot of users are using is the 14, because that is the default one. So, that's some kind of effect.
With my setting, I was able to get those bottoms on the last dips and do these perfect buy boxes. If I waited for the 14, I would not have gotten it.
Tim, could you explain what you mean by that again?
Basically, our crypto moves a lot faster. Like, we'll see Bitcoin move 1% here, 2% there, where the SPY generally moves like a 0.25%. That's why I use that's why I use sits for my length, so that I can get these boxes. That's why I can get my scalps a lot better. I mean, I did over 40 scalps in the last 3 days. Every scalp, I won every single scalp with this strategy. No losses so far. And this is on futures, by the way. It's very hard for people to have 40 wins in a row on futures.
40 wins.
The stochastic RSI is very nice and low, though. That's primed and ready, the stochastic RSI on my 1414.
But yeah, I guess a lot of people are using that, but I like my length to be sits. And I made a video about this a long time ago, last year or 2 years ago, why I use sits.
Yeah, that makes sense. I understand why you use it. That's valid.
Ooh, markets are trading above 4,000. Let's see how long they stay above 4,000.
So let me ask you guys.
Doing that low?
I got some questions in YouTube chat real quick. Ether says, Tame, please look at the 2-hour chart for COVID bottom price movement and compare it to bottom we have here. It's identical. It's showing a pump to 17,500 forming. This is very interesting. Can you give me a date, Ether? If you can give me a exact date, I can put it into my TradingView chart. How many people on Discord starting to feel a little bit more bullish now? We're on day number 4, in my opinion, of the bull market.
Tim, I think a lot of it has to do with what's going on worldwide here.
That's a good question. What is going on worldwide?
Death and destruction, war, famine, no heat.
I don't know. By definition, a lot of these cryptos fit the bull market definition. We got Ethereum, Doge, MATIC. All 3 of those are more than 20% up. They classify. Someone has a really loud noise in the background.
Oh, sorry. That was me.
Yeah, but look. 3 of these cryptos on my screen, all 3 are up more than 20%. All 3 are up more than 20%. So people yesterday tried to argue with me that we have to be up 20%. Well, a lot of cryptos that are useful are up more than 20%. A lot of the garbage ones are not up, by the way. But a lot of the useful ones are up by more than 20%.
Team, it's even 100%.
Some are up 300%. Look at MATIC. We're over 300% up here.
So that's the thing. Some of them are overbought.
What usually runs first in the crypto bull market? Big Daddy Bitcoin or altcoins?
And MATIC just got the Nike news, which could be a catalyst.
It would be the altcoins.
I would say Bitcoin usually.
Nope, it's the altcoins, Drew.
Altcoins.
Altcoins rally and then Bitcoin follows. And then
Well,
altcoins do another
it seems
rally.
like a lot of times Bitcoin would make the big power moves and altcoins would just wait behind until profits were took on Bitcoin and then shift over to a lot of altcoins. But that was like years ago.
Yeah, that's not happening now. If you look at Doge, look at MATIC, they ran first. Bitcoin's lagging behind. Ethereum ran first.
Well, that's if this is the beginning of a bull run, like a bull market. If not, this is, this could just be a whatever moment. Then we're going to keep on continuing down, and we might still be waiting for Bitcoin to really make its moves. That's what I'm feeling.
All right, you can wait.
Bull market. It's really rally, it's really rally territory.
Well, even our last bull rally in the bear market, altcoins ran first. So someone told me to look at Bitcoin, and they gave me a date. They said March 12th. So we're going to put this on March 12th. And the year is 2000. And let's see, 2020. No! Look at Bitcoin right here, March 12th, 2020. Right here. No, I don't think that fit the price that they told me though. But it's very similar, the kind of dip that we had for what is this? Not the same prices, but Bitcoin did come down like 51% there and then slowly start increasing. Maybe this is, yeah. It's a big drop. And the volume was there too. Let's go to our present time. Look at Bitcoin now. It looks similar. I know what you're talking about. It definitely looks similar. But this was a 25% drop rather than 50% drop. Similar patterns. But if you look at our daily chart on Bitcoin, I don't know. We're losing bearish momentum. We haven't revisited this low as well from the FTX crash. Yeah, but this is Bitcoin. In my opinion, I do think we're in the early days of the bull market. And then wait until day 7. Something special is going to happen. Just 3 more days. 3 days, we're going to have something special happening on the stream for you guys. So, stay tuned for that. It's going to be on Thursday. So, Thursday, something special for you guys. No, I'm going to do something special for the stream on Thursday.
Hey, you almost lost that bet with that tattoo.
How did I almost lose the bet with the tattoo? It's not even the date yet. What are you talking about? Did you read the terms
No,
of
I just saw something about Bitcoin being at a certain price.
No, read the bet. Read it. It's in the announcements. I said, to clarify, Bitcoin is not above $15,750 on February 20th, 2023. Then I will get the Bitcoin tattoo on my face. So if we're not above that price on February 20th, 2023, now I get the Bitcoin tattoo on my face.
Tame, is there a particular time on Thursday people should be aware?
No, anytime. Thursday for the this event. It's going to be probably in the regular morning times.
Whose mornings?
Americans. So like when markets are open, during market open.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify for everybody.
Yes, sir. All right, I'll check the email out, Imra. So email. Let me pop up the image. I'll put up the image on the screen real quick as well. So this is the email that you sent me of the chart. Oh, this is the 2-hour chart. Emmer sent me this email. So this was Bitcoin back in 2020 COVID drop. And then this is Bitcoin now. Notice the price difference. But look at the pattern that Emmer is trying to highlight here. Patterns look a little bit different as well, but I do understand what you're talking about. We get that bottom, bounce up, go down again, and start climbing up. Yeah, I see that. Thank you for pointing that out to us. Wow.
Quick Jasmine position.
Look
Bitcoin
at all.
got some high pressure.
Look at all these cryptos. Magically, not Ethereum W though, but all these other like big cryptos magically above the buy blocks. Isn't that interesting how this works, YouTube?
I'm surprised that crypto is positively correlated to S&P again.
Why? It's always been like that. Just a black swan changes it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Awesome, Michael Branch. Yeah, if anybody else wants that MATIC link, I'll give it to you in chat. A lot of people are looking for exchange right now to do futures. MATIC is also going to come out and show us their proof of reserves as well. I already showed them my concern. They told me that they're going to work on that as well, so that consumers have confidence. And basically, they don't trade users' funds. When you have these future exchanges like this, you don't need to trade users' funds to make money. You really don't need to. You're making enough money off commission from people trading and off liquidity. So,
Of the liquidations.
as long as you don't have a greedy motherfucker like Sam Bankman in your organization, you're fine.
Sam, I'm curious if you know how big these exchange organizations are. I mean, I'm sure they're not like a typical bank. They're probably reduced in size from that because they're virtual for a lot of it. But you still got support staff and everything. How much? What's it take to run these things?
It takes a lot of money to run a crypto exchange. They're based out of Singapore, so they have a little bit tighter regulations for cryptocurrency. And there's building more regulation in Singapore. But these staffs, we had a Discord member, Allison. She forgot her password or typed her password wrong. But the MATIC support contacted her almost immediately to try to help her with that issue.
It was twice. Literally, the chat appeared in under 60 seconds while I sat there with the Robinhood chat for a long ass time.
They're based out of Singapore. They can also hire people in other countries to help do a little bit of that customer support, especially on the IT side, user interface side.
Hey, Ali, I sent you a form that's been floating around on this thing here for a long time, on this Discord for a long time. You might want to check it out.
I would like to give a big shout out to all the people that joined the YouTube members today. Thank you guys for joining the YouTube members and cleaning up the chat.
Yeah, thanks, Pirate, and thank you for your help with that situation yesterday. At the end, it was the I didn't verify from when you told me to reset my password. I didn't have the verification complete. That's where the operator error was.
What do you guys think is going to happen to MATIC after this Nike deal? It's a pretty big deal, by the way.
Rocket ships, man.
We didn't react right away, but I think people are slowly reacting. Nike's a big company. I told you guys. What did I say? After Facebook does it, other companies will follow. They trust Facebook, so they're going to do it.
I'm actually happy not seeing MATIC take off, because a nice study is better than launching like a rocket, really.
Well,
did you see the Nike news? Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Somebody shared it in Discord earlier. I'm trying to find which channel they put it in.
So, but Maxi is really tied to Bybit. They have like strategic partnership, and they're using the user interface from Bybit. So you guys trading Maxi now? I'm really happy for you, because well, welcome to a good user interface. You know, all these previous interfaces were, in my opinion, less good. It's biased, of course, but yeah.
And also, I think
I
right
put
now.
it in Twitter.
Oh, I'll just say this real quick. I think that MATIC is not popping now more because one, people don't even follow Polygon on Twitter yet, for one, and two, people are just sitting and waiting to see if this slow creep is going to turn into something big and get their confirmation so they feel safe about entering.
I put it on Twitter, Tame.
You put it on Twitter? The Twitter channel and Discord. Let me double check that real quick because I'm gonna pop it up on the YouTube as well. All right, let's fix the charts real quick and then I'll do the YouTube. So this is Big Daddy Bitcoin, MATIC. So this Twitter news is like every time we get Polygon partnerships is another thing that will help the coin grow. The biggest thing that I've been waiting for the past few months, I'm waiting on Binance to do EFW futures. Once we have that, I'm golden. I'm golden. But yeah, Thursday we'll have something interesting on stream for you guys. So I got that link. Let's see. Copy. Let me Big Christopher. So this is a tweet from Polygon. It says, "Grab your kicks, bring your A game. Nike is building their Web3 experience exclusively on Polygon. This is the first step of the journey, and we can't wait to see how Nike engages its community." And this is the official blog page from Nike. And this was today. So from day one, everything we did and everything we do, blah, blah, blah. So Nike can do a lot of cool things with these NFTs. People pay a ridiculous amount for some of these shoes. Imagine what they'll pay for NFTs that are not going to get dirty. Yeah, what's up? Who has a question for me?
Yeah, Tame, I signed up for MEXC through your link. Thank you so much. I love the platform. Can I just get your thoughts on the leverage ETF coins on MEXC?
I would not do leveraged ETF coins. Let me explain why. They don't work the way most people think they're going to do. Eventually, it's like the 3 times pairs and stuff, they eventually go down really big. So you can't leverage it. Like, you have to get out of your trades. If you're not in your trades, you get stuck on those leveraged tokens, you're screwed. Like, the values of those can go down like 6 million times. So I'd rather just do the futures with defending positions on cross margin. Because if I can get stuck holding Doge, I know that Elon tweet and Doge will go back up. Or MATIC, I know they'll probably go back up as well.
I get your point, but on the other hand, it's a bit the same thing. You know, when you go cross margin.
No, it's not. No, it's not because look at every 3 times trading pair chart. Look at 3L and 3 shorts. They go down tremendously.
A bit like a cross margin.
They never go back up. Even when Bitcoin goes back up in a bull market, those coins stayed down low. They didn't go back up because nobody wants them. I would not do the leverage tokens like the 3Ls, 3 shorts.
Well, the funding fees are embedded into the value of these 3x long or short coins.
Yes, but you cannot defend those positions because they usually don't go back up.
Right, but it's a bit like cross margin. You know, you never get liquidated. So for people who fear being stopped out,
yeah, but this is different. It's not like cross margin. Because look, if I'm in cross margin and MATIC goes down 10%, eventually it will come back up 10%. Those leveraged tokens, they don't go back up 10%.
No, because they have to take the fees for the or the equivalent of the funding fees you're going to pay on cross margin to stay 200x on MATIC long.
Right, but
I think it's about the same. In the
it's not about the same. Look at the chart; they never go back up.
It's the same for you when you go back up 10%. If you paid during 1 week 0.01% fee, you think that you're back up to the same price, but don't forget the fees made it actually go lower than where it was before. Depends if funding is positive, negative, and all.
It's not the same because when people stop trading those tokens, they lose value. The 3Ls and 3 shorts should be trading inverse, but they don't even trade inverse because people stop trading them. It doesn't even match up with the chart sometimes. Bitcoin can go up and those tokens could go down. It doesn't match the charts either.
So I found a paper on Maxi that talks about strategic partnership with Bybit. So actually, I think Bybit couldn't open in America, so they like did this partnership with Maxi that could open in America, and explained that it was licensing issues by the government of Canada, United States. So that's why Bybit didn't come to America, but it came through Maxi.
Right.
So you're actually all kind of trading on Bybit right now. It's an old exchange, but still it's an exchange. So don't trust it too much. But at least the user interface is easy. There's so many options. You can like have you can have both positions on the same. You can be short and long at the same time on the same coin. You can open a new long while keeping your old long without having by keeping both positions isolated, like without having the contract average your entry if you want to in the settings. There's really a lot of tools that other platforms don't have. Conditional orders, that exists everywhere, I think.
Look at all these coins. Up, 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 up. ETHW is lagging behind. ETHW is still in the block. ETHW. How fast do you think ETHW will double in price after getting on Binance futures? 1 hour or less?
So it should be on Maxi too, right?
I'm going to go with 4 to 6 hours. Unless it's going against the bigger trend. If Bitcoin just took a dip, less than 6 hours. In other words, I just did my 1 scalp for the day. I'm back in MATIC under 92 cents.
I'll put the Twitter poll if you guys want to go vote on that ETHW poll in the YouTube chat. Thank you. By the way, guys, if you just so we have less trolls in chat, it only takes $1 to join the YouTube channel. That way, if there's a troll, they have to go make another account, and I don't think they can keep putting the same credit card on multiple accounts if they're getting blocked. So definitely chat looks very good now. We have absolutely very little chance of those bots coming in as well. ETHW is lagging behind, but yeah, I think more and more people are going to start realizing this is the early days of the bull market. It might take some people about 20 days. Other people it's going to take them about 70 days. Everybody has their own requirements for what a bull market is to them.
70 days, Tame.
I'm serious. Some people are going to be 70 days behind on this. They were 70 days behind on the bear market when I called the Bitcoin bull trap. They were over 70 days. They finally surrendered. Bitcoin price goes down to 28K. That's when they agreed that the bear market was in. Took them a long time. I was early for the bear market. I will be early for the bull market.
Tame, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
I know you don't know for sure. But like yesterday, I had limited orders to get Doge at like a little under 8 cents, but it never hit there. Do you think we have any possibility of coming down a little more so I can get some good longs?
Probably not before we gas up these liquidations that bring us closer to 8.8. If something really bad happens, but crypto.com trying to come out and tell people everything's fine. But then people like me, I'm posting on their Twitter that other people are still having 12-hour issues withdrawing even funds like MATIC. So if another black swan happens, sure, those orders could fill. We're still not oversold on the hourly as well. So if we're waiting for that hourly oversold, we're gonna probably uptrend for a little while. But I told you guys, if we're in a bull market, you have to use different RSI. You can't wait until it's completely oversold. People are very lucky we're completely oversold on the monthly and the weekly, right? They're taking that for granted. Now they're trying to wait for the hourly to get completely oversold to get their entries. They've already missed the last time hourly was oversold. If we look at Bitcoin here, last time Bitcoin got oversold on the hourly, and I think I did last night. I drew these buy blocks for people last night. And great timing, by the way. I drew my buy blocks and helped the community. I could pull up the video from yesterday's stream, but if you look right here, how many people wanted to buy Bitcoin when it's oversold on the hourly after being oversold on a monthly and weekly? A lot of volume. So from that point of being completely oversold, even at these wicks right here and with the body, people had over 1, 2, 3, 4 different hours to buy, and now Bitcoin's already up 4% from there. And at one point, it spiked up over 7% on those liquidations. So don't take it for granted next time your coin that you like gets oversold completely on the hourly and 4 hourly, while we're oversold on that monthly and that weekly. While you have it, these black swans don't just keep happening.
Are you thinking that Dixie's going to kind of go down this week partially as a recovery to last week?
Dixie's has already been coming down. That's why we were able to get this push up. Dixie's already been pushing down. Look at it on the hourly. We're going to go into Black Friday pretty soon after Thanksgiving. We're going to have Christmas bonuses. It's a great time of year. If you understand human psychology, you can understand the markets a little bit better as well. If I get a Christmas bonus, if I just get like $50,000 to $80,000 from my job for the bonus, and it just happened like overnight, I'm more likely to spend that money or put it into something riskier like cryptocurrency or stocks rather than putting that into bonds.
But we're kind of still going down with the XY, right? The XY has been going down today since 12 o'clock UTC, and Bitcoin has been going down today since 12 o'clock UTC.
But hey, look, I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong about all of this. And and by that time on the date, like, look.
And I'm fully bullish, and I fully agree with your idea of we're at the beginning of the bull market, or anticipating the bull market by trying. It's a very good move. I'm just surprised that what's happening, because I'm not used to what happens during a Black Swan crazy exchanges going bankrupt event. But DXY is broken right now. Don't trade based on what you see on that. It's just going positively correlated, not really invertly. Actually, not at all correlated.
But that actually lines up with exactly what I said. If there was an inverse relationship that connected to news last week and a big rise up, and then we've obviously showed a bit of parabolic down that's compensating for that news, then that means maybe the Dixie's got a little more going down, and it could help Bitcoin go up and help end that syncing up in that coupling and it might help us this week go back to the inverse relationship that's coupled.
This is what I told Ali. I told her, just get some MATIC, get some ETHW, set the $50 sell limit ETHW, $12 sell limit on MATIC, and quit trading. But
right. So that's what I'm setting myself up for that. I'm in a MATIC trade right now, and my next step is I'm thinking when I go to MEXC, I don't have to be in Doge, right? You can transfer any crypto. So that's my next step here is to explore transferring some MATIC over to MEXI versus Doge to Doge. I'm guessing it's MATIC to Doge address. And then I
No, no,
copy
no,
the
no, no,
Doge
no, no, no,
address.
no, 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 no. Let me stop you. Let me stop you 100%. You never send one crypto like MATIC to a Dogecoin address. Never do that. You're gonna lose your money. If you're on Robinhood, only send Doge from Robinhood to MEXI. I don't know exactly which.
Well, thank you. That was my next question.
You're gonna lose all that money. Never.
No, I wasn't going to do anything until
Okay.
I found somebody to help me answer the question properly. I knew enough to know that I wasn't going to move any money that wasn't Doge to MEXI without getting serious confirmation from somebody that I'm doing it right.
But that's for any crypto. Alan says, sorry if you answered this already. Does Black Friday have any impact on the price? So let me explain my experience from last year, Alan. I decided to trade on Thanksgiving. Let me tell you, Thanksgiving was the lowest trading volume of the year almost. So, very little trading volume on Thanksgiving, Black Friday. But leading up to Black Friday, you start seeing some retailers, some stocks start going up a little bit from the speculation. Are you still on Robinhood trading right now, Allie?
I am, but it's only because I was out of I wasn't in any trades as of late last night, and I made it the whole day without doing anything but Doge pumped. So I sold it, and then I'm like, okay, I got back in MATIC because I think MATIC short term could rise faster on a slow creep. So the idea was to explore if I have to go back to Doge to get more over to MEXI beyond my initial test trade. And you just answered my question. So now, no, I'm not going to go over to MEXI today until I'm done with this MATIC scalp.
Let me remind you guys: if Robinhood goes under, they go bankrupt, they start freezing your crypto. Like your cash and stock are insured. You'll probably get paid back within 99 years, but your crypto is not insured. They didn't come out and show us.
Pfizer data comes out.
Robinhood did not come out and show us their books. Oh, Elon is active on Twitter. He put this chart up there on Twitter, by the way. This is what it looks like. It's the DAU.
What is that?
The DAU?
Yes.
He said recent trends is promising. I think it means daily active users on Twitter.
Interesting.
So since July, Twitter active users has been climbing and climbing. So it's pretty good. It's a good metric for the platform.
And he did that poll about, is Twitter more exciting or a few options or not?
But yeah, guys, I hope you enjoy this market, because there's some people that are going to take this for granted. Some of your favorite influencers, they're talking about taking a week off of crypto right now. They're literally talking about taking a week off after Bitcoin just hit a new bottom. They're busy playing video games. They're busy spending cash from sponsors that they showed to you, like FTX, who went bankrupt and took clients' money. This is not your week to take off from crypto. You better be trading. You better be scalping. You better be watching your charts. I've already done my 40 scalps for the last 3 to 4 days. 40 scalps. I am actively trading. I recommend you guys definitely not miss out on these trading opportunities during this time as well. And I've been posting in Discord in the show off your profits as well. Some of these scalps are very little. Like I'm earning like $100, $150. It's not a lot, but it adds up. But my risk is very little as well for these scalps.
Tame, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
So about Black Friday, you said the volume is very low. Is that because people are out and having fun, and then as soon as they come back, the volume comes back up. Is that what it is?
No, Black Friday volume is very low generally because people are out shopping. Usually we get metrics after the sales. Once we get metrics after the sales to see what people are buying and stuff, and we're gonna see like some retailers, their stock price goes up or something. Walmart has their own metrics to see what merchandise was sold, and all this you can get all this stuff the retailers have in real-time data now because of how optimized their point of sale checkout system is.
Thank you.
Elon's active on Twitter. He's also bragging about daily active users. Doge just got a golden cross and is already up 1.4%. Imagine you had your Doge right here. You held it until here, and now you see Elon's active on Twitter. And then there's a nice fat liquidation block up here to 8.97. The only thing that would scare you is that we're getting overbought in the 5. I can already tell the RSI in my head without looking at a chart just by seeing how far we've come. So we are getting overbought. It may cool down a little bit. It may even come back down in this buy block area, but Elon's active on Twitter. So if I was holding Doge from this block, I could think, like if I did the 200 times here and it's up 1.4%, boom, I just doubled a small entry. Or I could wait and see if Elon tweets, or see if we go up a little bit more on bigger time frame RSI. So currently a lot of these things are up. ETHW is the one lagging behind, but keep in mind ETHW shot up out of my buy block already earlier. ETHW already shot up by 1.5%, cooled down. It's still around this area, and then MATIC had that Nike partnership, so hopefully these charts help you guys.
What's a good exchange to use right now besides Binance?
Do you want to do spot trading or futures?
Spot.
Actually, I should not even ask that, because a lot of people use Binance.us for spot. You can use MATIC for spot trading also.
Okay, I'm gonna check out the fees.
I put it on the futures trading site on Discord. If you don't use my link, they have a $9,000 bonus right now for people that can complete those steps. Maybe I'll pull that up and show you guys real quick the steps you need for that $9,000 bonus. I think one person was able to get it last time this promotion was running. So if you use my link in the video description on the top, basically there's a bonus, 9,000 USDT bonus. One person was able to get it last time, but for the event number 2, you get $9,000 bonus and 30% off futures trading fees, net deposits and futures trading. Basically all you have to do, this is for the people that deposit greater than 150,000 USDT and their trading volume is 30 million. 30 million may seem like a lot, but it's very doable. Or it has this one. Futures trading account balance greater than or equal to 10,000. And then you get these steps. But eventually, I think one person can get this 9,000 if they can deposit 150,000, trade 30,000 here, 30,000 there, and get up to 30 million volume. Because this is running for about 30 days for this promo, so it's not really hard to get high volume trading on futures.
Hey, Tame, could you do something on futures, kind of like maybe an intro to it, or what's different?
So the risk is a lot higher on futures, that's for sure. I could do the demo futures. They have demo trading as well. I can pop that up for the Discord if you guys want to watch real quick.
Yeah, let's do that. I watched the video yesterday, but I think this is cool.
So let's see here. Let me close out all these positions. I think after the big hack on FTX, like I don't know, my futures balance kind of like got nuked. It keeps resetting to 50,000. Even I just closed a big position, reset my tokens. I think because too many people got liquidate on the demo futures. Let's see. Yeah, that's so weird. I just closed another big position for over 9 Bitcoin, but I only back to 50,000. I guess they don't want you to use too many Bitcoin.
Hey Tim, I told you I sent that that dollar worth of Doge over to MATIC or whatever. I still never got it, or somehow I just don't know how to check it. I know it's probably going into the spot, right?
Yeah, it goes to your spot.
That's what I thought.
So you go to wallet, my
No,
assets, and spot.
You didn't. If you scroll down, you didn't do the minimum amount. They say if you do less than 30 Doge, I think it is, they say expect for that amount to disappear. If you scroll down, you just had to scroll down to see that message. I missed it the first time when I sent $1
Good to know. Tim, where's wallet on here?
It's gonna be on the top right on your computer. It says wallet. If you don't see it, you might have to click a drop down depending on if your screen's very small or not.
I don't see it.
So
I'm on PC, and there's 2 drop downs. One that looks like a little person in a circle, and then the 3 bars. Neither one of them say.
Yeah, I'm about to share my screen and change it to the demo trading for you real quick.
All right, cool.
All right, I do have that demo trading open on MATIC. If you're watching. And let me change this balance to USDT. Yeah, it keeps going back to 50,000. Maybe they do that so that they can keep all the funds in the demo. Because imagine if somebody got like $1 trillion, they just bought up all the Bitcoin. That would suck. Alright, do you see up here at the top right, wallets?
Oh wow, I do on yours. I don't see that on mine.
Do you see, maybe you have a drop down if your screen's a little bit smaller. You might.
I got a 55-inch TV.
Your resolution still might not be optimal. So, do you have like 3 lines at the top right?
Yes, I do.
So click those 3 lines.
Yeah, there's not a lot in there. You're right about the resolution though, because I have to have everything like jumbo size. Because it's a 55-inch TV, but it's across the room.
Look, all right, I'm gonna lower my resolution so that I can match your TV. All right, so click the drop down bar. Oh, that's weird. Sorry, click the profile. You see the profile button? It's gonna be like a circle with a person's picture on the top right. If you click that, you can go to wallet from there. Then you can go to my assets or assets record, withdrawal addresses. You have to see this one on your TV, right? I'll give you a moment. I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom.
All right. I figured it out.
And you heard that transferring Doge to Doge is the way you want to do it.
Yeah, that's the way I did it yesterday. And everything looked like it went through. I got an email sent to me, approved it, everything. But let's see. Yeah, I don't have it in here. Otherwise, it would probably be up on the top.
It needs to be Doge to Doge. You
Yeah, I
cannot
did
send
that.
You guys cannot send like Ethereum to Doge, otherwise the money get lost.
Yep. I'm on Coinbase getting ready to try and send some Doge over to the MATIC, and it says payment received or estimated 6 hours. So I guess
What?
it takes a while. It says estimated
6 hours?
6 hours, yeah.
How is that?
I won't pay that long.
Sorry, I couldn't hear either thing.
That's estimated. It shouldn't take that long.
Yeah, exactly. Normally
I think
in Dogecoin, it takes around like 4 minutes to 6 minutes maximum.
Yeah. What network did you use?
Doge.
Roger that.
And when I talked to Robinhood, with once all this extra activity was happening around this Black Swan event, Robinhood, what they said was the average time is half hour. The average time is not 6 minutes. The average time is a half hour. And then they were saying at that point when I checked, expect at least 2 to 3 hours.
All right, I'm back.
But that was already after things had settled down even.
Yeah, I just say this because I used a lot of Dogecoin transactions because I used to mine, and I mined also Dogecoin. And from the transactions that I did from one wallet to another, for example, let's say from Dogecoin wallet address to I don't know, MetaMask or something like that, it was really fast.
All right. Are you ready? Did you find your wallet for the MATIC?
Yeah, it's because I have my TV far away and I have my browser zoomed into like 120 or 130%. I had to zoom out. Now I can see it. Yeah.
All right, you found everything. So I'm going to open up a trade just to talk a little bit about the things. So if I think Bitcoin is going to go down in the short time frame, I'll go up here. I would type BTC. I'm going to do USDT. If I think at this current price, it's going to go down, I could do one Bitcoin. So if
perpetual?
Yeah, this is futures.
Okay.
Yeah. So for the Bitcoin, if I do one Bitcoin on 200 times, that's only going to be $102 margin. $102 margin, 200 times. If I'm wrong, I'm losing 100 times 2. So I would be losing $204 every percent I'm wrong. Let's say Bitcoin has room to go up. I could go long. The long margin is going to be about the same as well. Let's say that both are possible. Well, I will go up here to settings, and I could put on hedge mode. I'm already on hedge mode. So
what was your margin? What was you putting in it?
So this is 200. If I do isolated 200 though, if I do isolated, which you really never want to do isolated, Because look at this. If I do isolated and I look at my liquidation price, all Bitcoin has to do is move $10, I would get liquidated. That's disgusting. That can happen anytime, right? So you never do isolated 200 times. You need cross to defend it. Well, let's say you don't want to use 200 times. Let's say you're playing it very safe. Let's say that you want to stick to something like 5 times. Because on 5 times, and then you have all this money defending it on the side, if I want to go long on Bitcoin, if I think Bitcoin is going to uptrend, well, my liquidation price is now 0 on that one Bitcoin with that margin $102. But the problem is, every time we go up 1%, I'm just earning 5% of what this is. So I can do 10. So now that's $1,000. 5% of 1,000, it'd be about $50 profit every 1% Bitcoin goes up. Let's increase the risk. Oh, $10,000. And then my liquidation price is about 16,188. Oh, sorry, I'm still on 200 times. My bad. Let's change it to 5. 5 times is a lot less risk. There we go. So I can do a lot of. So I can only do 10 Bitcoin, and then my liquidation price is about 11,686. That would mean if another black swan happened, this would get wiped out. So I want to be able to handle a 50% dip. How do I do that? I could lower the margin or the leverage. I just change the leverage up here to 4 times, and I have some cross. So I have this on the cross as well, and I could bring this down. Instead of 10 Bitcoin, I could do 9. And now my liquidation price is a little bit lower. Ideally, I want this liquidation price under 8,000. So let's just do 5 Bitcoin. Now 6,670 liquidation price. Open the long. That order filled. And let's see if Bitcoin can come up and do the next liquidation block and go to $16,900. I could type 16,900 right here. Or if I think it's going to get stuck on that resistance at 17,200. If I take profits, I'm going to earn about $2,900 from that take profit. And this is like a lot lower risk. A lot lower risk because my liquidation price is under $7,000. So every percent it goes up here, my margin in the trade is about 20,000. I'm earning about 4% every time the price goes up. So 4% of 20,000 is a decent amount of money. 2790 times 0.04, about $830. If Bitcoin goes up 10%, so 1.1 times the current price, 16,590. If Bitcoin goes to 18,249, I would probably earn close to $8,000. Close it there. If I want to cancel the order, I just go to order history and I click revoke. If I want to cancel all my orders, I could cancel all. Boom. If I get scared, I want to market sell, I could just hit this instant close, boom. But remember, market close generally no. You don't do that. If I want to add a stop loss, take profit, I could add those in here as well. You do separate quantity as well. Like you could do stop loss, take profit on like a portion. You don't have to do everything. So that's another cool feature as well.
How do you do it when you're going short? How do you do the stop loss, or profit take?
So if I think Bitcoin is going to go down from here, I could do the current price. I could do 4 Bitcoin. I could also short it. I open the short. Boom. That order filled. Now these are hedging against each other, by the way.
Tame, you basically, I'm probably missing part of this, but you said you want Bitcoin at a particular price, short it. And how do you, what's determining how low you're going with that short?
Oh, that depends on your technicals. So you have to dive really deep into the technicals with that. So I go to the Bitcoin chart, but If you don't know the technicals, you probably should not be doing futures, or you're gonna get wrecked.
I wasn't quite asking about that. I was. It's not as far as how far Bitcoin is going to go, but not how you're gathering the information to determine. But say you determine Bitcoin's going down 10%.
Okay.
All I saw in there is you said you want Bitcoin, you want to buy it at this particular amount, and then it populated over there. And then what do? You go to your, what's telling it to close? When is it going to close? Or do you close it when you think you got enough?
Oh, when it hits that price, it would close.
Okay.
So when it hits the limit price, it would close. For example,
so
if I want to,
that's what I missed. When did you put that limit price in?
I think you missed that. I put it in there. Maybe it was a little bit too fast. So I'll put a limit price. I sneezed. So if I close this Bitcoin short, because the Bitcoin short's up right now, if I think Bitcoin's going to drop by about 2%, I would measure down 2%, about 16,200. If Bitcoin goes 16,200, I would type the price right here. I would put the quantity, and I would close that short, and I would get my profit if it goes there. If I think Bitcoin's going to go up 2% from my long, I could also do 2% up from here. 16,910.
Okay. I'm getting everything from here. Could you do the process of putting that order back down there? Like delete those or get rid of them and then fill out another one a little bit slower?
So I could open a new order. So let's go to another trading pair. Solana. If I think Solana is going to go down, I could click the current price or a little bit lower to get order. Make sure I have the isolated margin up here or cross margin. I prefer cross. Let's say I want to use 75 times. It gets a little bit dangerous when I have other positions. So I have cross margin and I don't use a lot. Let's say like 100 Solana or 1,000 because that's $200 margin. I can defend $200 margin quite well with $50,000. And then I hit the open short. My liquidation price, if Solana goes to $62, this short would be liquidated. Make sure you don't have never show again. You always want to see your liquidation price and stuff. And hit confirm. So the order is getting filled right there. So now I have this Solana position. If I think the 31 million Solana is going to get dumped on the market in a few days, and I think it's going to drive Solana price down to $6, well, I would put $6 for the price and I would close it. And then for this trade, I would make about 7,800 if that event comes true. But if it doesn't come true, look at this. If Solana goes up to $24, then I would lose about $10,000. So this is 75 times leverage.
For the benefit of the people that are listening, when you're talking about defending, that is money that if you're using it to defend one position, you're almost doomed to fail if you try and use that same money to defend the second position, or will it not let you do that?
Right. So if you have this money on the side, your available margin, that will defend the position, and then your total equity. So as this Bitcoin short is making more profits, that's also money that can defend these other positions. Notice how this Bitcoin short and this Bitcoin long are kind of like hedged a little bit. So if they were the same as that amount, then the available margin is not going to be decreasing. It's going to stay the same.
This is awesome stuff. I hope other people are getting some out of this.
Usually you only want to do like one position though and have like your cross defending it, because let me show you. Let's just insta close all these just so that I could do a demonstration.
Hey, Tam, real quick, man. I'm working. I can't. Will you show me real quick how to, like, if I'm going short and I want to set my take profit, how do I do that? Because it always tells me I'm setting it too low.
Yeah, because
lower than the price.
Are you in a short or long, Tells?
I was in a short when I was doing this, and it's been an issue for me, so I'm trying to figure it out.
Because you're probably setting to take profit at the price where the current price is at. So
it needs to be higher.
Can someone share?
Sometimes I confuse the take profit and the stop loss. I swap them
All
around.
right, so I'll open the Solana short. I'll open Solana to show you that real quick. So I just opened this short.
Can someone share Teams screen? It's already full.
If you don't need to watch this, maybe close off the stream. And I'll help other people in a second. So let's show this guy, and then anybody else with questions, I'll answer as well. So
I'll rescreen.
Let's just do like one Solana. So sorry. Just want to try to get the best price. So basically, if I want to do a take profit on my short, since the current price of Solana is already up here, if I want to take profit down at like $12, I could put take profit, but I don't like take profit. Remember, take profit does that market sell. I'd rather put the price right here, 12, and then close short. The only reason you would take profit if you're already in the profits and you want to secure it in case it wicks back up.
That's essential to know.
Like,
thank you.
Yeah, the take profit and stop loss, the way they work, they're going to do those market sells. So if you're already in the profit, which I'm not really in the profit so much, I can't really add that big stop loss, but I can defend myself. So if Solana goes up to 13.95, a little bit above my entry, it would stomp me out of the trade, and that would minimize my loss. Because if Solana goes 13.95, then I really only lose about 2 cents, maybe up to $1 on the market sell. So I put my stop loss right there, and if I get stomped out of the trade, then great, I'm wrong. I only lose a little bit. Can also edit this, take profits. When last reaches take profit at market price will be triggered. So take profit if I want to do like at $3. I could put that in there. If I want to take profit at street, I could do index price. I would do index on these actually. Index because that's the price that's moving.
Sorry, Vato was sharing and he got a call from Babe, so he left. So somebody else can share.
I got it.
Anybody watching right now, if you have any questions about MATIC, I'll answer those questions. Thank you to the YouTube people out there chatting and subscribing. Let's just do this. Let's close this trade though. Let's do a whole new trade. Right here, I'm gonna do in Solana. Let's add the take long. Let's do a Solana short. And I'm gonna put my trigger price at 13.75 for my take profit, 13.95 for my stop loss, and then I could also open and short that way. Boom. So now it opens with this take profit and stop loss already planned. If you don't know this stuff when you're opening your position, you're gambling. If you don't know where the price is going to go when you're opening a position, you're kind of gambling. So if you're going to gamble, I'll show you another strategy that we're using 200 times, and you just do longs. So find something like Ethereum. You can do 200 times. Make sure you have cross 200 times. And you want your liquidation price to be as close to 0. So if you have 50,000, I know I can do like $400 margin. So 700 is a little bit too much. But if I do $700 margin down here, that I can long 100 Ethereum on 200 times. My liquidation price would be about $741. I don't like that odds. So let's change it to about 80 Ethereum. My liquidation price is about 617. All right, that's about 50% drop. Boom. I can lower it to make liquidation closer to 0 if I want to. And let's say that if Ethereum goes back to all-time high, I have about $552 margin. This is gambling because if Ethereum drops by half, you're liquidated. But if Ethereum goes back up to like 4,500 from here, then that 500 would turn into like over 261,000. Or let's just say if I'm doing a short-term play, if I look at the Ethereum chart, ETH, and if I think Ethereum is just going to recover from this local dip and go back up to the resistance at 1245, I take profits at 12.45 right here, 100%, close long. It's about $933 profit.
Same. It might be worth it to mention how easily you can get wrecked in this.
You would only use this strategy for the long if you believe in the token like Ethereum, Bitcoin, Doge. Because if you did it on a token like FTT and the FTT gets delisted, you're going to be down about 9,000% and get wrecked. So.
And when you get wrecked, oh, go ahead.
You get liquidated.
No, it's worse than that because you're on cross margin. You lose the account. It takes everything. Like
yeah, you'll get liquidated for this money right here in the trade, this 500, and you'll get liquidated for this available margin. So if Ethereum, look right here.
Coin you have on your account, like if
I'll explain it. I'll explain it.
Some Doge, whatever. It's all the collateral you can provide to.
Right. I'll explain it since you're watching the screen. So open mic. So if we go to this liquidation price here, not only do I lose this margin here in the trade, I will lose all this $50,000 defending this. So let's make it a little bit safer here. Let's get rid of these positions. How do I bring that liquidation price closer to zero? Well, if I do $382, my liquidation price is going to be $246. That's not zero, so let's do 25. That's zero. Now I have a very little chance of getting liquidated. But if I open up another position, it's going to take money out of this available margin, and that other position starts going down as well. That available margin is going to bleed out even more. But right now, this is playing a little bit safe. Now I can do $172 for the margin. And 172, I need 50,000 to defend it. You see how much money you need to defend it, so you have $0 liquidation. And then if Ethereum recovers from this dip, 1,500, we go 1,500, it would make a lot of money, like 6,000. So, in my view, that like doing this is better than using the whole bag. But my liquidation price is zero. And if it's a coin like ETH, Doge, MATIC, Bitcoin, it's probably not going to get delisted from an exchange. Right? So.
But I think at the end of the day, no matter the token, never make a trade you're not willing to lose, right? Like even if it's Bitcoin, it could go to zero. Nothing's possible. So don't bet the house.
Right. So you don't use your whole bag. Like, generally what you would have like $1,000 or less in available margin, and maybe like anywhere from $5 to $10 inside your margin for the trade. For me, for futures, I don't use the whole bag. I'm just using the small bags to do these scalps.
And Tame, you say that you could scale in and out. It's not like S&P futures where you have to buy 1 or 2 or 3 and sell them at a time.
Right. So if I want to close this position right here, I could do like the price at like 1,400. I could close 25%. I could do 1,500. 25%. 1,600. Another 25%. And then they're all in the order history right there. So let's say that you actually,
nice. Thank you.
Yeah, if you're in the profits, you can start sculling out some of your profits as well. You don't have to do 100%. Anyone else have any questions?
What about the fees that we pay each time we do like a short or a long? How do we know like how much the total percentage that they took?
You can actually look at your fees. So I'm just going to instant close this. But let's see. Let's just open up a few trades and close them. Just so I can get like dollar amount. So let's do a 200 times first. So let's just do a big trade. Let's say I'm making a lot of money. Let's say ETH is going to go up to a $10 swing up, 12.40. If ETH does a $10 swing up, great. If it doesn't swing up and I want to close it here, if I want to instant close, it says P&L is negative because instant close, like I'm on 200 times, it can go down 1% fast. But if I close it right here, 1232, I'm going to earn, oh, the fee's a little bit higher. But let's just see if ETH goes up so that I can actually get a trade and it's going to calculate a fee. I can also short it at the same time, but I think it's going to go up from here. I'm looking at ETH on a very short time frame. I think ETH is about to curve up. So if ETH can recover up to 1240, I would take profit on this trade. Even right here at 1233, this is pretty decent profits, right? But these liquidations could sag it up to 1240. I already have my order history in here. So I'm just waiting. I could take profits now just to show you the fee. So if it feels, oh, let's see, 12. Let's see. It's moving very slow, but I think ETH can get up here. Let's do instant close just to see the fee real quick. So right here, the fee is going to be order history right here. Oh, that's weird. This one, that was a big fee because I did the instant close and it markets. This is why you don't want to do market, by the way. You do market, you're going to pay higher fees. Now let's do one where I let it limit close, and that was 200 times. So it's a big fee for 200 times leverage with a large amount of money. Let's do a little bit lower because that fee took about half of the profits because you're using 200 times. Let's do about, let's say 5 times.
It's really important, let's say, to use always the limit.
Yes, I'm pretty sure the fees are based on the total margin. That's it's like if you use 100 times,
yeah,
you bet $10, then that's gonna be like fees are based on $1,000.
Yeah, so if you're using a lot of leverage, oh, let's just do like a small amount here, and let's just close it at 1233 because the lower leverage you use is it's going to be less margin total. You're going to pay lower fees. Let's say that I'm losing the trade. 1233. I think it can go back up to 1233. There we go. 1233.1. It should close the trade soon. Sometimes futures takes a little bit to come up compared to the real, but this is also demo trading, by the way. Demo trading. Ethereum did go up there, but got a lot of sells. Let's say that I'm losing the trade. I take the loss, 1230. I take the loss. I want to get out. I'm going to lose about $3 here. And then I'm going to go order history. My fee for that trade was only about 73 cents. Not really a high fee. I did limit. I used a lot lower margin. But 200 times. You use 200 times, you're going to pay a lot higher fees. So you have to think about that as well. Your profits are going to be a lot higher when you're right. Your losses are going to be a lot bigger when you're wrong. And then you have those fees to consider.
Okay, thank you so much.
Does anybody else have any questions about the application? All right, no more questions. All right, I'm gonna go back to the regular charts. I wish Discord. Well, I'll stop streaming this. It's on the YouTube, and let's stream the regular charts that people see on YouTube, just the buttons on the side.
YouTube did get to see that, right?
No, they didn't see the platform.
Oh, okay. I was hoping I could take a snapshot of that or get the video of it. Oh, that's okay.
I'll do a separate stream for it in the future.
Oh, that'd be great.
So Alan Yep says, is there a formula I can use to calculate how much I need for liquidation? Yeah, Alan. So you do the your margin divided by 100 times, leverage divided by 100 times your margin in trade equals amount loss. And then for that amount loss times 99 equals amount needed for $0 liquidation or longs. That's like worst case scenario if it goes to zero, down towards zero. Not exactly zero, but say there's a 90% drop. A lot of these cryptos are slowly coming back down. We were overbought right there, so they are cooling down. If we look at 5 minutes, Bitcoin is overbought up here. At the same time, it got the golden cross, it was overbought. Generally, you want to accumulate in the oversold, take profits in the overbought, and then slowly cooling down. Let's see if we come back down all the way, maybe a lower low, because we have a lot of liquidations that could actually give us another low as well. I saw that Ditsy was pushing up during this time as well. Ditsy started pushing the moment Bitcoin got overbought, so it wasn't really the worst time to take profits up here on that completely overbought range for a lot of these cryptos. We saw the MATIC deal, so MATIC also is cooling down. It's still following Bitcoin. The Nike did not really push it up too far right now. I think Elon's getting closer and closer every day to getting towards Mars. Sounds a little bit far away. Decades, but even getting closer and closer to Mars. I think that's good for cryptocurrencies like Doge. You can't send money to other planets very easily. I think crypto is going to be the factor that solves that.
Wonder what the courier fees are going to be.
Well, I think they'll have their own currency on Mars, and then people can swap cryptocurrency for that, and then it's going to be big arbitrage. Really big arbitrage for that type of stuff.
I can imagine that, because back in the stock days when they started doing wireless, they were literally trying to do line of sight wireless rather than taking a couple of, 100-mile loop around a city or something just to get that penny stock in a millisecond before the next guy. Same. I have a total value in my MEXC of $19 in US dollars, but I don't see it listed anywhere. And I'm not even sure if my transfers went through.
So did you already check your spot balance. Make sure you uncheck the hide small balances button.
Oh, that might help. What the heck is that?
After you uncheck hide small balances, it might help. After you check it might help.
I put hide small balances and nothing's there.
Oh, sorry. Don't hide it. You want to unhide it.
Okay, it's unhid. I see everything. I'm in the spot account main. Still don't see anything.
Yeah, go to account overview.
I am wicked slow at this. Account overview would be where?
So, like, when you click the wallet, like the futures, sorry, your wallet overview.
I found it.
Do you see any cryptocurrency there?
Well,
might
I transferred Doge. I don't see any Doge in here. I don't see anything in here.
1 second. So wallet overview. What's your balance in your wallet overview? Total value.
0.0012 something Bitcoin or 19.97 US dollars.
So is that the Doge you transferred in there?
I transferred $1 worth, $1.44 worth today, which is about 12 Doge.
So click spot account. Click spot account on that futures overview. Do you see your Doge there now?
No.
Make sure you're on spot, and then you have spot selected on the bottom as well.
It disappears unless you do more than 30 Doge.
More than 30 Doge. Yeah, I didn't see anything like that. I looked for it. It said it would take 6 hours. I did it at 2.
Here, let me.
Yeah, if you scroll down, it's there.
Someone has
It's
a.
there.
Speaker.
You have to open the futures account. It's in there. I can see it on your stream. You just switch where it says spot account, switch to futures account. Yes, it's there. There you go.
Oh yeah, your balance is in futures.
USDT. So you can switch between those accounts. They are all your accounts.
So you already sold your Doge.
I don't know how that would have happened.
Oh, or is that futures bonus that was deposited to your account?
I didn't do anything because I haven't found the Doge yet.
Here, scroll up. So, okay, that's I guess the Doge isn't in there yet. Because they do say you have to transfer 30. So that futures account, that's just your futures bonus then when you signed up with my link before.
Oh, that's your money.
It's your money now.
All right, I guess I don't know what's going on, but
so you have to deposit more than 30 Doge. No, deposit more than 30 Doge.
What if it doesn't work?
No, well, just do 31 Doge and it should work. Because
okay, I'll do that.
You want me to do? Here, I'll do it. I can buy 31 Doge. No, you do it. I want to make sure you have the right wallets. Because if you're seeing it from Robinhood, they're so slow. Some platforms.
No, I got Coinbase.
Okay. Check Coinbase status before you send any crypto.
Maxi will show you how it'll say here's like a 12-step process. You're on step 1. Pretty quick.
He's got it. Thank you, Allie. You're showing your whole screen now, though. Just be careful what pops up, like no seed phrase or anything.
Well, there's nothing. I'm good with that. Let's see. I gotta go to Doge.
Man, how many? Like you guys paid $20 to join the $50 to join the Discord, and then when you did the MATIC futures sign up, you get $20. That's pretty cool.
Well worth it.
The guy in YouTube chat says he doubled his futures bonus and then he gambled it all away. Some people gamble, they don't trade. They don't follow their rules. Or they don't even have rules to follow. That's worse.
My recent deposits says nothing in there so far for the Doge.
Wait, go down. Click scroll up a little bit. So go to Coinbase where you sent the Doge. Wait, go back to the MATIC. I want to look at the address real quick. Okay. Yep, you had the right address. You have to send at least 31 Doge. Wow, you're sending $32 worth of Doge? That's 376 Doge. 31 Doge. Yeah, 32 is fine.
Go to the spot, and then on your make sure you're on Dogecoin, and then go to sell, and that's when your Dogecoin will come out to sell if you have any at all.
Oh yeah, here, yeah. Go back to MATIC real quick. It might not show in your balance, but all right, go up to the top, very top. Click trade. It's gonna be on the left side. Go to spot. Go to the top right in the search bar. Type Doge in the search bar. All right, click that first one, Doge USDT 5 times. Scroll down. Oh, yeah, it says no Doge in there. Maybe you really have to send more than 31 Doge. Wait, go to Coinbase. Go to Coinbase. Okay. Do you have your history of when you sent before?
I don't know where that would be.
How long ago did you send it from Coinbase?
Today, 2 o'clock, and yesterday about 9 in the morning.
And you already confirmed on the blockchain that it was sent?
I got emails saying they were.
That it was confirmed?
I don't know about confirmed, but that the transaction was gone through or whatever. I still got the emails. I just want to pull that up right now.
Yeah. So pause your screen and pull that up real quick.
All right.
I literally.
Allie, you have open mic?
Sorry, I was just trying to say that I literally scrolled down and saw it. When I sent under 30 Doge, it didn't work. I literally sent more than 30 Doge a little bit and it worked. And then I scrolled down and I saw the thing that says if you send less than 30 Doge, it'll be gone. So that's definitely a definite.
Okay. Traders might get another scalp here. Everything's bleeding down quite fast, by the way. Helping us get in that oversold range again on the 5. But people need to wait for the 15. At least the 15 to get oversold again. Not all the way oversold, but getting down there for Bitcoin. And then that 30 minutes. 30 minutes probably about halfway down here. So it could come down a little bit further on this 30 for Bitcoin. But this is going to put us in these liquidation blocks, by the way. Definitely a lot of bleeding out right here on these short time frames.
I don't have any confirmations, Tame, but it says one here. You sent blah, blah, blah Doge via Dogecoin Network.
Yeah,
transaction that's from Coinbase. No confirmation.
But if you look at that transaction hash, it will show you if it's successful or not.
Pending. All right, I sent to 32. So we'll see what happens.
No, you can tell Coinbase to cancel that if you want, or ask Mexi to cancel on their side.
Yeah, so just send more than 32. Also, sometimes when you send on Coinbase, it's a weird time. Like, it can take like 12 hours up to here.
Yeah, I remember a long time ago, boy, people were waiting days. Let's see if they got through. I remember Shania got locked up somehow like that.
Yeah, it should be instantly, like maybe like 10 minutes, and you should have your money there.
What's up, YouTube? But yeah, I think Bitcoin could come down to this liquidation block, possibly come to 16.12. It could be a $300 drop. It's some people could try to enter a scalp here on a ping pong, but it's very risky. Especially if the DXY is uptrending on the very short time frame, it's very risky. Alright, I'll try to help you, but I gotta go relatively soon, so trying to help get this solved before I go. If it doesn't work, just do 32 Doge. I think if you send 32 Doge, it could work.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. I did that about 2-3 minutes ago, so we'll see what happens. I'm not even going to worry about it for now.
Coinbase usually takes a long time when you're withdrawing crypto out of there, so keep an eye on it. Like if you just did like Dogecoin to Dogecoin on like any other wallets, it's very fast.
Hey, for the USDT, what is the network you use?
I was using Polygon, but they had Polygon issues now, so sorry for USDT. I don't use USDT to withdraw from Coinbase. No, for USDT, I don't use it because Coinbase uses Ethereum. You're gonna pay like really high fee.
Okay, so it depends where you deposit it.
No, because they use the Ethereum network. If you use like other places like KuCoin, Binance, MATIC, they have TRC20. You can use TRC20 network and it's way cheaper. But other than that, you can use XLM from Coinbase. XLM on Coinbase is pretty fast, and you just need that address in the memo.
Just because in case it's volatile, so you can just pay the dollar fee, but you said it's only to certain wallets.
It's more than $1 if you're using USDT on the Ethereum blockchain network to send. I think it might be up to $20. You have to double check. JML says sometimes his network. What kind of internet do you have, JML? I have fiber internet, so usually I don't have any problems with these trading platforms in terms of ping. still dipping down. Like we could come down to this liquidations for Bitcoin. So people that did the scalp here, definitely wait a little bit longer if you're trying to enter a second scalp. From the latest news, Crypto.com told everybody they're okay, but if you actually look on their tweet, a lot of customers tweeting that it's taking up to 12 hours just to withdraw coins, even like MATIC, which are supposed to take seconds to minutes on the blockchain. So I think
I just got it deposited, Tame.
Nice. So you would trade it in your spot. You could sell it there. You could sell it in your spot to get those funds, and then you can transfer that USDT after you sell your Doge to futures.
Yeah, nice. Thank you. I appreciate all your help.
Definitely do the demo though. Do demo trading for like a week. Get used to it.
Oh, I plan on doing that for quite a while.
Learn what happens when you get overconfident. You lose it all. Like, cause you get liquidated on demo, it's not really that bad.
Yeah. What actually happens if you get liquidated? I've never been liquidated, thankfully.
You lose the money.
Like, let's just say you just, it fell through the bottom and it's gone. Do they just say, yeah, you're done with your account, you can't use it anymore?
No, you can use your account. You just lose that money. Like whatever you had on cross margin. By the way, make sure if you're trying to do the cross margin strategy, you click cross. Some people leave it on isolated. They do that 200 times isolated. They ignore that liquidation. They get wrecked. Be very careful about that.
Yeah, I was keen to notice you were clear on that.
Oh yeah, the Twitter CEO is like, sorry, not Twitter. The CEO of Crypto.com, probably not a very smart guy.
Hey, Tim, 1 second. D-Block, if you can hear me, can you please message me? I need you. $5 worth need. Okay.
So basically this is what's happening. Crypto.com CEO says withdrawals are being processed as usual. No FUD, please. And then guys, jackasses like tametheark at better than being. That's me. They're like over 12 hours for MATIC withdrawals. The blockchain usually takes less than 1 minute. Do you have liquidity issues? So people like me are asking, why is it taking 12 hours? Coco says, why does all your Bitcoin for withdrawals come from Binance? Mr. Diamond Hands, please be a professional. Stop calling investors fudders. My God. This guy said all of his transferred today. So, show us a screenshot, buddy. Globy says Bitcoin withdrawal delayed over 12 hours. Isn't business as usual, my guy. Still hasn't processed. A lot of people are still having issues. So, calling retail investors FUD. So I think that's why Bitcoin's also bleeding out. Look how risky this was. People had a nice little scalp for Bitcoin. It went up by more than 0.5%. These alts went up by a little bit more than 1.8%. Doge went up by over 1.5 before the downtrend started. So notice how we went from green to orange. That predicting a reversal here. So it prevents that we're going from green uptrend to downtrend now. Then the death cross, and then the bleed down for these coins. And Bitcoin's inside this liquidation block. Well, Crypto.com probably has more problems than they would like to shed a light on. And people are still having a lot of withdrawal issues. Well, Crypto.com probably, from my understanding, is experiencing a large number of users leaving the platform. Could be bad.
Hey, Time, how far you see DYDX going down?
Oh, I'm not even looking at that. I think it was artificially pumped, so I'm not even touching that one. Probably go down zero if exchanges start delisting it, though. Be very careful.
DYDX?
Oh,
Do you listen?
B or D?
D.
Oh yeah, some people were showing like some exchanges are going to delist it. I don't know why though. Do you know why it pumped? Do you know why did you buy it?
I've been watching it for a few days, and it's been in the plus for 2 or 3 days now.
Why did you buy the token? Do you know what the token is? Do you know what its name is?
No, I have no idea. I have no idea. I was looking through for tokens that were doing good. That token was doing good. I made a couple $100 off of it yesterday. And I just seen it was going down, so I got out of my trade. But I was just wondering if you
Let me tell you something. These guys claim to be DeFi, but they're not really DeFi. Let me show you. DYDX says, due to extreme market volatility, Solana USD will be put into close only. No new positions can be opened at this time. They're not really DeFi. They control everything. This token's going to get wrecked eventually if they keep up stuff like this. You can't claim to be DeFi when you're making centralized decisions. So I would be very careful. I think it's getting artificially pumped. Thank you for the $1, Christine. Appreciate it. Yeah, the whole Twitter fiasco. Twitter's great. What do you guys think? If Elon did not buy Twitter, do you think these Democrats would be covering for Sam Bankman right now? Very interesting. It could be a lot different perspective right now if Elon was not the owner of Twitter. All right, so we just hit that liquidation block. Some people are starting to buy in here, but the DITC is pushing up still. Let's see if the DITC is going to get a little bit of a downturn on the short time frame. There it goes. All right. It's a little bit dangerous here because Bitcoin could still, like, it got a taste of blood, but that's a big drop. It could start getting a little bit more. I would wait a little bit. I don't want to draw the next green block right now because I feel like a black swan is looming. Crypto.com is not handling the PR very well, so probably hold off on the green blocks for the net scalp until Crypto.com shows me a little bit something. If Crypto.com can show me that they are not losing tens of thousands of customers and their trading volume can start to magically go up, I would be comfortable scalping here normally, but we're not on normal conditions. So this was a good scalp here, but right now it's not really a good scalp.
When you give your keys to somebody.
Hey Tim, what's that indicator with the multicolored candles?
Okay, so this indicator is supply, demand, equilibrium zones. Notice how we went from like a big demand zone into supply, and then price fell down. We went from this nice green, consistent green, to starting getting more sell pressure.
One more time with the name of that. It's
supply, demand, equilibrium.
Equilibrium. All right.
You guys want to take a screenshot of all these indicators? Take a screenshot, YouTube. These are some of the indicators I'm using for these charts on the YouTube. I mean, the DXY is coming down while Bitcoin's right here. I could see like potential for some scalps right here. Is going to be very risky. I'll draw the blocks for those degen traders out there, but this is super risky. Super risky right here because Crypto.com is having some issues. But if you guys like to degen, these are very risky. And let me change the color of the green. Let's go to light green. How about that? Because these lack a little bit of confidence. Still you're going to see people buying in these zones. You're going to see the demand coming back. You're going to start seeing a little bit of green, but it's not as strong as up here.
Tim, what's a degen trader?
Someone that really doesn't care about the fundamentals, the technicals. They just go in. I did a degen move the other day. After I longed the FTT, I longed it for like a short period of time. Oh boy. What's happening to Dogecoin here? What's happening to Doge? Woo!
Did Elon say something?
Woo! What's happening to Big Daddy Doge, YouTube?
My large order went through there at 345, so at the 8345 is where I just went into another 200,000.
Look at Doge. Doge did a big wick up there, surprisingly. Like somebody bought a lot of Doge, but it got rejected almost immediately. I'll be right back.
Anybody see these well alerts for 100 million USDC to Coinbase from Binance? It's been like 10 of them. So, what? $1 billion?
Definitely still getting some sell off right here, by the way. It's still very possible that Bitcoin comes down and finishes off this liquidation block, Christine. Look how disgusting this would be. $15,000. So, this is why we're like very light colors. It's not optimal. If it's like dark green, it's going to be very optimal to enter. Right here, it's not very optimal to enter. Probably have a high chance of getting stop lossed out of the trade.
Tame, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Supply and demand equilibrium zones. I try and click on that and it says set the start calculation time.
Who has a... Is that your audio in the background, TV? All right, go ahead.
I got headphones, but it says set the calculations time for SDE by DGT. I don't know what that means.
So I'll show you my settings. Rocky Road. You have an open mic, Rocky Road. All right. I give him an open mic roll. So I'll show you my settings for the indicator. I just keep most of the things in your default for the supply.
When I click on the indicator, when I try and activate it, I'm trying to use it. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting like a little error box.
Oh.
Let me share my screen.
Might not work for all the charts, possibly.
Okay, yeah, I'm not. I think I'm on the pro level with. I think I can have 4 indicators in the main window. I only have 2 right now, though.
Just click on the screen and drag it to the right.
Well, volume counts. Your bar counts as an indicator. Like your candlestick says an indicator. Your volume's an indicator.
Yeah, I just got rid of one though to put one over here. So I figured it would open up a spot. I might not be able to do it though. I'll screenshot what I'm seeing, Tame, and I'll shoot it to you.
All right, after your screen's up, I'll take a look. Sure to help you out. This is like getting very risky because I think we come down to this green block. I'll draw it on screen for when we get down there in case I'm not here. But Bitcoin's between 15.4 and like these are gonna be like way more confirmation. So all these down there. Let me copy this block. Let me put liquidations back on MATIC for you guys. Help you a little bit. MATIC liquidations would end about 81 cents this time. Remember, before it was 75. ETHW, if it comes down to 350, has a lot of support around 350. And I'll leave this out here in case we do go down there.
Hey, is anybody else's Coinbase withdrawal frozen? Or am I just... Eisman was trying to send or receive, and he can't send anything out. So that's just weird.
I don't know. I stopped using Coinbase after they took 9 days to process my thing.
I'm still locked out. I literally am just trying to get like $3 worth of Chronos in my Crow wallet so I can pull the damn money out of there because it needs Crow for the withdrawal.
How about this? I'll buy you some Crow on my exchange and send it to you. So
how? Like everyone else froze it. You can't buy it.
Actually, you might be right. Let me double check.
Yeah. But I can swap it in my Crow wallet. So I was trying to get him to send me like at least an XLM, and I can swap it, you know?
Slacky says when DS raw dogging leverage scalping becomes gambling. I think he says when does raw dog leverage scalping? Like, yeah. I guess you can call it raw dog scalping if you're not using a stop loss. So let me double check if I can buy it for you, Shania.
So weird. So I tried to withdraw from Crypto's wallet 2 days ago, and I thought I'd turn it into USDT, but now they turned it into VVS. I'm like, I don't freaking want VVS. I'm just trying to pull money out of there. VVS go down with it.
How much Crow do you need, Shania?
Like it says 1.9. That's it.
Billion.
No, like 1.9 Crow, like not even $1 worth.
So send me the address of the Crow. I'll buy the Crow for you real quick.
That is weird. Okay, if you can buy it.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you a screenshot, Tammy, when you got a second.
Hey, buddy, about that indicator, all you have to do when you click on it, go to your chart and then click the period of which you want the indicator. So,
I'm not sure I understand that. Click the period where you want the indicator.
So go to the indicator on your chart. Yeah. Supply demand. Yep, click it. Just double click it.
Should I send you the Kronos network address or is it on Ethereum network?
Where's your wallet at?
Crypto.com wallet.
I don't know. It should say when you get the address, it's going to tell you which network.
I click on that.
That's the weird thing.
So click on the.
Now click on the on the middle of the screen to the left, and then click onto the right, and that'll be a period.
Up in here?
No, no. Go to the middle of your screen. Go to the left, right there. Click right there. And
Right here.
Right there. Click once.
Yeah.
And then click once again to the right.
Yeah, just click.
Yeah, that could be because I'm holding down the push to talk. I'm going to do it without the push to talk.
Yeah, can you copy? I cannot. Can you just copy? Thank you. Yeah, that says Kronos Network.
Yeah, I did both. Feel like a scrub, yo.
Oh, I can't send it to you.
So you have to set the calculation. Click on the screen, so where you want it to start and where you want it to end.
Sorry, I can't send it to you, Shania. Withdrawal network suspended for Kronos.
Yep. So that's why.
They're probably gonna go under. Like, these exchanges are not delisting them for no reason. Or it's a coordinated attack. This could be a coordinated attack as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna just send Exelum from my Robinhood account and then deal with that way, because I can't convert Exelum and shit. But I know a few people owe me a few $100 worth of coins, so I'm trying to rob them, but they're not even around.
Yeah, sorry. It's I think these exchanges are just they're about to take down crypto.com.
Yeah.
Why? What's going on with crypto.com or like the coin? They're taking them off exchanges?
Well, they've been getting delisted, withdrawals, everything. Well, Coinbase is having the same problem with any withdrawals right now. So,
If you're not already off crypto.com, you're playing with fire. Like, you should be off of crypto.com. You should be off of Robinhood as well. I feel so bad when people tell me they're still trading on Robinhood. I don't want to hear you crying when Robinhood rugs your crypto.
Anyone use eToro?
thank you, anyways, Tame. At least you tried.
You're welcome. I don't use eToro. I just use MATIC. Do one in a futures chat or announcements. I have no issues on there. Robinhood's garbage. What if people find out they're not even trading real crypto on Robinhood? It's just the SQL database. Is that going to blow their minds? Why are there withdrawal limits? Is it really for your security?
Kind of like a bookie, aren't they? The
Oh, yeah.
Robinhood.
Oh, Doge left the buy block. EFW is potential down here as well. I find that EFW bleeds hard when it bleeds. MATIC. When MATIC comes through these liquidations, it's going to be disgusting.
The first says double bottom. I don't. So the 4-hour double bottom yesterday failed. The daily double bottom failed on the 11th. There's only one bullish divergence that I see. It may not happen. That's all I'm playing. But in my opinion, Bitcoin is the retest around 13,000 at least, somewhere between 14 to 13. That's the minimum. and it's lower than 1,000. It has to retest.
You can't borrow exchange tokens and then withdraw IK77. The only time you're like borrowing is when you're doing margin trading. They don't let you withdraw though. But you can borrow like Crow. People have already been shorting Crow IK77 the same way we shorted FTT. We shorted at 22. We knew it was going to go down to being worth nothing, so we shorted at 22. But yeah, basically that's like borrowing it on the exchange, but you don't want to do it on the exchange that's going to go under. Like, if you really think that exchange is going to go under, short it on a different exchange. Some of these exchange-based tokens have been getting big sells off before they finally go under, because for some weird reason they're using that as collateral for other positions.
Lord, I can't type and do all this. But anyways, Ether. So what I'm looking at is the Ryzen 3 candle pattern on the daily. It's not set up all the way correctly. It kind of looks like it. That's why I've been playing it. So we'll see. That's the only divergence I see, but it won't be long-lived. Ooh, Tame, I saw there's a coffee cup with all the bullish candlestick patterns. I'm gonna buy you one of those. It's called a trading mug.
You're gonna buy me a coffee cup?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a picture of it. It's from what is it, Zazzle? That's a cool. I want one of those. Shit.
Hey Tim, can I ask you a question about crypto.com? How to get stuff off there?
Yeah.
All I got is I have some AVAX. I have 3 different coins: Kronos, AVAX, and Solana. Believe it or not, should I move it off of there and leave it as those, or should I like transform it into Doge and get it off of there in Doge?
I would transfer them off into something that can transfer off easier. I would not try to transfer each one independently.
Yeah, that's I guess what I'm asking. What should I try and convert them to on their platform, and then would be the easiest to get it off of, you think? Or get it off with?
Something that's not Polygon related, something that's not Bitcoin related, possibly Doge. And when you're doing Doge, make sure you select the Doge network.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking is going to be the easiest possibly. I almost want to test it too. So if I just convert it all to Doge and then do the Doge network.
Yeah, because I think Doge also has a higher chance of appreciating at these price levels than anything else on the screen. That would convert everything to Doge right now. And then the next Elon tweet, boom, you can take profits.
Okay.
Hey, another thing you need to take into consideration is it takes 24 hours to add a wallet address on there. So you really need to transfer it to something that you've already moved out, that you have a wallet saved for. Because remember, it takes 24 hours.
Oh, to create a wallet address, because I've never moved Doge. So I have to create a Doge wallet address right now, wait 24 hours, and I'll wait for it to do something.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you have something else that's been more than 24 hours, the wallet, then that might be your best bet if you're worried about them not lasting another 24 hours. You know what I mean?
Okay, cool. I gotta hurry. Goodbye. Thanks.
If you send it from the DeFi wallet, the crypto.com wallet, though, you can use any address.
I think that's true. Yeah. Yeah, if you have their DeFi.
And here's the thing about Doge. You can get the Dogecore wallet for free. Software-based wallet. I warned people a long time ago. I don't know if you guys remember. Doge would be able to handle the storm a lot better. A lot of people thought I was joking. They're like, what storm, Tame? What storm? Doge would handle a lot better. And look, Doge is still up a lot more. Doge is up more than any coin on the screen from last month. Doge is doing better than any coin from last month before these major crypto crashes. $2 super chat. Slacky says, could you talk briefly about MATIC liquidations? Yes. So we go up to the, I'll just do the MATIC chart up here for you. So if I look at some of these liquidations for MATIC.
Could you briefly talk about MATIC and liquidation?
So these liquidation levels is gonna load up, Slacky. I'm drinking all my drinks.
I sent you the mug. I want the black one too. I'm gonna get this.
So we do have this liquidation block down to 8.72 Slacky. So about 0.0, about 87.2 cents for the bottom side, and then for the top side, it would cool down around 95 cents up here on the top side. So it's like a little bit less than a 10-cent spread, but still pretty decent. So the spread from these bottom to the top up here, it's about 9%. So let's say you catch MATIC down here. If the further down that you can get MATIC down out of this liquidation block and then sell it up here could be a nice scalp, Slacky. Yeah, Doge is getting volume. Who am I though? I don't know. I didn't know Doge was going to get this big run and spike up. It just came through a lot of those nasty liquidations. Isn't that interesting? Elon Musk is active on Twitter, and the Doge randomly comes up and liquidates a bunch of shorts. Huge push up. So even from the middle of this block, Doge is currently up about 1%, went as far as 1.3. If you actually got Doge at the very bottom of the block, it's already up by more than 1% right here. So all of these things are starting to slowly turn around. Oh yeah, I see that chart. That's an interesting idea. Nice little wick up on Doge, by the way, guys. So far, for 2 scalps on Doge so far, Doge went as far as about 1.2% before turning around earlier. Let's see how far it goes before starting this turnaround here. Doge is getting a lot of liquidations, by the way. Doge liquid, like who keeps trying to short Doge after it goes down? Like, why do they wait until this candle right here when Doge goes to 8.35 to short it? I don't understand that logic. Do they not realize we're in day 4 of the crypto bull market? Perhaps not.
I just did my first Mexi trade. I have $100 worth of ETH spot.
Awesome. You're gonna set your settlement at $50 and walk away, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to touch it. It's a small amount and it's for news. When the news comes and it's on Binance, I sell it.
All right, guys. Elon replied to this Starlink article. That's cool. What is this? He replied to an Italian article. Basically, the article says too many areas of the country still lack acceptable internet. So he said, yes, he agrees. That's a lot of liquidations on Doge right there. Maybe that was Joe. Maybe he just transferred everything into Doge. That was his candle. Who knows?
And thanks again for your patience. The more I learn, the less I will test your patience, I think.
Hey, it's clearly American. So what's going on with crypto.com? You're saying pull your assets out of there? Am I understanding this correctly? I'm late to the show.
I did not direct you to pull your assets out of there, but I would probably stop using that platform. If you want to leave your assets on there, that's your choice. I'm just telling you from what I've seen firsthand, some of these withdrawals are taking up to 12 hours, some up to 18. It's not the safest place right now.
So say I had a lot on there. What do I put it all in the Doge and put it in a wallet, or what? Is that what you would recommend maybe doing, or any recommendation?
Yeah, Doge into a wallet probably.
That's what I was thinking. So just flip all my Bitcoin to Doge and Ethereum, and I mean, is that?
If you can do it before they go under. They're losing tens of thousands of customers right now. Their CEOs being extremely childish on Twitter, asking people not to spread FUD. Just by saying that our deposits our withdrawals are taking 12 hours, that's not FUD.
Yeah, I just went to log into it and wanted me to do an update. Now it's got some pausing something, and I can't even get into my account.
Yep, we've been talking bad about crypto.com for a few days now. It's not looking good. Definitely not looking good. But Doge has been holding very well through this whole mess. And that's why I just made this tweet pop up on the YouTube. Because basically, I think that Elon knew this was a potential all along. So I'll put the tweet up on the YouTube for you guys real quick. Basically, I said Elon Musk was right. Doge held best during the crypto exchanges crash, FTX crash, and tokens like FTT, Crow going down drastically, but Doge is still holding above 0.075. So I think as some of these exchanges go down, a lot of people feel safer putting their money in Doge on the Doge wallets.
Wonder if that's what he meant by the people's crypto.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly it. Elon the hero.
A Tame question, but Mexi.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
So I've been just playing around with the demo trading, trading in under MX USDT, and I noticed that when I hit the limit trade, there's some fees, I'm assuming, or it's like trading way above the original price. Would you recommend doing that or to trigger limit trades?
No. I prefer like closed limit, because if you're doing like trigger, you're gonna pay a little bit higher fees potentially.
And then the spot also is way higher than I was expecting. Like when I was under limit and I press on open long.
Wait. When you open long, that's not on spot, buddy. That's on futures.
Ah, shit. Okay. I guess I'm still trying to understand this whole thing. So
spot trade is crypto you own, you're buying and selling. But when you're doing futures, if you hit that instant close, that's market, higher fees. Market close, higher fees.
I see.
Generally, you should have like no reason to be regularly using that instant close.
Also, when I press the reverse, sorry, I'm all over the place. When I press the reverse under my open positions, it reverses to like a higher spot position.
So it's not spot. And also when you click that reverse, you're committing two market orders. You're doing a market sell and a market buy. If you're, well, it depends on how you're reversing, but you're going long from short, so you just got 2 more big fees right there.
I see. So it's better to just instant close.
No, it's better to type your price and type quality so that you can choose.
I see.
And they have fees like that to punish people that are doing market. Imagine somebody with like a bunch of Bitcoin just comes and does market. Well, they should pay a little bit higher fee. They're taking out some of the liquidity. They're being very impatient. So they pay those higher fees.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just still trying to understand everything here. Like I'm very brand new to this type of trading.
Yeah, definitely practice with do Bitcoin a little bit more. Get used to Bitcoin moving about 0.35% and then 1% on the bigger time frames.
All right. I left this overnight on a short position, and I was at like 26,000 up, and I was like, "Wait, what the hell?" But it was demo trading. I was like, "God, fuck."
Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Generally, when you're doing futures, you don't want to be even sleeping on positions unless your liquidation price is 0 on a long.
Yeah,
I like to trade while I'm awake.
Yeah, are you guys watching XRP? It's ripping.
It's almost done with this liquidation block for XRP though. I kept talking about it nice and slow that if they get some positive news about a lawsuit before the holidays, probably break above that 40 cents range. But even right here, this candle now, it's starting to get a little bit of sell pressure for XRP.
Ooh, Binance just sent $100 million worth of USDC to Coinbase. Guess Binance is helping Coinbase.
They might not be helping. They might be arbitraging coins that you have to buy on Coinbase.
Yeah.
Could be an arbitrage. Man, look at XRP though. It's still getting a little bit of buys, but we're almost done. We just finished the liquidation block, so not really much further XRP can go up from here without people FOMO in. I mean, on the 5-minute it has some liquidations, but we're already so overbought those 1 minute somewhere gas that it might cool down for XRP. Definitely see a lot of stop losses could be triggered on XRP up here though.
Well, CT's got to have some homies in the U.S. He can't go fuck over Coinbase. He can't go to war with everybody. He's gotta have some alliances.
Well, if you jump in, Christine, you can have a stop loss. Like, let's just say that people jump in, they put their stop loss at 37.35, right? If they put their stop loss right here, they would get knocked out of trade. It's a lot easier to do this on spot than futures, by the way. It's a lot easier to do this on spot than futures. And then that'd be, it would probably knock a lot of people out with that tight stop loss if it moves down that 0.5%. So I would not enter up here. I would not enter up here. It's Definitely very degen gambling if you're entering XRP up here. But there's some people that are going to do it with a stop loss, and they don't get wicked out and it keeps going up. They make profit, but it's already up 10%. How much further can it go after that 10%? They have a lot of tweets in the last hour as well. All right, parabolic SAR downturn right here for XRP. Look, I already seen Twitter post the big green candles, so I think it might be too late as well. Like when those guys on Twitter start showing off their fat green candles, you know it's too late. I wonder if they're going to be back holding or taking their profits after putting those fat green candles though. Doge had a nice spike up right there though.
What do we have tomorrow? The BPI data?
I don't know. I didn't check yet.
Yep. If we're under 18, it's going to be bullish. If we're over 18, it's going to be bearish.
Interesting outlook there.
Because the charts call it before the fucking bullshit report.
All right, so people got stop loss out of XRP. Definitely a lot of USDC being minted at Binance though. Lots of these stable coins getting minted. XRP is already breaking down from that pump up, by the way. Look at this. Here we go. So from that last mini local pump, XRP went up by about 7%, and it's already down only 5% here. Lots of sell pressure on the XRP. Huge fatty sell pressure. You don't buy at the top, you buy at the bottom. Well, the pump this morning was to liquidate all the people that tried to short it in the games. They short high leverage. You can't really defend shorts as easy as you can longs. And for some weird reason, if you look, the SPY was pushing up this morning as well. So as the DTC was pushing down this morning, it gave crypto that time it needed. And right now, DTC is trying to push on local time frames, so people are being a little bit hesitant. Elon's still active on Twitter today. So every time Doge gets completely oversold ranges, people buy them and get these spikes up. Bitcoin did not really get a big spike up. Doge was the one with the spike up right there. And then XRP was running. Well, XRP is running. We get one bullish news about a lawsuit before the end of the holidays. It's going to be crazy. Yeah, a lot of people are going to get wrecked trying to short in these times. Transitioning from a bear market to a bull market, shorts are going to be the first ones getting wrecked. Because what happens if a low leverage short liquidation price of Bitcoin is at 30K and then we slowly go toward 30K? They put too much money, millions of dollars, and they get wrecked. And we get those big spikes up. There's still a lot of money in the crypto space if you look at all those wallets. Still a ton of money. I'm gonna go grab some more drinks. I'll be right back. Yeah, education, Christine. Feel bad for your online class. Sorry about that. Be right back. I'm back. So does look like XRP is coming down. It actually came down a lot from the stop loss line. Over 2% right here. Bitcoin still hasn't done with these liquidations, by the way. I already have the lines drawn, the really dark green blocks down below. If Bitcoin starts to get down to these levels, that would give us a lower low for the for the year for Bitcoin if we do go down there and liquidate. Did notice around 16,000 had a lot of buys for Bitcoin before, though. It would take a black swan to push us down that much further. It's very interesting, like, who do you think is going to come in with smart money at these levels and cause crypto to go parabolic? I think there's going to be a few groups that want to get in on the crypto action that missed out before, and they see an opportunity. Definitely an opportunity for some of these with smart money to come in and find their own ground in the crypto communities. If they don't make the mistakes of FTX, if they don't have their own token, if they don't leverage. If they don't trade their clients' funds, crypto can be a very profitable place for these companies. If they're renting good servers or if they are doing everything in-house, you can make a very profitable cryptocurrency exchange. If your executives are not corrupt, smart money could come in here and really change the dynamic of crypto. Market closes in 1 minute, YouTube. 1 minute till market close.
Hey, Dame, Richard Hart's on Twitter Spaces.
Nice. The
live.
The SBF one?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. I can imagine he's in there bragging. I imagine he's in there bragging. I'll listen real quick.
Yeah, he's got some vitriol.
Alright, I'll mute the Discord and listen real quick. Why is the audio quiet? My Twitter's quiet for some reason. That's weird. I'm wondering what's the possibilities that Facebook will come up and talk about the Instagram NFTs after all this is happening. Might be a good time for them to come out and give us a little bit of an update.
Team, but pulling back just in the
because you're idiots. I've been preaching the same thing for 5 years. I told you to take your coins out of Celsius. You didn't, you got wrecked. I told you to take your coins out of BlockFi. You didn't, you got wrecked. And it will continue to happen. It will 100% continue to happen. It will not stop. It is happening to people right now that are just afraid to speak up. Who else is willing to even say a single thing against CZ or Binance? That's not me. It's just me.
Kim did. Kim. Actually, I want to give props. Kim stood up to him live on stage here, invited him. CZ and Kim had a debate. But I do agree that most people wouldn't. Even me, I'd be like, I'd think 3 times before criticizing.
Richard, I'm killing myself also for 5 years telling people that their reserves are fake and that all of them are shit coins, including Bitcoin. And you know what? Like, I'm gonna get shit again, but quite seriously, the elephant in the room is that not only this crypto thing is like you should pull your keys out of the exchange essentially because it's not your coins. It's the same thing as the normal banking system. When you deposit your money in the bank, it's not your money anymore. It's their money. They can do whatever they want with it. And so is the same thing. So at the end of the day, I think the elephant in the room is that what's happening now is that people are trying to consolidate their treasuries, but they're doing it wrong. And they're going on to fiat-backed shitcoins that are also going to fail. and then it's going to propagate onto people trying to get their money from the normal banking system, and that also is going to fail. And people don't listen that it'll ultimately, it's going to be either gold or you're broke. And quite frankly, you can give me as much shit as you want, but I think it's normal that you have a little bit of a diversification of mind and portfolio. You don't need a Peter Schiff here. I mean, quite frankly, it's 3,000 years of evolution, and Bitcoin is basically outdated. So as far as I'm concerned, I always say, and I'll say it again, you vote with your feet, you vote with your wallet. I'm in Switzerland. I'm balls deep in gold, and I'm very happy this way.
So the issue is you have gold's not a productive asset. So basically the way speculation works is the maximum gains happen for the things that are the newest. And as things age and have been around longer, they become demarginalized. So
buy
people,
Dogecoin then.
well, no, Dogecoin is Dogecoin's a little weird because the world's richest guy just took it under its arm and decided to shill it for a laugh. If he didn't do that, Dogecoin would still be terrible, and it kind of is still terrible. But because the world's richest guy uses it as like vanity project for no, so I was telling people earlier on my own space that if you're in a coin that's not a smart contract network, you will always suck middleman D, always, for the rest of your life, because you can't de-risk into a stable. And some stables are less risky than others. So for instance, USDC and USDT have admin keys whereby anyone that works at those companies can just invalidate your coins at will, literally, the exact opposite of why crypto was invented. You have less counterparty risk with something like DAI, but unfortunately, DAI is backed in large part by USDT and USDC. And so if those guys decided to flip their admin keys,
So we have some breaking news here that just came in from Coin
Oh, sorry,
Telegraph.
just let me.
Go
So
ahead.
Richard, we
Go
do
ahead.
this in the space with breaking news, and then we'll get back to it. Go ahead, chat.
All right, so this is from Coin Telegraph. This is go back to Terra now. South Korean prosecutors are now calling on Terra co-founder Shin Hong-seong to cooperate. Authorities allege that Shin Hong-seong earned roughly $105 million in profits from illegal sales of Luna tokens before Terra's collapse.
So here's what's so funny to me. All you stupid people that couldn't listen to me that just got wrecked on that centralized exchange, the opposite of crypto, you think this guy owes you money. You think he did something illegal. I got bad news for you. Go read your terms of service when you signed up for that crap and sent your selfie in, okay? And let me know if you're a secured creditor and have a UCC1 form. Oh, but they're based in the Bahamas, so pretty unlikely. Or if you're an unsecured creditor and they could do anything they want with the money and you could eat crap, it's not your money anymore.
Yeah, it's
so
not,
all you
it's,
guys
not it's not actually the case, Richard. So in the terms and conditions, it was meant to be custody and it was illegal for them to use it. So it wasn't like Celsius where they had permission to use it.
To make fun.
I defer to Simon.
And they've moved into
Mario,
Chapter 11
Peter
in the
Schiff
US.
is in the audience if you want to bring him up.
Peter
Oh,
Schiff, yeah, I'll
please,
bring up Peter
please
Schiff
do
now.
not. Oh my
No,
God.
of course I will. Of course. So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to savage Peter again.
Come join us.
Oh my God. So gold. Gold is something you dig out of the ground.
This is where Richie, Peter, this is Peter's perfect moment to say, this is probably our
No,
most
but
difficult
here's
time
what's
to
funny.
debate, Peter.
Gold
Peter and I
worked for
agree on some
6,000
stuff.
years, though.
Peter, just to let Peter, hold on, Peter, I just sent you through a DM. So if you check your DMs on Twitter, you'll see an invite to come up on stage.
Yeah, Richard. To be fair, this is the time when Peter looks at the 1 year
It's
chart
fine.
and sees that Hex crashed harder than Bitcoin.
Yeah, and it's only up
and
60,000% now.
Yeah,
like Hex is only up 60,000%.
If you started there right at the beginning, but how
Yeah,
it's performed for those that have listened to your talks around why they should buy it. So
Bitcoin dropped 75%.
Give us I told you so.
If I held on
drops.
to Bitcoin right now, from when I first held it back in 2012, when it was $13 a pop, I'd still be up a massive amount of percentage. I think
that's right.
ridiculous.
Guys, pro tip: crypto goes up 3 years, down 1 year, and it's been doing it for 12 years. It's not rocket science. It's really easy.
You got to give the two sides to the story, which is
I'm happy. I know more about gold than Peter. It's fine. I understand that. It's a reflexive system. I get it. It's fine. Look, bro, my coin I gave away for free. Let me know when they give you some gold for free. You know how many airdrops we got for free? Uniswap was free. 1inch
So
was
are you
free.
saying that no one lost
what
their
about
money in
what
Hex?
about the people that bought it though? Like you're talking about right at the beginning, a lot of people
Every
bought it.
single speculative instrument has the property that people that
if
buy
you
low
if
and
you
sell
gave
high.
it if you gave it away for free, does that mean you failed the Howey test? Or?
One thing at a time. Every single speculative instrument has the property that the impatient pay the patient, that the people that buy bottoms and sell tops take the money from the people that buy tops and sell bottoms. Every single speculative instrument in the world has this property. And it's not just speculative instruments. It's also Beanie Babies, it's collectibles, it's comic books, it's Ferraris. I'm up on my Ferrari. I bought a Ferrari. I made money on it. Why? Because they're sold out. So
Come on,
you
Richard.
cannot.
Like to be fair, I know it's like your
No,
way
but
of things.
you
I know
cannot
it's your
program it
way of
away.
things, but come on,
It's
there's
a
a lot of
feature of the
people.
system.
Honestly, Richard,
You can't
there's
get
a lot
rid
of
of it.
people. There's a lot of people that are suffering. They've lost
Yeah,
money.
fuck those guys.
I know you warned them. I know that if they had listened to you, but to be fair, like there's people in the audience because that are really, really suffering and
Then just
being
wait
told.
6 months and we get a bull run again and you get to get rich again. Go get
Yeah,
a
but
real
just
job,
I'm
be
sorry,
productive in society,
about
save up some
Ferraris
money,
and
and buy the dip.
boasting about Ferraris and diamonds and how they're all idiots. Like, it's not. I know it's your
not
thing. It gets
useful.
traffic,
Listen,
but it's not tasteful.
it's not useful to get everyone else wrecked. My focus is on the guys that aren't wrecked yet. I want to save those guys. I can't save the guys that already got
just
wrecked.
quickly, guys. I've got breaking news, guys. Chat, did you see it about Alameda? Just sorry, quickly, guys. And Peter Schiff, I've sent you an invite via DMs on Twitter. I see you in the audience if you want to come up. But do you see the breaking news chat from Daily Huddle? I'll read out the title.
Checking it right now. It looks like, oh boy.
Legit.
Okay. Let me go ahead and read this out here right now. So, Three Arrows Capital has broken its silence. Says that FTX and Alameda hunted their positions during the Luna collapse. The founders of the now defunct crypto hedge fund Three Arrows Capital are speaking out after months of silence in the wake of the firm's bankruptcy. Three Arrows founders, this is from dailyhuddle.com. Three Arrow Capital founders Kyle Davies and Zhu Su have both taken to Twitter to speak on the recent collapse of the crypto exchange. FTX trading arm Alameda Research saying that the firms were also involved with triggering its bankruptcy. Let's see who this is from here. So this is from
that is the stupidest take I've heard.
So Davies, please let me finish, Richard. So Davies said, I ran a hedge fund, Three Arrows, with Sue over a decade, 7 to 10 figures organic. Since 2018, we were all in on crypto. In May 2022, Luna exploded, and the aftermath, correlated positions, spreads, investments, all moving on against us. We understand now that FTX and Alameda hunted our positions, but at the end of the day, we lost our money. We were the largest dollar losers, and that's of LPs, liquidity providers, and creditors. Today, we are not in control of the firm. There's a liquidation process which will run due course for all involved. Responding to what purport to be screenshots of a Telegram chat with Alameda, Zhu Su says that Three Arrows Capital was wronged in some way, but didn't go into details. He says, it's a long story, but we were scammed just like you guys. It's okay, justice is coming. Despite any claims against FTX or Alameda, both Davies and Zhu have both said they perhaps could have spent more time studying the mechanics of Luna and UST before investing in it. Luna/UST was unprecedented, and we completely messed up the thesis around it. We were attracted by the quality of backers, builders, team, and didn't spend enough time on the mechanics. Simon, I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on this, especially in the part they just mentioned on the liquidation after that news just broke.
Just real quick, Peter Schiff is in the audience. If you can move him up, Mario.
I've already sent him an invite via DMs. He has an invite in his Twitter
For the
DMs.
audience that doesn't understand what hunting someone's position means, you can only get your position hunted if you have margin leverage. If you're a spot holder of a thing, no one can ever hunt you. No one can ever liquidate you. The price is totally irrelevant. If you held Bitcoin like I did, so I mined Bitcoin when it was 50 cents, and then it went up to $30, and I bought a bunch of it, and then it went down 93.5% to $2. And then I held, because why the heck would I sell a 93% dip? You'd have to be an idiot, right? But guess what? In crypto, we got a lot of idiots. So then the price went up to $1,300, and then it went down to $200, and then it went to $20,000, and then it went to $3,000, and then it went to $14,000, and then it went to $3,800, and then it went to $69,000, and now on the way to my 10K call, we've stopped at $15,400. So crypto is extremely volatile. It goes up for 3 years, it goes down for 1. The guys that buy the top and sell the bottom lose all their money, and where does their money go? It goes to the people that bought the bottom and sold the top. Everyone that gets margin trading in crypto gets liquidated and annihilated. Everybody. And anyone that ever plays short in any market gets totally annihilated every single time because the money printer keeps printing and all of the charts go mostly up and to the right forever. Some small group of charts which suck and are scams or have inverse reflexivity like Luna did, where the lower the price went, the higher the supply went. So normal crypto, you get about a 95% dip, and that's about it if you've got product market fit. But with something that has negative reflexivity, where it increases supply as price drops, then you're going to get absolutely wiped out. There was a company that lost $20 million shorting Luna, and it dropped 90% like 3 times over 2 weeks. Can you imagine getting liquidated shorting something that went down 90% 3 times? Well, you know what? I warned people not to short it because you'll get liquidated on a scam wick. The market will bounce up just for a second to hit your liquidation, and then it'll go back right where you thought it would go, and you'll lose all your money. If you trade in crypto, it's the 100% most reliable way to lose all your money. And if you don't believe me, just ask 3 Oaks Capital. Just ask Sam from Alameda, Sam Bankman-Fried. They all lost their money by trading. They made a crap ton of fees, and if they would have just made normal money and not got leveraged up and just rode the fees, like BitMEX, they'd be rich as heck. They'd be
Martin, I
rich
see your
as
hand
heck.
up. I'm interested to hear your thoughts here.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Martin?
Hi, I just was wondering if Richard has like a gene where he has to include self-promotion in every single thing he says.
Only when I'm a god in the space and you kneel to me, yeah, I do.
I don't kneel to you. You're insufferable, and
Meritocracy.
half the things you say
Meritocracy
are
and receipts.
idiotic. There are so many people who made billions in this space that you haven't, and they're not like you. They are humble and they.
I raised $27 million for charity. How much you raise?
I've actually
Neil.
given more money than that to charity.
Neil.
Than you.
Really? How much?
Don't do the dick measuring competition. Just leave it. Like
Martin,
it's not what we're here for.
I've actually taken companies public.
Martin, anyone else can
Richard,
criticize
we've
Richard
heard
hard,
it
but not
many
you.
times. We're trying.
Yeah,
to
but I don't want to sit here and brag. I already finished, but he's bringing it up.
You're the one who starts. That's the problem. Is
No,
every
dude,
other
but I
word
already
you
finished.
say,
You're just making it last longer.
Look at your website. It's a clown show. Like
Yeah, look, I'm the only self-help author with a coin. I'm the only one that called the top on the day. I'm the only one that produced a 10,000x coin that went up in a year and a half of perfect, flawless operation for 3 years. You're not paying attention to the score chart. I already won.
That sounds a lot
Bitcoin
like
dropped
cherry-picking the data.
75. Bitcoin dropped 75%. Ethereum dropped 85%, and Hex dropped 95%. Seems pretty fair and reasonable to me. Seems like really good performance. And by the way, Ethereum wasn't paying you interest the whole time, but Hex was. Bitcoin wasn't paying you interest the whole time, but Hex was.
Listen,
So,
I'm happy
and it was
you're
for free.
I'm happy
Did you get Ethereum for free?
Peter,
I'm
go
happy
ahead.
you're successful, but the point is, you don't see the Winklevoss twins going around doing this.
And what are the Winklevoss twins doing? I know people that can't get money off Gemini. How are the Winklevoss twins doing?
Richard, what happened to you as a child? Like, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to keep telling us about this?
Because I did it the other way, and no one listens, man. I look at my follower chart. There was pre-stupid clothing and post-stupid clothing.
Things that you were happy about as a child.
Really? Don't insult Richard, but then attack his family. Are you baiting me right now? I'm not even going to take the bait.
Everybody, as you're choosing who your gods are and who you
Listen,
elect to bow your knee to.
Let's just pretend I suck. Let's pretend I'm horrible. I want you to hold your own keys, and I want you to buy bottoms instead of tops, and I want you to not have counterparty risk, and I want you to take free coins when they're available. As a Bitcoin holder, you got Bitcoin Cash for free, you got XLM for free, you got XRP for free, you got Byteball for free, you got Hex for free. I want you to take free money. I want you to hold your own keys. I want you to see mad gains. I want you to stop enriching scumbags. That's all I want. And if you have it, and if the only way I can get people to pay attention to me is to act like a jerk off, I'll do it. But in the end, I care about your best interest. I'm trying to save your life.
Peter,
really?
go ahead.
That sounds like Sam Bankman-Fried. I think he was trying to make as much money so that he could give as much away. And
Yeah,
save
but
as
he
many
funded the Republican Party that tried to double our capital gains tax from 20 to 40%. Does that sound good to you?
Is your mission
guys,
really
can I
to help as many
jump
people
in
as
for a
possible?
moment here because I think we're losing track. I have to say in defense of Richard, he is an excellent self-promoter. He has a great sense of humor. He is a very good speaker. Like, we got to give him some respect, right? Not everyone agrees with him. That's okay. But then we have Martin Shkreli, criticizing Richard for his attitude. That's the funniest thing here right now. You know, like everyone needs to chill. We're talking about FTX. Richard made some really good points about, you know, the predictions that he made and how people have lost a lot of money and how everyone should have their own keys, you know, and have their own crypto and not trust third parties with that. I think, you know, he makes some good points. So let's just all chill out. And now, even
FTX
better,
was going to get
wait,
liquidated.
wait. And now let's listen to Peter Schiff as well. Let's fucking blow this room up.
Go, Peter, go.
Well, he's not here, is he? I'm.
I've sent him the invite again, so we'll see if he comes up.
So
Peter?
my point is quite simply, everyone that trades in crypto loses all their money, and it doesn't matter how many billions you're playing with. As a matter of fact, the more billions you have, the harder it is because you eat slippage. Michael Saylor is an idiot, okay? Michael Saylor liked to pay higher prices instead of lower prices. Michael Saylor liked to market buy on Coinbase instead of spreading his order like any intelligent person would across multiple exchanges. In an Ethereum ecosystem, which is vastly superior, we have automated systems that do this, such as Matcha.xyz and OneInch.io, which unfortunately is unavailable to United States citizens. But Matcha.xyz, I think, works for US guys. So in Ethereum, we already can spread our orders across multiple order books and get reduced slippage. We can always choose a slippage limit so that no one front runs us or flash bots us and give us a really bad execution. We already have the most on-chain trading volume of any exchange. There was more Ethereum USD traded on Uniswap yesterday than there was on any other exchange in the ecosystem. There's no counterparty risk. It's amazing. DeFi is the future. You don't have to worry about anyone running away with your money. You don't have to worry about proof of keys because every transaction is its own proof. Decentralized finance is the only solution to middlemen stealing everyone's money. And decentralized finance is not available to non-smart contract enabled chains. You will have to encumber yourself with screwy counterparties that will steal all your money. Let me give you an example. Solana used to have wrapped Bitcoin on the Solana network. And guess who wrapped the Bitcoin for them? Ding, ding, ding. It was FTX. And guess what? All the wrapped Bitcoin on the Solana network that FTX wrapped, it ain't unwrappable now. So you had hidden counterparty risk that people don't know about, that I'm one of the only people in the world to tell you the real risk of it. I'm the guy that tells you crypto drops 85% every 3 years. I'm the guy that tells you those wrapped coins you got, you might not be able to unwrap them. And even if you get and die, you're still at risk if USDC and USDT use their admin keys to invalidate everything because they can at will. As a matter of fact, they've been invalidating some of FTX's transfers. You can go look at the coins that they've invalidated. So long story short, I want you to take control of your own keys. I want you to see mad gains. I want to see less scams. I want to see less middlemen. And everyone that's in this space that has a YouTube channel, you want to know where they make all their money? They make it on referral fees. And who are the only people paying referral fees? Counterparties. Margin trading. And what's the most dangerous thing for any user? Margin trading. It's so dangerous, it's caused most of the liquidations. FTX would be wildly profitable and wildly influential, except they just had to FOMO the top. Michael Saylor liked to pay more instead of less because he thought he was getting richer. Every time he bought the price up higher, he'd go, oh my God, look, the price went up. I'm so much richer. Now all my old coins I bought are worth so much more. But what he isn't smart enough to understand is that what you actually have to look at is how much you're going to eat slippage in the other direction. Oh, you drove the price up against yourself on the way up. Guess what, buddy? You're going to drive the price down against yourself on the way out, and your actual exit price has to account for that slippage. And so now Michael Saylor, he looks like he's down $2 billion. But pro tip, if he actually tried to sell the money that he bought, he'd be down way more than $2 billion because he's going to eat the negative slippage on the other side. He's an idiot.
You know, he bought the top on leverage. What's really interesting about Michael Saylor, I don't know if you guys remember this, but he's done YouTube videos where he's telling people, take a mortgage on your house and put the money in Bitcoin. Can you imagine how many fucking people that guy has ruined with his advice and his videos? Look at him now.
He said Bitcoin was going to fail like online gaming in 2013, and he didn't even delete that tweet. I had a huge bag of Bitcoin in 2013. He was wrong then. He didn't want to buy it when it was 1,300, but he loves to buy it at 10,000. It drives me crazy that every single day, bankrupt guys that not only lost all their money, but everyone else that would listen to them's money have million followers. And I, the guy that gets it all the time, 250K. It's like, what is this upside down world crap? Do people hate money?
At least you have a check mark now, bro.
It might have something to do with your personality.
Is that the $8 version?
Nah, unfortunately, I got the suck D's for blue check, the non $8 one.
I just want to pipe up and say, for those people who are new to the space and who just got onto FDX and whatever, and are trying to figure out who's right and who's wrong, but just don't like being yelled at, like, in my view, Richard is absolutely right. He may not be so soft with his messaging, but yeah, there's no substitute for being in charge of your own assets. So if you're trying to sort out what to do next, and you're brand new, and you're like, who is this lunatic screaming at me? There's actually some good content in what he's saying, and nobody can ever take your coins away from you if you keep it on cold storage. And nobody can take your money away from you if you stop doing high leverage trading. Everybody knows that retail gets rinsed on trading because it's hard and people can build out algorithms to play against you. So,
and the guys with the algorithms get rinsed too. They had every advantage. They had their own crap coin. They had their own front running team in-house. They had their own exchange. They had their own fiat on-ramps, and they still got wrecked margin trading, because margin trading is death. And if you ever short, it's super omega death. People don't understand how bad shorting is. I'm going to give you the quick, short version of it. Well, after I plug DeFi. DeFi and EVM chains stop you from having to suckle middleman D to get out of risk. You can get into a stablecoin like DAI, which is the least risk you can get. It's still risky because USDC and USDT, but in order for USDT and USDT to screw DAI, they really have to like lock all the coins because they're like commingled, and it's kind of, no one would ever buy USDC and USDT again if they did that. So it's kind of existential risk for their business model, so they're unlikely to do it. So like, EVM chains, vastly superior to non-EVM chains because you can de-risk and trade without counterparty risk and without middleman D. It's beautiful and it's amazing, and everything's already proof of reserved. Unless you have fake DeFi, which has admin keys, and there's a lot of that. Unless you have fake DeFi, which doesn't use time-weighted average price and gets liquidated in flash bot attacks. Some of this is a little too advanced for the new guys. So what was I going to say before I was plugging DeFi? What was the other thing?
Margin and...
Yeah, margin. There was another thing too.
Something
Getting
about
wrecked.
how great you
shorting.
are,
Shorting.
that you're
Listen,
the best, and you get
let's
everything
say,
right, and how everybody
dude,
else is stupid.
please
and
don't make
you're
me
the best.
measure up. Please. I suck, okay? I know how much I suck. Fat, old, I get it. I even got gray hair now. I suck. I suck. So, margin trading. Every single finance firm that's in existence that's still alive is long. The short ones are all dead. You get liquidated shorting a Ponzi. You shorted Luna, it went down 90% 3 times in 2 weeks. You still got liquidated on Scamwix. Oops. You short Herbalife. That dude, Bill Ackman, lost $2 billion or $1 billion shorting Herbalife. Lol. And what's Herbalife? Maximum middlemen. What's the maximum middlemen we can put between product and user? Totally inefficient business model. And the guy that shorted it got totally liquidated. Now let's talk about the long guys. So let's say you bought Bitcoin at $1. You rode it up to 70K. You made 70,000x. It's not bad. Now let's say you took the other side of the same move. You shorted Bitcoin at 70K. It went to 0, which it didn't, but let's pretend it did. It went to 0. How many X did you make? You made 1X. Now, wait a second, Richard, are you sure on this math? Yeah, I'm real sure on the math. Let's go through it again so that you know the difference between longing and shorting, because a lot of these guys that get liquidated in crypto got liquidated while being short. Buy Bitcoin at $1, goes up to 70X, $70,000. You made 70,000 times your money. Your $1 turned into $70,000. You go short. You short one Bitcoin at 70K. It costs you the same. Actually, it costs you $70,000. To long it cost $1. To short one Bitcoin cost 70K. It goes to 0. You only made 1X. You made 70K. So you literally made 70,000 times more money being long than being short. Because for the same $70,000 of risk, you could have longed 70,000 Bitcoin at $1. But if you're short, that same 70 grand only shorts one Bitcoin and it goes to 0. You only made a 1X. So people that short crypto, to me, it's hilarious because you're not going to make any money and you're going to get entirely liquidated. And that's the same thing with trading crypto to crypto pairs. Look, Bitcoin, like the COVID dip took Ethereum from 88 to 5,000. That's like, what, 60? Go ahead.
You keep mentioning DeFi, man, and there's a shitload of scam DeFi, right? So
Yeah,
I think
mostly.
No, exactly, man. So I think it's probably helpful, and I know this, and you know this, like to explain some DeFi that makes sense, because a lot of people that are new get wrecked the most in DeFi. It's not just the margin
Uniswap.
trading.
Uniswap.
Yeah. So I think that's helpful to qualify it for everyone, man, because it's easy to just throw DeFi around because the whole space does it, and then people get wrecked every day because of that word.
You're 100% right. You're 100% right.
I almost hate the word DeFi, you know.
Hey, look,
it would be something
I
else.
agree with you. I agree with you. You guys remember who made Uniswap popular? Remember who advertised it more than Hayden Adams, the founder? Remember whose coin had the majority of liquidity and trades on it for like 6 months?
I have a guess. I have a guess. Hold on. I have a guess. Hold on. I think it's Richard.
It
No,
was
you're gonna say it's you.
me.
Okay, bro. I'll let Tara go if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead,
Richard. Go ahead, Tara. I saw you on mute.
Oh, I had requested a little bit ago before, the whole measuring contest began. So I'm just sitting here having a nice laugh.
Sure.
And
Well, I'll give you. I'll give you.
Tara, get your ruler.
I'll give you the mic. I'll give you the mic afterwards.
Richard,
But
I
I
don't want to put you in your place. I'm just playing.
I want to
No
mention something.
pumping.
Simon, do you wanna, Simon, I know you tried to mention this earlier to Richard, didn't get a chance. Richard, I think you'll agree with this one with Simon. You guys tend to agree more than you think.
Simon
you were
makes
telling...
money on people that take your keys away from you. I still like him. He's a nice guy. But he makes money on people taking your keys from you. I don't want you to ever give your keys to anybody.
Simon, did you want to bring up the Celsius and the people that were hurt? I know you were mentioning it earlier. I'd love to give you the mic again to mention that again.
No, yeah, I just want to say, Richard, like it's I understand, you have a different way of coming about things, and there are some pearls and wisdom amongst all the dick measuring and bragging and things and selecting the things that you did say, but there are some things you do get wrong, and you never talk about those. But
well, just tell me what they are and apologize.
Well, I think if we got Peter Schiff up and you did a 1-year chart of gold versus Hex when you told everyone to buy Hex, you'd probably find that Peter Schiff was right over the last year.
So we're going to do that for Amazon too and Facebook too, right? And we'll pretend they're bad assets.
But
we're going to pretend everything down this year is a bad asset, right? So then the whole global, everything's just bad assets because everything's down this year, right?
Yeah. But what I wanted to say is that I have recently just been given some messages, and I sent Mario a video on like some story around people that have actually taken their life because of these things, and there are a lot of people that are on the verge and on the edge, and
guys, we're gonna have a bull run soon. Just stick in the game for a while, man. There's no reason to kill yourself. You're going to be able to get really rich in the next bull run. Just hang out for a while.
Sure.
This is
Tough love
way too serious.
No, tough love does help for some people, but I know it's way too serious. But I got hundreds and hundreds of messages from people that appreciated that message and really needed it at that time because they were feeling really, really shitty.
I have a question, man, because I'm not a Hex dude at all. Me and Richard actually has my ass blocked. So here's the thing. Like, my question is, the advice you give to people, does it get people wrecked? Like, when you keep talking about all the advice you've given, I followed you for a long time, but a lot of the advice you give, man, I'm just being honest, is not helpful for the average person.
You talking about me, Richard? You talking about me?
Simon.
My advice: what diversification, dollar cost averaging.
I'm talking about the way,
preparing
like,
for different outcomes. Yeah, I mean, it may not perform as well as a pump and dump.
The Celsius group and all the Celsius conversations it just blows my mind, man. The amount of knowledge that was given to people that was incorrect across the space, and then now it's like we got all these self-help groups. And it's like this is not new information. This has been going on for a long time, man. Like this is not the first. I think the first exchange I got wrecked on was Cryptopia. Like Celsius isn't new. FTX is not new. None of these blowups are new. Like,
here's the sad part, bro. Crypto's
what
doing
advice
fine.
are you referring to? Like, I don't think anyone on this stage says that you should store your money on an exchange. Everyone's been, that's everyone says that on this stage.
What I'm saying is it's better to talk to people that are new to retail about the right way to use crypto, man. And like, it seems like every time the crypto blows up, it just becomes a self-help group. Like if we're ever going to get past this bullshit, we need to focus on the real thing, which is educating people on how to actually use the products.
Absolutely.
And it just keeps happening over and over again where there's a blow up and then we go into self-help mode. And then we just kick, 70% of the community leaves crypto and disappears, and then we try to bring new people in with new bullshit.
All of us try to get people to use cold storage, and all of us say that that's the right way to go.
I just hate hearing like every time this self-help
if you promote margin trading, you're a piece of shit, and it's really that simple.
I don't promote margin trading.
I'm not trying to attack you, bro. I'm just saying, like,
Okay,
most of this
cool.
space does, man. Like,
Okay,
A
cool.
lot of
so
the
when I
space promotes margin trading. A lot of this space promotes centralized services. A lot of this space invests and uses their money to invest in centralized products and services and sucks in new users and gets user base based on these investments.
Bro, FTX sponsored e-gaming. Who watches e-gaming? Kids. And what are they trying to do? Get kids to margin trade. The most likely thing to kill you in your 20s is yourself. Imagine you add margin trading to that risk. It's absolutely disgusting. And no one speaks out about it. Like I do, but like almost no one else. Because that's how they get paid. Every single, it's a tragedy of the commons that the only way to make money in crypto is either to have a paid group and lie to people and say you're profitable and scam them, or to have referral links to things that feed people to the meat grinder. And there's really like very few other
Or
ways.
my biggest thing that bothers me is it's the VCs and the same people reinvesting in services that they call DeFi that aren't fucking DeFi, and they're behind all the investments, and then they pump up this fake DeFi which isn't real, and then they pretend like it's all like been some really amazing product, then it dumps, or rugs or something else, and then magically it's like, oh, let's go into like, let's have our self-help group and talk about people committing suicide. Yeah, no shit, people kill themselves with bad investments every day, but the problem is at the front end. It's not at the back end. It's all of the people that don't disclose all of the bullshit they sell in the beginning.
I'll tell you what, man.
And that's
there's nothing
totally
about that.
true. I mean, like, if you looked at Alameda's portfolio, and I looked at it and I said, why haven't I not invested in any of the DeFi protocols? And it's 100%. All those protocols that Alameda invested in was fake DeFi. It was as simple as that. They were bullshit projects that did nothing, but pretty much still uses funds. Maybe there were one or two that did something, but most of them were fake DeFi projects that were promoting themselves as real DeFi projects. If you look at real DeFi projects like Uniswap as an example, you don't see them getting an Alameda, VC investment.
So I'll just tell you guys really quick what real DeFi is. It's really extremely short. There's no admin keys, which means the contract is permanent. You can't change anything. When you wanted to upgrade from Uniswap V1 to V2, you needed to move your liquidity. They didn't have an admin key to do it for you. When you wanted to upgrade from V2 to V3, you needed to move your liquidity. There was no admin key to do it for you, which decentralized the security. It made it so that no individual could have pointed everyone's liquidity at some evil thing. That's a better design process. In Hex, we don't ever ask for permission for anything. So a lot of these contracts, including Uniswap, get you to approve the contract spending all your money. And if there's a proxy
But
hidden in the
Richard,
contract,
honestly, Richard, like I understand you want to promote Hex, but like
no,
this where
I'm not. I'm telling you
this is
about.
not the time to use.
I'm not promoting Hex. I'm telling you about superior, trustless, risk-free design
But
processes.
Richard, we've
telling
heard
you.
this so many times. Like the
No,
Hex
you're not.
glitch.
No. I
Like
understand
I
more about
remember
smart
Richard when he
contracts than
used to
you,
say all
and
the
I'm
same
telling you
thing
something
again.
important. You're not listening. You're
I'll
not
let you
listening.
finish. I'll let you finish that
Again,
point,
you guys are
Richard.
getting lost. You guys are
I'm
getting lost
telling
in
you
the
that it's
conversation.
dangerous to approve a contract to spend all your money because they can upgrade the contract with a proxy, but you're not listening. I'm telling you how to do DeFi safer.
Who gives
Make sure you
Guys,
revoke.
let me give Mary. Mary's been the only one putting her hand up and waiting. Mary, appreciate your patience. The mic is yours.
Hey, thanks so much for letting me speak. And yeah, I had my hand up for quite some time. Yeah, there's a lot of measuring going on here, and I just wanted to say this. Everybody has a different delivery. Richard, I had not heard about you. Who you were before, and I may not be a fan of your delivery while people are hurting after having lost their life savings, Richard. And I actually have been in a space where I heard someone who wanted to take their life, and we literally saved them. So I can appreciate where you're coming from, right? But I'm smart enough to recognize that what you're saying is really good advice for people in this space. And I'm learning every single day, and I'm looking for people, that and I think a lot of people that are in this room are listening because they're learning. And this is a great panel that's up here. Mario, I applaud you, Kim, for putting this together because we're all learning in this space.
Mary, sorry. That's exactly why I invited Richard here. You can think whatever you want about him. He's flashy, he's loud, but he's told people for years, don't put your money in exchanges. And if people would have listened to him, they wouldn't now have to deal with this drama.
And it's
right?
more than exchanges, guys. We lost billions of dollars to bridges as well because bridges are obfuscated counterparty risk. And we'll,
Guys, I've got a nice topic. I'm gonna mention something that someone tweeted. I'm going through the comments from the audience. Can we please talk about how useless crypto auditing companies are with such big damage? How the fuck they didn't notice the big hole? Why are they called auditors for? Who can retail trust? So, and we brought that up, Chet, you brought that up as well, that the same auditors that work with FTX also work with other exchanges that we mentioned yesterday. Maybe that's a good, we could bring up the systematic risk.
Hey, Mario, if I can
Just a
finish
second,
my
everyone,
thought on
just
Richard.
a second, please. Yeah. That's what I just wanted to say, Mary. I interrupted you. I'm sorry, and now it's back to you.
No. I totally appreciate that, and thank you so much for letting me speak up here again. And again, Richard, I really, again, your delivery is a little off, but I followed you now because what you're saying makes so much sense. So those things that you were saying is, one, don't short crypto. Two, don't put money on exchanges. Three, learn how to self-custody your coins. I think we all agree on that. And four, never use margin or leverage to trade. So I think you sound amazing, and you're smart and are very intelligent. And I just wish you could work on your delivery a little bit, as I do think there's a lot of people that could benefit from the truth that you're speaking out there. It's just your delivery is just kind of harsh a little bit, but I did follow you, and I am going to listen to you because I like hearing people that have different opinions on things. That's how we all learn. So I do appreciate you, but there are people that are hurting out there, Richard. So I did follow you.
Just on the crypto auditing. So this, I'm not going to mention the name, but it is the top crypto auditor in the space, and a project I was helping build for them got audited by them. I said, let me check the code. I checked the code, found a bug in the code, and if they didn't pick up this bug that was in the code. And it was a simple fact that basically a hacker could come in and make fundamental changes to the code, effectively using balance changes, which the auditors didn't pick up. And luckily, I managed to pick up, and this is not the only instance of this happening where auditors haven't picked something up and something's been hacked. And I can attest to the fact that crypto auditors charge lucrative fees and don't give you the necessarily value add you get. Why do we need crypto auditors? You don't see like a lot of these big DeFi, the real DeFi protocols getting audited. And the reason being is because they're proper DeFi. They don't need ridiculous SEX listings. SEX would end up listening because they have a great product. A lot of these, centralized exchanges need an audit to satisfy their requirements, which a lot of the time is just rubbish. And kind of lastly, Richard, on a lighter note, I'm not sure if you saw the video of the dev where he says how much you actually suck. I think it's quite lighthearted.
I don't think
I think I suck a lot.
About the exchange earlier about auditing. I think auditing does its purpose and its intention at the front end, right? The issue where all these fucking companies keep getting screwed over is when they start working on bridging their assets over to other chains, as well as to other EVM like all the rugs and all the crazy shit that's happening, in my opinion, is not an audit problem, it's a bridging problem. Like they're easy to exploit, and nobody solved that yet. I think bridges, at least on the DeFi side, is where everyone keeps getting fucked.
So the way to reduce your bridge risk is the same way that you should be reducing your transactional risk. And I've never heard anyone else talk about it, but it's such the easiest thing ever. So let's say you want to trade with someone that you don't trust. What you do is you just trade a little bit, and then a little bit, and then a little bit, and then a little bit. And they can only screw you for the last trade. So if, for instance, you want a fiat on-ramp to crypto, you send a little bit to the exchange. You take your crypto out. You send a little bit more. You take your crypto out. You send a little bit more. You take your crypto out. They can only screw you for the last cent. And the same way works with selling. You want to sell your crypto? Send them a little bit, sell it. Send them a little bit, sell it. You might 10x your transaction fees, but you also 10x less your risk. That's a really good deal.
because a lot of the people, like the last guy's comment, they'll be like, oh well, they're audited by Certec or whatever, right? Okay, cool. That doesn't mean that's just like a basic.
I
Like,
think every scam has been audited by Certec though.
no,
And
but
that
I'm saying
might have
that's
been
like
the
a
firm.
baseline. I'd say that's a baseline. That's like jumpstart, like starting the car, man. Like that's not driving the car. You know, like you can't blame the auditing process. That's just like step one. You know.
People, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Oh, it doesn't say that it shows. But anyway, the thing is, people don't even read the audits. So a lot of time, the audit when you
Someone's calling, I think, Richard, so it keeps dropping out. He's got to hang up on them. Can you hear me?
I was going to say,
You're back.
so if your audit, I hear you now. The audit will say this contract sucks because a proxy can change all the code, and then people don't read the audit. Or it'll say that, you know, it can infinitely mint if an admin wants it to, and people just don't read the audit. Having an audit isn't the same as reading the results of the audit and seeing if the team actually fixed the stuff. So just there's no such thing as quote an audit. You actually have to read the results.
Piotr, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, Richard, I've got a question for you. But first, seriously, man, like, I get it. You've succeeded a lot. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone. But as my father says, you know, it's trying to measure whose arse is wider. It's a completely pointless competition, and you undermine your own argument by the delivery. So I really encourage you to say what you're saying. I'm a novice in this space, and I've been listening and appreciate what you're saying, but you really do alienate, I think, a lot of people through your delivery. So I highly ask if you can just be slightly little bit more aware of the people who have taken their lives, including a couple of people I know personally, have been on the very verge of that. So without being too heavy-handed, my question is just, you know, you're bringing in a lot of very useful information, a lot of very timely stuff for a lot of listeners who are in very vulnerable positions. You know, I want to hear your perspective on the regulation front and where we go from here. What's next steps? How do we, apart from better decisions and holding those who are perpetrators accountable, what do you think about the future of the space more broadly?
Deregulation is the answer. The reason that you've never had less choice in banking, you've never had less choice in exchanges, you've never had less choice in insurance, you've never had less choice in cable companies, you have less choice everywhere you look because the government is doing a bad job. The government is supposed to allow capitalism to function by allowing competition. And you allow competition to function by having a free market. And people don't understand what free market means. Free market means regulated market. And what it means is foster competition. So we used to have one telephone company in the United States called Ma Bell. And the government said, you know what? It'd be better if we had multiple telephone companies competing with each other, adding on value, and then the customers choosing who won. And that's what they did. They broke Ma Bell up into many parts. And the same thing happened with digital subscriber lines, DSL, when the internet first came to people's homes. That's how it got to your house. It's called DSL, digital subscriber line. They gave a centralized service of the base layer of internet connection, and then people would add stuff on it. Oh, you can get news groups. Oh, you can get chat rooms. You can, and then they had a baseline, and then they did value add on top of it. That's how you create competition. That's how you create excellence. That's how you let capitalism function. And in cryptocurrency, we don't have that. If you're an American citizen, you're persona non grata everywhere. You're a piece of crap. No one likes you. No one wants to work with you. You're banned from airdrops. You're banned from ICOs. You're banned from exchanges. And why? Because the United States government has done a terrible job protecting its citizens' rights. It's done a terrible job protecting your right to prosper and pursue happiness. It's robbed you of your freedom.
Richard, to follow up on his question, I want to ask you. So regulation, I'm an American too, dude. Regulation's coming. I don't care what anybody says. And so when it does, Ethereum and all the stuff that falls underneath it, anything EVM compatible, all this great stuff is going to get regulated. And I don't think it's a positive. So how do you think the U.S. stays competitive when it happens? Because I believe it's coming, like no matter what anyone thinks.
I mean, look, Joe Biden himself said, hey, I hate referring to Joe Biden as himself. He's an 80-year-old dude that can't drive or barely walk. But hey, he's in charge, I guess. I wouldn't let him drive my Ferrari. Let's put it that way. He says that blockchain is important and that the governmental agencies underneath him should report to him on what type of regulation would foster growth in the space. So his public position is that blockchain is good and that America should lead it. And if that is his actual position, and the people listening to him follow his orders, then we should see regulation that causes competition, regulation that lets other exchanges be an exchange business, that lets people have their anonymity and their privacy because it's a human right. You cannot have capitalism without mixing and anonymity, period. You can't pay your employees without them seeing your wallet and seeing how much all the other employees are getting paid. You can't have wholesalers knowing what all the other wholesalers are getting paid. You can't have your customer base get leaked because everyone can see who's paying you. None of these things are okay in a capitalist system. They break competition. And so we need anonymity, and we need mixing, and we need privacy.
But it's not going to happen, Richard. I think when regulation comes, it's going to look like Coinbase. The U.S. government knows every transaction and every trade and every single person that uses Coinbase's information, and they have 100%. There's no anonymity, and there's 100% oversight of anybody that touches Coinbase. So when regulation comes, when securities are out there, like if Hex, for example, starts, is used throughout the U.S. and it's becomes a security, right? Every single.
But that's not what makes it a security. Adoption doesn't equal security.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying
No,
that if
no,
the
I'm just saying like
government says,
adoption isn't so I'll tell you what a security is. The Howey test states that a security is when you put money into a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others. And that word solely means a lot. Are you doing a job? Are you minting your own coins? Are you performing your own computation? Are you doing your own work?
proof of stake,
That's not a security.
Is proof of stake a security?
Are you doing the work? Are they your keys? Is it your computer? Are you an
Again, this is the government that's going to decide. I'm not going to decide.
No, but I can decide. I know how to read. I gave you the rules very clearly.
I have a different opinion as the government, but the government can decide whatever the heck they want, man. They can
No,
put
they
any.
can't.
Yes,
Look,
they
man, like someone has to put up the fight, and I think the guys that are registered in the United States, like Coinbase, is kind of doing what they should do, taking their giant stack of money, they don't know what else to do with it anyway, and putting it into the lobbying that might save their own business model from going bankrupt.
Well, there's a reason Binance is not there, right? There's a reason why Coinbase is there. Coinbase is there because they do whatever the government tells them to do.
Hey, but Kraken allows you. Look, Coinbase will cancel you if you use a mixer. Kraken won't. That's a big difference, and they're both regulated into oblivion, and they both have the same licenses.
Guys, do you mind? I know Pietro and actually agents. You guys
You're
have your
telling
hand
me
up.
Kraken allows mixers.
I wanna go back to the discussion. A lot of people are asking
accurate,
on your.
I don't know enough about Kraken.
Oh, he can't hear
They
me.
carry Monero for a reason, bro.
Can anyone hear
Coinbase
me?
don't.
Can anyone hear me? Kim, chat.
I can hear you, Mario.
I can hear you, Mario.
Oh, okay, go. All right, cool. All right, guys. So just want to bring back the topic. This gentleman there can't hear me. I've just muted you. A lot of people are asking about FTX. So
The argument that the guy was asking you before, Richard, was simply.
I've just removed the gentleman now, not because he's being rude. He just can't hear me. Glitched for him. So if the team can send him an invite, that'll be great. But Richard, the FTX downfall, the dominoes falling. We did a space on Crypto.com and other exchanges yesterday. We had CZ come in, we had Mexi come in, we had Kraken come in, we had the Canadian one, a whole bunch of exchanges come. Now, I understand your point about having your funds in a cold storage wallet, but most people are still not going down that path. We saw Binance have an influx of net inflows in the 7 days throughout FTX, while most other exchanges had net outflows. How deep do you think the issue is? We had 3 Hours Capital comment on the matter. We've had a lot of insiders come in, and it seems to all be intertwined. I'll tell you two findings. One of them is Alameda, and I've had two projects confirm this. Alameda invests in a project, asks them or forces them or tells them to have the project to leave those funds on FTX, the exchange, and then FTX then sends the funds back to Alameda that invest them again into another project. So it becomes that pyramid scheme, circle jerk between Alameda and FTX. That's number one. And number two, we were the first ones to break the story. An executive of another exchange came on stage, the first space we did on the matter, and before being pressured heavily, she revealed that, and it was confirmed today. Sam led to the Luna crash, and then 3 Hours Capital were fucked by Sam. They confirmed it today, so now I'm not going to say it's a rumor. And CZ knew about this. CZ knew about some of the shenanigans that Sam is doing, warned him. Sam didn't listen, and eventually CZ made the tweet that led to where we are today. So there's just all these stories happening behind the scenes, and I'm only stating some of them and the ones we were able to confirm. How deep is this issue? How many more dominoes could fall, and how much worse could things get before they finally get better?
I mean, the funny thing to me is that everyone's crying and moaning when the price is way higher than it was like a few weeks ago. Like Ethereum was $880 like what, 6 weeks ago, and now people are crying when it's 50% higher. You guys don't know what max pain is. I assure you max pain ain't $1,200. I think it's like you can't like, Ethereum's 50% higher than it was not so long ago. For all these people talking about max pain and killing them stuff and all that, like, guys, look at the charts. You're on a nice bounce right now. Wait till you start making lower lows. Like when I said 11K and pray, the real call is 10,350, and I'm just waiting for people to front run me. 85% off of $69,000 is $10,350. Maybe it's 10,650, but I think it's 10,350. And so we're right now at like 16, 17, something like that. So you still have another third to lose to hit the normal drops 85% every 3 years target, or every 4 years. So this is absolutely standard fare for crypto. This same stuff happens every single cycle, but people think it's new. Nope, I've been here since 2011. I've seen this exact same game show play out time and time and time again, which is why I was able to call the top on the day.
But not to this level. Not to this level. I think now
this level, we didn't even drop 85% yet. Like, we didn't even do a big drop yet.
Not in terms of price action. In terms of how fucked up we got things. To what level we fucked things up. Because now we've got regulators looking at the matter.
The point here is, it doesn't matter how much more crypto drops, because of FTX, a lot of people have lost everything. And I agree with Mary that we need to be a little bit more considerate for the people that are in this room listening that have lost everything. So let's just chill a little bit. But here's what wait. Here's what I would like to do. You are a very smart guy. Regulation is coming. We have people in the room that are regulators that are listening to us and following this whole thing. If you had to pick 3 regulations to make exchanges safe for users, what would they be?
Make people custody their own funds. It's the only reason why crypto exists. The only second reason why it exists is censorship resistance.
What about onboarding and offboarding, though?
Limit the amount, make them stagger their orders. Don't let them stick their whole stack in at once.
It's not very free market, what you want to...
No, but look, man, getting regulations in general so this is what I was saying earlier. People get it backwards. Free market means regulated market. An actual free market consists of people shooting their competitors. An actual free market was U.S. Steel controlling all the steel and the railroads that shipped it. Actual free markets are the opposite of free markets. They're very unfree. So even in...
So Richard, go back to Kim's question. So we know that onboarding and offboarding has to exist. So the answer is you have to have centralized. So what would be the top 3 regulations?
No,
the first one
hold
you
on.
said was...
No. There is a solution here that I'm the only guy that's talking about it. Let you buy crypto from your neighbor without your neighbor worrying about going to prison for being an unlicensed money transmitter. Decentralize the on-ramps, decentralize the off-ramps. When someone has a used t-shirt, they don't have a problem selling it on eBay. They don't have a problem selling it to the used clothes store. They don't have a problem selling it on StockX or all these other websites. But with crypto, everyone's terrified of going to prison for unlicensed money transmission. I believe that if a friend of yours gives you $100 and wants 520s, you should be able to do that. And I believe if a friend of yours has $100 and he wants 5 of a different currency and you happen to have it, you should be able to hand it to him without worrying about going to prison.
So bring back local Bitcoins, but
yes,
they're going to say, okay, we'll do a limit on the amount, or are you saying unlimited?
It's better than nothing, bro. Because look,
okay, so if I want to buy $1 million of Bitcoin from a bank account, let's talk about that scenario.
I think you should be able to do it. I think that fake law enforcement is adding more hay and hoping that they can find needles in haystacks. Having everything get a suspicious activity report, a CSAR, is not helping law enforcement do their job properly. Searching people at the airport when they actually test it and see whether bad stuff gets through, the bad stuff always gets through.
So your
It's
advice is
security theater.
firstly allow for peer-to-peer, secondly undo
Yes.
AML laws, and thirdly
Yep.
stop caring about tax collection because they want the data.
No, you're still going to get tax collection because you see what people bought with it. So anytime someone tries to cheat on taxes, you just look at the stuff they have and you go, hey, the stuff you have doesn't equal the tax you paid, so we're going to bust you down.
My feedback on that is you're probably fighting a trend you're going to lose, so it might be worth focusing on something else.
No, but like we have jurisdictional arbitrage, right? Like you can drive across the border to Mexico and do stuff, or you can set up a company in another jurisdiction and have your company do it. You know, a lot this
Yeah, but
idea of
these are all ways around. Like if we're talking about your average American that wants to put $1 million into Bitcoin, they've got dollars, they're onboarding for the first time, and so centralized
The
exchanges
average
don't exist.
American doesn't have $1 million.
Yeah, sure,
right.
but it's
But
been
but
inflated
it's
away.
just like you have to realize that AML KYC is security theater, and all the criminals get their money washed just fine, and the only people that are actually harmed are the honest guys. It's security theater. It's law enforcement theater. We need more investigators. We need more judges issuing injunctions. Those are things that actually get stuff done.
Let's go to DeFi then. So Richard, like if somebody creates a token and they follow all your like there's no admin keys and stuff like that, but they end up with a bunch of the supply, and they go on a YouTube video and tell everyone to buy it, and they're dumping it at the same time. Like what type of things do you think should be done about this? Just
I
crowdsource?
think you just described like almost every altcoin.
Yeah, exactly.
Every
So
single altcoin has
do you think?
extremely highly centralized ownership.
Yeah, but do you think
Even
like
Bitcoin does.
some element of do you think we should just leave all that in the unregulated sphere, or do you think some
100%. Caveat emptor. Like you have to understand, you cannot live in a world that is free, and then when you centralize control, it gets worse and worse and worse until you have a revolution. Every single law in the United States that has a fixed dollar amount is going to crush and kill you. Let me give you an example. You can only travel across the border with $10,000. That was made in the 1970s. $10,000 now is 3 or 4 times less powerful than it was in the 1970s. So in effect, you are now restricted 3 or 4 times more because it was a poorly written law that didn't adjust for consumer price index increases and inflation.
What about free market solutions then? Like
What I'm saying is that these laws have to be changed because eventually you won't be able to travel with a cheeseburger worth of money across the border because fiat currency is going to zero, bro. And so the law has to be changed. It has to be upgraded. If you're going to have a Fourth Amendment that says you have a right against unreasonable search and seizure, guess what, bro? You don't get to unreasonably search and seize all of your citizen stuff. Civil forfeiture needs to go bye-bye. Like, there's a lot of clawing back of human rights that needs to happen. They used to not be able to read your mail. It was illegal. It was a federal crime to read people's mail. Now we use email. So guess what? Everyone can read it and does. You lost your rights when we went from analog to digital and just no one was paying attention, and it's not okay. And if you don't fix it on your own, eventually it's going to go so bad you have a revolution and a lot of people die.
Well, the Fourth Amendment died with the Patriot Act. So once that
like,
came,
I know you want to be
also-
pragmatist and like pretend you
it's-
can't fix these things, but they are fixable actually.
No, I mean,
You just
I
need-
don't live in America for these reasons, but you know,
That's
but also the Constitution said that money has to be backed by gold. You know, these.
The U.S. government and international central banks have already decided CBDCs are going to do everything you said, Richard. Only the opposite. It's going to be worse.
Yeah.
It's
Guys,
going to be
can I
worse
step
than
in
it
Yeah.
is.
So what we're
a little
saying,
bit
Richard,
here?
is like I think
CBDCs are worse than
philosophically-
anything.
philosophically-
CBDCs are far worse.
It's going to be
I
worse
guess-
than it said.
Yeah, we're trying to go beyond the philosophical debate because, like, a lot of us come from.
I'll
that
give you.
place.
I will give you
not philosophical,
pragmatic.
that's real.
I will give
It's
you
happening.
pragmatic stuff you could do.
Yeah.
Let banks sell crypto, and just treat it like money. And then the same bank that you go to put your stupid savings account, your stupid checking account, you can buy your stupid crypto. And they already did that. They already passed that law. I don't understand this like the world is ending, everything sucks, everything's horrible. We did make some progress there.
Do you want to know what stopped that one? So Basel regulations state that as you have more assets on your liabilities, you have to go through additional stress tests and have more deposits. And so if you custody Bitcoin under banking regulations, as the price of Bitcoin goes up, you have to find more deposits in order to meet the Basel requirements and stress
Yeah,
requirements.
that's correct. I mean, hey, can I step
Fix
in
it.
just here a
Before
little
Just
bit?
fix
before you
it.
step in,
Amend it. They're not
Can I
permanent laws. You can
can I
fix
step
them.
in here a little bit? I mean, there's three
before you do,
things.
Cherry, before
Yeah.
you do, just want to say we're verifying the identity of an insider at Alameda that will be potentially coming in very shortly, verified. So just want to let you all know. Go ahead, Cherry.
Thank you very much. By the way, the comment about going to Mexico, I'm actually Mexican and Belgian, even though I have a stupid French name. But here's the thing: like, I from a libertarian perspective, I was appointed the managing director of the American Institute for Economic Research, the Bastia Society in Switzerland. So it's basically a libertarian think tank. And the reason why I think Switzerland is doing it the right way is because it's a principled regulation. It doesn't mean that the law is just like set on stone. It's basically, okay, so what are the principles that we're using? And here I think the principle have to be like free market competition and basically best practice when it comes to that. So if there was a regulation to put through, I would say, first of all, not have necessarily the bureaucrats decide for it, but the industry decide like what's the best practice and whether or not they accept it or not. And then usually, as we move through what we're seeing now, we will definitely be learning that, we want more transparency, we want more ownership, we want self-custody and things like that,
But we don't want more
Now,
transparency and
hold on,
everything.
hold on a minute.
Celsius doxed all their users. Celsius gave away the addresses and names of all of their users and all of their crypto addresses because you use timing analysis.
So that's another thing, and I think it has a lot to do with the U.S. dollar, because when you use the U.S. dollar, you basically depend on the U.S. Treasury, and that's just the way it is. That's just the way the world works, right? Now, the other role I have at the UNITU, which is I'm trying to push for the free market enterprise system perspective on how CBDCs are being built. And I can tell, I can tell you on the closed doors, the conversation goes as such. The interoperability, and the big problem here is that every single central bank is doing their own little CBDC, and there's a big issue as to how they can work. And here's the problem. Some of them want more or less what they call programmability, which is basically they can do whatever they want with it. And some of them want more or less privacy, right? And so I personally think nobody wants their product, but ultimately they're the ones who will crack on the people like Tether when even if they were backed one-to-one, they would just come and say, well, we have the Fed coin now and you're illegal because we said so, right? And that's just the way the world works. So, I don't think, if there's any regulator listening here, I would say, don't necessarily regulate for the sake of regulation. You can do announcements and all that, but I think the best regulator is the free market. As you go through trial and error, usually that's what you get.
Just got some breaking news here from the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve. This is the second Federal Reserve official to come out today to speak about the crypto markets. Federal Reserve Bar says a crypto asset-related activity requires effective oversight. That includes safeguards to ensure that crypto companies are subject to similar regulatory safeguards as other financial services providers. Recent events remind us of the potential for systemic risk if interlinkages develop between the crypto system that exists today and the traditional financial system. Yes, okay, and the Fed is, okay, that's what they had, okay, so that is the end of their statement, Federal Reserve Bar there on the crypto side.
Yeah, guys, look, at the end of the day, what they're really saying, and I hope that's what they're really saying, is that there is rules already. You just need to apply them and see if they work where in the crypto sphere. Most of the issues we're seeing now, it is already illegal. Like appropriate customers' funds, you don't need to make a new law here. It's already illegal. Not segregating the customers' funds from your funds, that's illegal. You don't need to regulate more here. You just need to apply the law. So, the first thing is like, let's not like try to push for somewhat of a regulation just because it sounds nice to say that.
I don't think you know how bad the law sucks, though. normal
No, I
banks
know,
are
I know, I know.
fractionally
But
reserved
the
and need
first thing is
insurance
don't
to
add
make
on
up for the
top,
suck.
Like the
I'm just
minimum you
saying
can
that,
do is not adding on top of the regulation that
yeah.
there is. I
Yeah,
mean, I
but there
tell you
are,
what,
Richard,
in
there are
Switzerland, there's a lot of.
No, but
there are
USDC
custody
insurance only covers you up to 300 grand.
No, but you're confusing banking with custody and trust laws. The custody and trust laws would completely prevent you from even rehypothecating. So all these laws do
I
exist. Securities laws
like that.
exist.
I like that, and I would agree with you if you called them trust and custody laws and not banking laws. My point is that those laws that you like would protect users, and I probably would support those for crypto exchanges. I think those would be good laws. Stop commingling funds.
But
Treat the
here's the
people's
thing:
stuff as their actual stuff.
they already exist. It's just exchanges
But
aren't
look,
following the
the
laws.
license,
No, but they're not
might
even
have.
registered in the United States. Who gives a shit what the United States law is? They're not even registered in the United States.
Exactly. There's
Yeah, but
always going to
those
be
custody laws
regulatory arbitrage.
exist outside the United States, and the United States has the IMF and FATF that enforces all regulations on all other regulators. So these things already exist. It's just
No, but no one will
what's
register where they exist. So FTX was in the
they do
Bahamas.
they exist
Exactly.
everywhere. Like
BitMEX is in Seychelles. Where's Binance? Lol, nowhere.
I mean, ultimately,
That's not true.
ultimately, there's always going to be.
Where's Binance? I want to serve them
Go ahead.
something. Where are they?
Sorry,
Give me their
Go
address.
ahead, Gabriel. Go ahead, Gabriel.
I was saying that the Binance has multiple corporate registrations around the world. Bahrain.
Well, that's funny because we filed a lawsuit against them for us being gate capped at number 201 in CoinMarketCap for 3 fucking years now. No matter what our market cap really is, we're always number 201. Lol. That sounds like a lie and fraudulent to me. And we have a lawsuit against them.
If you look at their terms and conditions, you won't find an address. They do have certain segregated parts, but it is incredibly hard to decipher.
Well, I'll give you a concrete example.
And it's even more dangerous when you portray yourself as regulated in one area and then you don't disclose what area that is. And I think like Kim was calling CZ up on some of those things with BUSD and FDIC disclosures and various other things. I think so, Richard. I think what we're saying is that you're giving the argument for what I think. There is going to be onboarding. And
there are good
offboarding
laws, and I think custody and trust laws are the best of the bunch as far as helping exchanges stop stealing customers' money.
Yeah. So those regulations all exist, and there's centralized companies. So when the Fed's coming out and saying they need to have a similar standard, they're basically just saying when you're selling securities, comply with securities laws. When you're doing custody and trust, comply with custody and trust laws. If you're doing banking, then comply with banking laws. And if you're doing lending, comply with lending laws. All these laws exist because everything that just happened right now happened in the 1930s. So we've seen everything before, but no one's complying with them. But then there's another part to it, which is very true what Richard is saying, that we need who regulates the regulator, and the answer to that is you have your centralized regulations, which are all needed in an environment where humans can do things off chain. But you also need the check and control upon the abuse of freedoms and privacies and everything that the centralized systems and central bank digital currencies will take away from us, which is why you have to give people voluntary opt-out of the financial system. So you need Bitcoin, you need DeFi, and applying the same rules to those is not going to take us in the right direction. It's going to completely violate the Constitution, and it's going to move America further and further away at a time when it's trying to compete with changing empires from the very same things that made America what it was.
The most decentralized governance and fair governance you can find is the market, period. I mean, there is no other way. And I think we have now increasingly the technology to kind of like decentralize those decision making, like basically asking the cryptosphere, hey, do you think there's something wrong here? Do you think we can like have more transparency? Yes, no. Do you think we should segregate the funds and then have them like constantly surveyed so that we can check them and not necessarily just trust your word? Yes, no. So there is mechanisms that will be put in place in the crypto world. What I'm afraid of is that this is actually a better system than what we have now in the traditional system. And if you go on to try to kill that because the bad actors, right, and then you try to go into the traditional system, which is actually worse and even more opaque, then I don't think we're making any progress here.
Yeah, and that's why you need both, because there will be moments when our industry, just like right now, completely fails, and there'll be decentralization failure. There'll be those things, and so if our industry gets too scammy, too crazy, and burns people too much, then there needs to be the opt out from this shit at the same time. So you need to have the two systems to keep each other honest, because you need more honest fiat currency and you need more honest decentralization. The two need to coexist, because at times you'll get a bit of a pendulum of failures.
I mean, it's creative destruction. Huh? We're not reinventing the world here. Huh? It's Schumpeter creative destruction. So I think it's a healthy thing. Like, the purge is the purge, and we've seen some, and I think this is another one of those. And then, in the end, the purge just lets you know which one of the players are actually acting appropriately, and then you build a track record.
We got a huge framing problem, guys. A huge framing problem. Something we could address and actually do easily. Crypto is doing great. Crypto is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Okay, we're back to the price of a few years ago. Fine. So is everything else. Everything else is back to a few years ago price too. Crypto is doing its job amazingly with near 100% uptime in the real cryptos. Mine's up 100% of the time. Ethereum's up nearly 100% of the time because it upgraded the network, and Bitcoin's up about 100% of the time. Normal finance isn't. Crypto did not fail here. What failed is the trashy, garbage, middleman stuff that crypto solves. And it's a huge framing error that everyone has made, making it look like these centralized scumbags opposite of crypto stuff is somehow a failure of crypto. It's not. Crypto is doing its job awesome. Its price are back to a few years ago, and its price is still the best performing asset that's ever existed. Ethereum is still up 300,000%. Bitcoin is still up
crypto, how much
6 million%.
How much would you say in crypto is actually decentralized?
I think unless you're holding the native token of a chain or something that's extremely well audited, you're very likely to be exposing yourself to admin key risk or centralized counterparty risk. So for instance, if you use something that has a price oracle, some guy runs the oracle server, that ain't real DeFi. If you're using something with an upgradable contract with a proxy, that ain't real DeFi. Anyone can screw it anytime.
And what
if
if
you're
you
doing
got
stuff
something
with DAOs?
What if you got something decentralized and most of it is staked on an exchange?
It depends on the risk profile of the exchange of what their fear is.
But if everyone puts their Ethereum, or a massive chunk of Ethereum, can't be asked to figure out how to stake, puts it on the exchange, those exchanges are regulated. Do you think that's decentralized?
No.
That's a good point.
It's not. It's not decentralized. It's extra
and then
risk.
if someone launched a token on top of that, is that decentralized?
It depends on what the counterplay is once they execute the bad thing. So I invented a term called just-in-time security. And what it means is that if you're there's a lot of proof of stake networks that operate with 21 nodes. And then if, doors start getting kicked in, then you can change the number. You're like, oh,
Guys,
the
what
feds
the
are
fuck
kicking.
with
Who can change that?
One letter by one letter there.
Well, you just the same way you upgrade any consensus network, the nodes just vote on it and they just run the new software. So like in Bitcoin, there's a BIP that they used for signaling what parts of a new upgrade they'll accept. So there's a whole system for signaling what upgrades you're okay with in Bitcoin. Ethereum has not a BIP system for it, but the guys that run. So for instance, you're trying to say Ethereum's dangerous, and I'm going to tell you that that's analogous to Bitcoin pools. So in a Bitcoin pool, if they start to be evil and get too much hash rate, you can remove your hash rate from that pool and reintroduce decentralization just in time. It's not ideal, it's not perfect, but just-in-time security works for a lot of things. So for instance, what if the government starts doing SHA-256 mining and 51% attacking blocks are just mining only empty blocks? Then you can do a proof of work change just in time. What if everyone sent their coins to Coinbase and Coinbase just starts censoring transactions? Then you fork the network, you remove Coinbase's coins because they were a bad actor, and you go ahead with the fork. These are all socially enforced networks, and any evil that tries to step in is removed by the social aspect.
Do you think Ethereum was more likely to be decentralized under proof of work or proof of stake?
I would say proof of work, but I'm unsure how centralized that actually was. So I mean, it's
So Ethereum has probably gone less decentralized, and it's been a
probably, yeah.
downgrade to the system.
Well, no, it's an upgrade because all people care about is mad gains, and as long as it's centralized enough
Oh,
and
but
no
yeah,
one's
but you're saying everyone needs to be using their own keys and.
no, but like, dude, if it gets bad, you just fork the network. They already did this once before, right? Like there used to be the real Ethereum is Ethereum Classic, but they decided not to let the quote unquote hacker get paid. Not that he really was a hacker,
Do you
but
think the ESG narrative might have contributed to centralizing Ethereum more and making it more easy to attack and control?
100%.
I think that it's going to flip Bitcoin within the next year and a half to 2 years, and then
So
I
then
think
we're going to lose. We're gonna have the number one token is going to all be on exchange, most likely to be all on exchanges.
well, here's the
You're going
good
to get
news,
the
bro.
opposite of
I
what
made
you're
a
asking.
copy of that network, and maybe my guys are smarter and don't stick all their coins on exchanges.
We
So
could do a little DEX or something. Guys, what's up with SBF who posted the N letter? Like, what's that?
I couldn't understand what you said. What letter?
Well, SBF just posts like letter by letter, and then he posted
I'm
an
trying.
N.
I'm trying to ignore the whole SBF letter thing because it just seems such a silly
Like,
attention grabbing.
like his mental health.
Has he
is
done
okay?
It spells out happen if you want to work it out. That helps in anything, but yeah.
We had Martin Shkreli come on and because he's been through a kind of similar situation.
Hacked or trolling?
Yeah. So, but we had Martin's thoughts on it. We had the insider come on yesterday, spend a couple of hours giving us his thoughts. Yeah, it just if we kind of conclude there's most likely him grabbing attention. I know there's a few conspiracy theories, but we got caught our attention. I said I'll never mention it again, but it seems to keep coming up every time he posts a letter, so he's winning. But I would definitely get back to the topic. But I want
So
to go.
guys, basically the one thing you can all do is frame this as a failure of centralized crap and not crypto. Crypto is doing great. Centralized crap is not.
Richard, you said that you think that Ethereum will flip Bitcoin. I'm curious to know your other reasons why. And by the way, great line of questioning, Simon. But I'm very curious. You said that I believe that too.
The parade of imaginary horribles rarely comes true. The parade of imaginary horribles rarely comes true. All of these blockchain softwares are pretty crap, to tell you the truth, and all of them can be attacked. You can do eclipse attacks. You can do denial of service attacks. I mean, if you Google Bitcoin critical vulnerabilities, they've had endless critical vulnerabilities, but the majority of them were fixed and patched before anyone bothered to do them because it's not profitable to do them. You'd be better off
Richard,
taking your...
Tara Bull would like to ask you a question. That's okay.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Tara, the mic is yours. Can you hear us?
I can hear everyone except Richard, so unfortunately spaces are awful and need a lot of work done to them.
For you.
Close your app and come back, and we'll move you up as speaker again.
Yeah, one thing you could do, Tara, is I'm gonna DM you an invite. So don't put your hand up. So drop down, shut down the app, DM me when that's done, and I'll send you an invite via DM, Tara.
I've only done that like 15 times just to get up here, but I'll try again. And I'm also gonna DM Elon Musk and ask him to please fix Twitter Spaces for all of our sake.
It actually glitched for him. It glitched for Elon Musk when he was in the space a couple of days ago.
So basically, just-in-time security means that most of these threats never happen. They just don't. You can 51% attack works. No, they almost never do. So this fear that Ethereum will somehow be 51% attacked is easily countered by the same social consensus that countered the DAO hacker. It's easily countered by the same social consensus that upgraded the network in the first place. And so if blockchain networks get attacked by bad guys, you just upgrade the software to counteract the bad guy doing stuff. And it's very robust, to tell you the truth. It's the way that you tell that Bitcoin's a real Bitcoin, because there's longer chains, but they don't have as much chain weight. And what measures the chain weight? The humans do. So a lot of these attacks, you don't really have to worry about them. I tell you that the emission rate of Ethereum being nearly negative, having almost no inflation at all, while Bitcoin is still at 2% or 1.79 or something like that, it's a really big deal. And if Bitcoiners' main claim to fame is, oh, we're hard money, our inflation keeps going down. Well, I got bad news for you. Ethereum has less inflation than you now. And all the devs, and all the projects, and all the on-ramping, and all the features, and all the stable coins. It has everything. and it did way better than its previous all-time high. 1,500 to 5,000 is a much better jump than 20K to 69K. So like Ethereum's going to murder Bitcoin in this next bull run. Wouldn't it be funny if that rainbow chart just went all the way into the ground? Lol, I hope not, but it's good.
Ninja, you have a
Hey,
question?
Richard, you said something that I think is quite true. You said that crypto isn't broken. Crypto isn't the problem, and I totally agree with you. What is the problem is how crypto has been used as a speculative asset, with all these middlemen and all these, clowns and their scams and, promotions. I mean, if none of that would have happened and we would have just used crypto as it was intended as a new means of payment and control of our own financial freedom, we wouldn't be in this shit show right now. We're probably in all these years that, crypto is already here. If we would have focused on actually using it the way it was intended, we may have already replaced the outdated, corrupt financial system that we're living under. So I find it really refreshing that you remind us that crypto is fine. It's just how we're using it is bad.
Well, I think a way of having hard money in order to counter the wealth destruction that's created by fiat currency, and have the ability to save in something that's more easy to audit and more easy to send than gold. I think that's a really, really important use case. And if we just created another payment rails, then everybody's stablecoin would be inflating away at the same rate that the dollar's inflated away. And to produce an exit for savings and bring savings back into the economy is important.
There's no inflating away because we're not printing most cryptos. I mean, there's some inflationary cryptos.
Yeah, but you're talking about
the reason why we have inflation in fiat is because there's endless money printing, and will just continue until it's worthless.
There's endless money printing in crypto, but as long as your expenses are in a different currency to the one that you're trying to save in, you will always have Gresham's law, and humans will always spend the money that they think goes down in value and save the money that they think goes up in value, and you can't change that. And it's why stable coins are the only thing that got adoption in as a medium of exchange, because unless things are priced in the same currency, you'll always make those kind of rational decisions, or try and then you end up in the situation where you're just using crypto in order to accumulate more dollars, which is what creates the speculative frenzy.
So it's literally just greed that is fucking ourselves. We're not going to get more freedoms, peace around the world, all the progress that crypto is promising, because we're just greedy fuckers.
No, you can have hard money, and then you can have the ability to use fiat on a blockchain in the same currency at which things are priced in. That's where we're headed, and it's working. You're not going to get rid of this symbiotic relationship between fiat currency and an exit from fiat currency. That's what we've got to fight for, because you'll never get one extreme or the other. You'll get choice, and fiat currency is very useful for managing your expenses each month. Like I would hate to have to pay my rent in Bitcoin, because I couldn't plan for that financially, and I haven't got time to think about hedging strategies.
Yeah, but Simon, it's this paralysis that keeps crypto from taking off. Crypto was not meant to be held as a store of value. It was meant to be used as a transaction tool, peer-to-peer.
Then they shouldn't have made the supply fixed. If you want people to spend it, you have to increase the velocity of money, which is where you start increasing the supply to encourage spending. If you want fixed supply and you want hard money, then people are going to always naturally gravitate towards saving hard money and spending money that they think is going to go down in value. Like, you're never going to buck that trend.
So like I think that you guys are basically agreeing with each other, but you don't want to, so you're just getting like snippy. We're talking about the world's best performing asset that's ever existed in the history of mankind. Ethereum's up 300,000%, Bitcoin's up 700 million%. Even my coin's up 60,000%. Everyone here got rich except the guys that just bought the top in the last year and a half. So by and large, the vast majority of people that bought during the majority of these coins' existence are up massively. So
unless they traded, the investors that got
exactly.
through the 4-year cycle have always won.
Yep. The guys that trade are the food that makes the chart go up higher, unless the scammers de-risk into US dollars.
Or
So
unless
this
they
is
left it in a centralized exchange.
yeah, but even then, as long as it didn't actually exit to fiat, it pumps all the market cap still. So there's this weird mechanic in crypto where if people scam and okay, I have a perfect example for guys. You guys are going to love this. The U.S. government just seized $1 billion from the Silk Road hacker that is just brand new, just came out a few days ago. Guess what? He just sat on the 50,000 Bitcoin. He didn't spend them. So if a hacker comes along and sucks up $1 billion of your stuff and never sells it, similar to Satoshi, it just pumps the market caps and it never hurts the price. So, you know, a lot of these centralized coins like ERC20s, like BNB, for instance, you go look at the ownership cap table and it's like the top 100 addresses own 90% of the coins. And it doesn't matter what ERC20 you pick, but BNB's made all-time highs versus Bitcoin consistently. BNB has been a better performing asset than Bitcoin. Well, lol, that's pretty interesting, right? So now look, there's the counterparty risk there, like they're doing a burn, they might not burn anymore, all this different stuff. But like my point is that centralized ownership is very often amazing for price performance, but people confuse it with centralized network, which is bad for censorship resistance. And so for price pump, you prefer centralized ownership. What's the least centralized ownership coin in crypto? Bitcoin. And what's the least gains in crypto? I don't know, Bitcoin, only 3x'd in 5 years. Well, that sucks.
You've got to add an element of risk adjusted to everything.
Sure, 100%, sure. But look, when stuff like, so my point is, this is the best performing asset class that's ever existed. It has nearly 100% uptime. You're getting free airdrops out the yin yang. Pulse Chain is going to give you a free copy of everything on the Ethereum network. And we got 10 or 20, well, I don't know, maybe 10 airdrops during the last bull run. Where else in the real world do you get actual free money? You don't. The real world does not have free money on offer. But in crypto, I swear to God, there's actual real free money. It's wild. It's like insane. How lucky are we? And I mean, so if the government would just take its grubby, dirty hands off of our amazing technology, stop with the regulatory horror of making it illegal to sell the stuff to your friend, let exchanges flourish and have American customers, and let capitalism and competition do what it does best and give users choice and they choose the better thing, would be glorious. Why do you think everyone used FTX? I mean, FTX basically just came up because the founders of BitMEX got arrested. The guys that are FOMO tards that want to go FOMO hard didn't want to do it on BitMEX anymore because the founders went to jail for a while. And that's the only reason FTX came up, basically, is because it was considered a more play safe to FOMO and to get wrecked margin trading, in my opinion.
Right.
My opinion. So look, long story short, there is no better performing asset in the history of mankind. There is no better uptime than 100% uptime. These features are amazing. The fact that you can get around evil governments doing capital control stuff that they might not should be doing, like North Korea or some other communist governments. The fact that you could leave a war-torn area like Ukraine with your money. The fact that if there's another war or a time of strife, you could pay to get your way out of those countries. There's just so many amazing things that crypto does that nothing else can do. It's one of the only things I know of in this world that can change man's relationship to government, and it will make less war. The government goes to
Richard,
war.
I wouldn't, Piotr, I'd let you continue. I think you'll agree with me. I just wouldn't put all governments, or put government in general, in just in a basket of being evil. Like we had regulators come on, we had the ex White House chief of staff, and he understood crypto. He supported decentralization and self-custody. So I think there's flaws in the current centralized world, but I don't know if even crypto itself is still an experiment, in my opinion.
If you've got a
Richard will-
grandma, they're stealing your grandma's money every single day. The government prints away the value of your grandma's money that she worked her whole life to save every single day. If you're a crippled person or you're on fixed income, or you're on a pension, your life is totally ruined by the inflation of these guys printing away the value of all your money every single day. They're violating the rights of the citizens. They're violating their right to free speech. Hey, guess what, guys? Here's something that, I'm a little bit pissed off about. I hear Hex influencers are getting subpoenas for promoting Hex. That really upsets me a lot, because Hex isn't a fucking security. It's truly 100% decentralized and launched totally complete and is uneditable and unchangeable. Period.
So Richard, I've got a question for you then. I think, again, I agree with a fair amount of what you said, and it's actually, I really enjoyed the exchange between you and Simon. And, as I say, I think we've got, 16,000 people in here. I'm going to represent probably a proportion of them, which is I'm a novice in this. I have very little, in this industry. So from what I'm hearing from you, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that, now in the aggregate scheme of things, everything now is relative to when it first began. But that question leads to me is, so how do us newbies, again, if I'm role playing for some people, get involved? If things are continually getting in a way, we're in a fluctuous period, it's volatile, there's a lot of concern, the encroachment of potentially regulation. And I might point out that a lot of your focus, which is fair enough, is to do with the United States, but it's going to be different in other parts of the world. China's not even, allowing Bitcoin mining. How do we navigate this period as people who want to get involved? They want to understand where to go, how to do it. What would you say to those people?
Quite simply, look, Kraken.com's got thin order books, but Jesse Powell that founded it is a cypherpunk, libertarian, believes in human rights, So now he ain't CEO anymore. Hopefully whoever there is running it is still doing a good job. I don't like referring people to exchanges that have margin trading. They get wrecked. So, but if I had to on-ramp a new user, I'd either on-ramp them to Bitstamp, who apparently will AML KYC you to death and ask you the worst questions ever, or to Kraken that has margin trading, but at least has Monero. Now, how many exchanges have Monero? Almost none of them. Why? Because they're cowards. But Kraken has Monero because Kraken cares more about your ability to be anonymous, your ability to have privacy, your human rights. Privacy is a human right, and you should never feel bad about using it. And anyone that would take it from you, ask them for their email password. Ask them to see their search history on YouTube and on Google and see how quickly they care about privacy again. So I would just tell a new user, look, set up an account on Kraken.com, install MetaMask on your phone, never give anyone your private keys, never give anyone your seed words. There is no support. Anyone that direct messaged you is scamming you. If someone messaged you and said there's support, they're scamming you. If someone messages on Twitter and says there's support, they're scamming you. Don't enter your private keys into a website ever. Do not approve weird dApps. Don't fall for fake giveaways. Don't fall for, I'm going to send you send one, you get two back, fake Elon Musk giveaways. Or lately, all these fake Uniswap liquidity bot giveaways. They're all scams. All you got to do is install MetaMask, save your 12 words, set up a Kraken.com account, wire some money to Kraken.com, buy Ethereum, and then swap that Ethereum to whatever you want using 1inch.io or Match.xyz because it spreads your orders across all the available liquidity, gets you best order.
Just some quick breaking news that came from the block here. A GOP lawmaker that had been given a campaign contribution of $5,000, which is the max typically on these sorts of contributions from an FTX executive. He has now returned those funds, and he is dissing himself after the troubled crypto exchange filed for bankruptcy protection. It says here, FTX Digital Markets co-CEO Ryan Salame gave $5,000 to Hearn Victory Fund, a joint fundraising committee with ties to Hearn's campaign. The Help Elect Republicans Now Leadership PAC and the National Republican Congressional Committee. Representative Hearn has donated the money from FTX. Hearn's campaign said it did not specify which organization received Hearn's donations. So Salami was a major political donor during the 2022 midterm cycle. It says here he spent millions to support more than a dozen Republicans with his American Dream Federal Action Super PAC. Salami also gave individual contributions to many lawmakers and candidates.
So when are they going to get back the $50 million that Sam Bankman-Fried gave them to double our taxes?
Yeah, exactly.
I was just about
by
to
the
say.
way, guys, Tara is back up, and let her have her question.
That's actually perfect. I can hear Richard now, and I think I can hear everyone else. So thank you guys so much for working with me. I know this is extremely frustrating when the tech isn't working properly, but I appreciate the work you're doing to make it work out. Really quick, I don't want to keep you, Richard, but I wanted to ask you just what you guys were talking about, what you think, should be the recourse for these types of things. Should there be payback? Should there be money sent back from political parties that accepted huge donations from
Totally.
Sam and FTX? What are your thoughts on that? And I also wanted to ask you about the SEC, as being kind of the governing body who has been preaching regulation, but at the same time, do we trust the SEC? Gary Gensler, who is obviously, well, in my opinion, bought and paid for to do the job fairly.
Well, good news. They already figured this out. It's called fungibility. So I think it was in the 1800s. Some guy got his money stolen, and he wrote down the serial numbers of the bills. And then he went to the bank, and he's like, "Hey, you've got my stolen property. These are the bills numbers that were stolen from me." And there was a big court case about it, a long time ago. And it basically said that to have a functioning currency, you can't have people doubting the provenance and origin of the currency because it would cripple all commerce, basically. And you'd have to create a database of less good and more good coins and have risk profiles and a bunch of other horrible crap. And so basically in the fiat currency world, once someone steals your money, it ain't your money no more. And so if someone steals your money and gives it away to a political party, it's gone. You ain't getting it back. If someone steals your money and spends it on slushies at 7-Eleven, you ain't getting that money back from 7-Eleven. It would break the fungibility of the currency. So you can claw back money from the bankrupt entity through the bankrupt process, and you'll discover you're an unsecured creditor and that the secured creditors get preferential treatment and are made whole before you, and you'll get whatever's left, and you can hope there's something left. So in the case of Mt. Gox, there is something left, and users will get a lot of money back at some point. Even there's a tragedy of the commons, because the trustee gets paid by not giving you your money back. As soon as the trustee gives you your money back, he ain't got a job no more, and he likes getting paid a lot of money. So he wants to drag on the process.
Well,
And you're
that's
only
not
getting
quite
and you're only
true,
getting
right?
10%
Like
of the
in
Bitcoin back.
any bankruptcy case, that there is a time horizon for that. Yes, they make money, but at some point they actually do divest the funds to those who are
I
owed
mean, you
them.
think it takes 10 years for Gox to give its creditors their money, bro?
They aren't purposely withholding them for a set amount of fees per year for one or two people holding them.
At
That's
this
a
rate of
separate
inflation,
claim.
it'll be
10
worth
years
half
ain't
its
reasonable,
value.
bro. 10 years ain't reasonable. It's unreasonable. But anyway.
I'm not saying it's reasonable or not. I'm just saying that that fees for one or two people for holding them is not the catalyst for them withholding assets from people.
But the
That's
point is still the same. It absolutely sucks.
I hope you're right, but you have a higher opinion of lawyers than me, bro. So, basically,
the lawyers are absolutely horrific in bankruptcy. It's awful.
Yep. So basically, like, once you get jacked, you're gonna stay jacked. Like in crypto, when you lose your money, man, it usually don't come back. So all them bridges that got hacked, like, I don't know, dude. I don't think that money ever came back. So a lot of these inflation bugs, like XLM had an inflation bug. Ravencoin had an inflation bug. Hackers they had a 10% of the supply inflation bug. Hackers just dumped it on exchange. You get that money back, it's gone. Like, so what would I like to see? I'd like to see people never lose money, and if they do, to be made whole. But who's supposed to make you whole, right? Like this idea that someone was saying that like there should be a
Only
bailout
Jesus can
fund.
make you whole.
Yeah, there
What
shouldn't be a
doesn't
bailout
sit well,
fund.
Richard, for me is when the regulating body is receiving large sums of money from potentially one side of the aisle, I guess you could say, and then they're in charge of regulation. What's stopping them from regulating in favor of certain things that should not be allowed because
agree.
their pockets are being lined that way?
I 100% agree with you that governance in the general electoral system is broken. So I have a solution on how to fix that. So I won't say it's simple, but we need smarter people running for office, which means we need to pay them more because their pay sucks.
No, we need no office though. We need just decentralization. That's what we need.
Yeah, but we also need the other stuff too. Like, we need both.
In
So we need.
Switzerland,
Richard, I
the
don't think there's
executive
anything
is
wrong
called
with
executives, and that's what they do. They're just nothing but employees, so they don't even propose laws or anything. The laws comes from the referendums, and most of the people vote no because you don't want to have a pile of laws. You want to have as least laws as
Yeah, but you guys
possible.
approved the COVID vaccine restrictions.
Yeah, fine,
So
but this was an overreach, and now there's a referendum that's going to come in order to never have that again. So it takes time sometimes,
I was
but
rooting for you. I was like,
I
there's
think
no way that people would vote for this, but
yeah,
then you
I think
did.
yeah, no, I can't believe it either. But whatever.
an important distinction. The word bailout is charged because you think of a government bailout, which is theft, because that's just printed and you pay for it through inflation. But there's not much wrong with a free market bailout. Those shouldn't
Except
be
for the
prevented.
Yeah,
centralization. Except
Sure.
for the centralization.
Yeah, sure, but it shouldn't be prevented if people want to create a
No,
free
for sure.
market solution
Yeah,
and
it's
a
not
free
really a
market
bailout.
bailout.
You're just buying some assets that are distressed. Like there's nothing bailout about it. You're just buying something that sucks. You're like, oh, it sucks.
it's
It's
like a
just not worth as
voluntary.
much now. Okay, I'll buy it at the suck price.
I have
The
another
problem is when
question
you
for
print
Richard.
money in order to do that, because that's just a hot potato where you're just paying with inflation. That's just a
I
hidden
mean, guys,
tax.
the solution is like, don't get punched in the face. You're like, but I got punched in the face. It hurts. You're like, yeah, you have to stop getting punched. You were given all the tools possibly necessary to not get punched. There's nothing easier in the world than not to have had this problem. I and anyone else I know has literally had no fallout at all from this. As a matter of fact, actually, all of this crap happening just makes my predictions come true quicker. So the Band-Aid can get ripped off quicker. So like,
Exactly.
And I wanna ask you for another prediction, if I may. Let's assume nothing much changes, right? There will be all kinds of regulation. Where do you see crypto realistically in 5 years from now?
I think you'll have 150K Bitcoin. I think you'll have, 100K Ethereum, maybe. Like, I'm just pulling these numbers off the top of my head. Like, so if Bitcoin's last bull cycle did a 3x, maybe because it'll be a heavier weight. Like, if it dumps far enough, like if it exceeds the 85% downside target because money got more expensive, then you might just see another 3x. So, like, you might just see maybe from 70K to 200K. So, like, 150 to 200K, I feel are like conservative, reasonable estimates for Bitcoin's next bull run, which
And
should be starting anytime soon if they pivot and stop printing money.
yeah,
So,
exactly. It also depends on how much money they print. It works a bit like gold. It's not that gold is taking any value. It was $35 an ounce in 71, but it's just that they're sending the fiat so much in the drain that we now have 1,700, even with manipulation, according to my opinion. But yeah, I mean, it depends if they print, because the big risk here, guys, and this is a tail event, is like I said, it would be a massive deleveraging, because just as much as there is so much leverage on the fake market making
Whoa.
pump and dump, but also
Cutting
shit coins, the traditional market is the same. You have $800 trillion with a T uh, of derivatives, and none of those are like back. So
so
it's
here's
the
here's the
same.
Richard,
funny part.
wait, Richard, you just made a little mistake. I heard you say earlier that you thought Ethereum will surpass Bitcoin in value, but now you said Bitcoin 150, Ethereum 100. So which one is it?
Well, Ethereum maxed out at 5K. 5K to 100 is a 20x. Bitcoin from 70K to 200 is a 3x. So that's a 7x performance in Ethereum's favor, looking at all-time high to all-time high.
Guys, I got a prediction. I
All
got
right.
Dogecoin beating the performance of Bitcoin anytime right now.
Yeah,
Because if you have to
everything's going to
go,
beat Bitcoin.
like my theory is this, okay? Just let me lay it out in 2 sentences. Theory number one: they're all shit coins. It's all speculation. It's not money. You guys are blind. And then number two is, if I were to go fully degenerate, then let's not half-ass it. Let's go full degeneracy. And then in that case, you go and buy some Dogecoin, and then you end up with what you were looking for. The only bag of coins I have is like the most degenerate shit coins I can possibly get, because they do the job of being the speculation. Bitcoin is not going to do 10,000x once again, but Dogecoin, the simulation we live in is so bloody absurd, and COVID proved it, that I'm thinking, why not? So plus you add Elon Musk coming in and is basically saying, you know what, let's mind fuck everybody. I mean, I can see that. That's my thesis, my big investment thesis. What do you think?
I think your thesis is called Scams Pump Hardest. Lol. I mean,
Richard,
you're promoting a logo change coin. It's like, okay, dude.
So let me tell you what I think is going to happen. I think what we are facing is the biggest financial economic crisis since the Great Depression. I
Yeah.
think what's going to happen is we'll see a massive crash in the global markets. We're going to see massive inflation moving into hyperinflation. And I think that the crypto space will not be unaffected by it. I think we're going to go through a number of really, really difficult years. And in that process,
Dogecoin to the moon.
demand an alternative. They are going to say, you fucked us, your system that you put on us didn't work, we want something else. And that is when I think crypto will really take off.
100% I agree, man.
When you say crypto, can you define what you mean by crypto? Does that mean
what's
Dogecoin?
so beautiful? So Richard said something earlier that is absolutely key to this, and that is competition will decide what's the best. Right now, there's only 4% of internet users that had even any exposure to crypto. So, Bitcoin may be the number one right now, but that can change completely.
Crypto's about to pop again. Look at Doge and Bitcoin. Look at Doge and Bitcoin right here in Discord. I was watching Doge and it started getting some crazy volume flowing in here for Doge out of nowhere. Even Richard Hart thinks we're gonna have a bull run soon, so welcome to day number 4 of the crypto bull market.
Are going to lose. They will disappear. They will not be superior. So, I don't know which one it will be, but I have a feeling it's not going to be Bitcoin.
The safe
Mr.
Kim,
Hart.
that
I
the
think
one
the reason
backed
that
by the
people
government will be the one that is like the chosen one, sort of like what we're seeing here with FTX. I mean, we had the World Economic Forum promoting FTX on their website. It's since been removed.
The page, by the way.
Just taken that down, by the way.
Yeah,
if you go to the WEF website now, that page is gone.
That's what Elon Musk responded to me about today. And since my account is now being completely messed with, I think that's why I was having issues coming up as a speaker on here, which I find very sus. But I did mention the FBI and what they were doing with Mark Zuckerberg and all of that. So they were essentially forcing him to censor things on Facebook, according to Zuckerberg. If I end up dead, I didn't do it, guys. I'm just letting you know right now, but something is happening with my account.
I think whatever is going to win the crypto crown in the end is going to be the easiest to use, the fastest instant payments, the lowest fees. That's what I believe in.
Well, that's CBDC, so I guess we're screwed.
Yeah, that's PayPal. That's the more centralization, the cheaper, the faster, the better, the easier.
Hey, Richard, when you were talking about, but going back, this ties into what Tara was saying and what Kim.com was saying about Ethereum overtaking Bitcoin or another coin. Do you think that one of the reasons why Ethereum will overtake Bitcoin is because of all the added layer 2, layer 3s, but also with all of the DeFi that's already been built on there,
the NFTs that are thriving on there, and then also the gaming that's going to come on there, or is something else? I'm just really curious your
So,
thesis.
I mean,
Yes.
I want very few things from my crypto. I want number go up, mad gains. Yes, please. I want security, no failures. I want 100% uptime. I really would like anonymity, but okay, I held Bitcoin for a real long time, and it didn't have any anonymity at all, basically, and it was still okay. And I want to be able to de-risk into stable. I'd prefer stables that are really stable with less counterparty risk, but hey, even your bank has counterparty risk, so it's kind of bearable, I guess. I would prefer something better, but you don't lose all your money on FTX. Like if you were sitting in DAI or USDC or USDT, you didn't lose your money in FTX. So basically, that's all I need. I need a good consensus layer. I need security. I need number go up, and everything else is kind of like narrative mean crap to me. Oh, look, we got a new
I don't
trading thing
see
that
it
gets people
as
wrecked. Cool.
I don't see it as a winner takes all. I see a future where we see multiple types of currencies collaborating with each other and ultimately consumers having the option of choosing
Hopefully.
what works for them. I think there's a place for central bank digital currencies. I think there's a place for Bitcoin. I think there's a place for Ethereum. And to advocate for one over the other is misplacing the
What do
advantages
we
that
need
consumers have.
a central bank digitized currency when we already have decentralized? Curious. Why do we need someone central controlling the money that can have a tap into it and say yes or no? Why do we need that?
Sometimes you need systems that people trust. You have to remember that the everyday consumer on the ground only knows the fiat. They only know the
But that's what
currency
I'm
of
saying.
the
Why do we need it if we
instrument.
got fiat? We have fiat. I have a digital dollar through PayPal, through Venmo,
But you
through
don't
Cash
have a
App.
social credit
But
score,
the
man.
thing is, your Venmo and your PayPal isn't an open public e-money system. A central bank digital currency is actually more beneficial for the crypto space than a digitized dollar on PayPal. And the reason for that, as a matter of fact, let me step back a second. I invented central bank digital currencies in 2013 when I founded bit.com. I'm sorry to those that think it was a bad maneuver, but the reason it was invented was because the banks in Barbados were shutting down our accounts, and I wanted a way to allow consumers to move Barbadian dollars into Bitcoin. And I always wondered if Bitcoin was this open ledger that was interfaceable, how could I accomplish that at the central banking level? And that was the genesis of what created central bank digital currencies. And as a matter of fact, the very first CBDC instance that we created out of Barbados, the Bitcoin was on the Bitcoin colored coin protocol. Obviously, things have changed dramatically since central banks want more control. They'd like a level of aspects that permissionless ledgers don't necessarily offer. And I will stand and say that I believe the holy grail of the CBDC space, which no one has done, no central bank has ever done as yet, is akin to cash, which is creating a permissionless M0 tiered one system on a ledger like Bitcoin or Ethereum. And no, unfortunately, no central bank has done that. And I do believe that's the holy grail. And I do believe that is extremely important to allow consumers to have a safe and easy way to port between the traditional financial world and the modern cryptocurrency world. So that's my 2 cents on the topic for the least. And I don't think central bank digital currencies are bad. I think that there's merit to them. And I believe that if you are going to judge the central bank digital currency, you have to look at the government and the regulator creating it, because they're the ones that define the feature set. Now, I've spoken to more central banks than most people have, and most governors over my years and journey in doing this. And you will notice the good central bankers from the bad ones. The good ones want to build a system that has privacy, that allows
Who
the
are the good
users
ones?
to.
I'm curious to know, like, who can we say in history are good central bankers? Can you give us some American examples of good central bankers?
I can.
A dead one.
Governor Timothy
Sorry, that's a
Antoine.
joke.
Governor Timothy Antoine of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank is, in my opinion, one of the shining stars. You know, he wishes to empower his people to have a system that allows them to have financial inclusion. If I could step back even further here, you know, I come from Barbados, a region that does not have sovereignty over our banking system, which is all foreign owned. And when I think about our central bank deploying an open e-public money service that any financial institution can integrate into, I think that's one of the most important things you can do for a nation. So I don't downcry CBDCs, and I think anyone that does.
So no, and I hear you. So you'd say it would be a better solution for Barbados, and I get it. Like that makes sense. It would be a solution for your country. But we're talking about. I mean, I'm talking about America, who is kind of one of the
But
biggest players.
America isn't the world. America
No,
is
no,
not
no,
the
no, no.
world. There's 190 countries out there that are.
I don't know if it's me,
Okay,
but I can't
that's
hear
not
Ninja.
working.
I've
Ninja,
muted
you're
him.
not
He's
not
working,
working.
mate.
Ninja, your mic is messed up, bro. So you fix your internet. But
Hey
go ahead,
guys,
Gabriel.
I would like to ask the panel a really simple, short question. What is the biggest threat to crypto in the next 5 years? Let's see who gets it right.
The biggest threat to crypto in the next 5 years is attacking proof of work.
Wrong. Next.
No,
I
I would
just
say
think
it's a lack of
overregulation.
regulation, frankly. I would
Wrong.
say that if
Wrong.
we
Next.
have no regulation in the next 5 years, we're going to see some
All wrong.
major
Next.
plummets.
Okay, you keep saying wrong. What is the answer? Let's not play this. Let's not play this game. What is the answer?
Nuclear
Centralization.
fucking war. That is the biggest risk we are facing right now. And in a nuclear war, there is no fucking crypto. You know, it's game
Makes
over.
no sense.
And
In
what,
a
You're
nuclear
not
war,
gonna
we
see
don't
a
That makes
nuclear
no
war,
sense.
Kim.
They're
So
in a
stupid.
nuclear war. You could use that question for everything. What's the threat to automobiles? Nuclear.
yeah, exactly.
What's the threat to
Exactly
food
right.
production?
That's
Nuclear
why.
war.
That's why.
What's
I
the
mean,
threat
come
to
on,
nuclear?
Kim.
We're not gonna
Like
see a nuclear war,
But
so let's just move
well,
on.
let me explain something
Guys,
to
I
you because
love this
I don't
because
think.
we have an ambassador speaking to a ninja, and quite frankly, Mario, great job here.
So anyway, let me explain this to you. What's happening in the world right now? Okay, the U.S. is fighting for its survival. It's so highly indebted. It has no ways of paying that debt back ever. We're now at 600 to 800 billion a year just to pay interest. The US dollar is getting inflated, and now the US has real competition by the BRICS countries that are setting up right now a new joint reserve currency. The moment that happens, even if they can just establish a 30% share of global trade under this new currency, the US government will fold. The debt will absolutely kill it and bankrupt it. And the big question here is, how far is the US government willing to take this inevitability? Are they going to accept to be impoverished because of all of the debt and a complete collapse of the US system? Or are they going to say, China, Russia, and all these other BRICS countries, we're going to take you down with us? This is the big battle that we are facing right now.
Kim, I want to look. The BRICS are overrated. 3 of them have not even remotely lived up to their potential. One of them has been suffered by political paralysis, i.e., Brazil. South Africa has been plagued by corruption and inability. And the Russians are about to implode if you look at the level of sanctions. Yes, they may have support from a large proportion of countries, but that is not going to surpass another factor that is affecting the Russians, which is depopulation. Equally, if you look at China...
You have to say that, Piotr, because you're with the World Bank.
No,
so
I don't have to say anything. I'm on here as a free agent.
Wait a minute.
Come on. Let me. No, you speak a lot. I want to speak my turn. So, China has a major demographic and debt problem. Okay,
China is not the impervious country that we think it is, and you can tell that from zero COVID. You can tell that from a lot of issues that the country has internally. If they conduct such a war on Taiwan, for example, that is going to cripple their economy to extents that we have not seen before. And whether or not I don't disagree with your point about indebtedness and the level of the deficit of the United States, that is a major
Well,
problem.
let me tell
But
you
to
something
simply
about
say
the
that the BRICS are
indebtedness.
going to uphold, go on then.
Let me respond to that because I think you're wrong here. So U.S. debt, right, is national debt of 32 trillion, total debt of 92 trillion, and unfunded liabilities of 172 trillion. The
Broke.
US government, wait a minute, the US government in the last 70 years had 4 years of surplus. And the total amount of surplus that it had doesn't even pay for half a year of government spending right now. So the US is fucked. It's over. And let me tell you about BRICS. The countries that have now signed up or proposed to sign up with BRICS Plus have.
What, Iran and Argentina? Oh yeah, they're really going to be
Wait.
changing,
Let me
aren't they?
finish. I let you finish, right? So let me
Fair
finish.
enough.
They will have a GDP larger than 30% of that of the US. They have 50% of the global population and 60% of the oil and gas reserves of the world. And all they need to achieve is 30% of the world to start using this alternative reserve currency that they are going to pack with real assets like gold,
Thank you.
silver, oil, minerals. So if they achieve that, do you think the US is just going to sit back and say, okay, fuck, we lost everything, we're dead? Or are they going to take the world down with them?
That's a
Well,
different
I will
point.
say
I just
this.
want to
I will say
emphasize one
this.
thing. So, what, if you don't mind, Ambassador, just I'll pass back.
Please, all yours, brother.
Thank you, and appreciate your work. I think that what you're saying is very fair. All right, I'm concerned by the recklessness of any country. However, I do think that we are overplaying the BRICS to a certain extent because there's one issue that all of them have, which is none of them have a cohesive world vision, i.e., they don't have a unified, say, set of norms and values that the United States, whether united or not, has been able to leverage to get a lot of countries on side. And I know that's a different point slightly from the financial one, but my point is Russia, China, the thing that keeps them closest is their mutual resentment of the US hegemonic status. If you remove that, they have very little. As soon as the ice caps melt in the global north, in the Arctic, China's going to be up there as a near Arctic power, as they called themselves in 2012, and they're going to be fighting with the Russians in whatever shape or form. So my problem with the BRICS is the limited scope for their collaboration. Yes, they may want to try and find a financial system that rivals or replaces that of the United States, but if they can't set aside their other differences, which there are a few, I don't see how that's going to happen. That's all I'm saying.
You know,
So
since,
Peter,
since the war,
That
since the war
was
in
so
Ukraine,
eloquently said. And
it's actually the problem is it's all wrong because since the war in Ukraine started, China and Russia are massive trade partners. They've increased trade by over 40%. India just came out as over 50%. These countries that are BRICS nations are using this opportunity to come together and take out the US dollar as a reserve currency. And why? Because they are tired of subsidizing US debt. The US debt is a world debt, basically. The inflation that we see around the world is all based on the US dollar mass printing because other nations need to either do the same thing or be non competitive. So the US system has taken the world where we are today. And people are looking in other countries that are tired of subsidizing the US for a multipolar alternative. So what everybody thought is going to happen, that China is going to replace the US dollar with the yuan, is not even what China wants. China wants to accelerate the process of de-dollarization, and they say the only way we can do that is if we have a joint reserve currency.
So,
And
Kim, if
every
I may,
nation can sign up for that, right?
Totally.
Because
so
they
just
don't want to pay for the US debt anymore.
So I 100%
Guys,
agree
I'm
with your
100%.
notion
Like
of
Piotr, please. I'm 100% with what you said, Kim. And I'll tell you what. Like the like we're in an echo chamber in some way, because the vast majority of the people in this planet does not participate in sanctions right now. I'm talking about Latin America, Africa, and most of Asia. They don't care about what Europe and the US is sanctioning Russia and the rest of it. So, you're shooting yourself in the foot when you're politicizing the US dollar. You're shooting yourself in the foot when you're politicizing the SWIFT, because then commodity trade flows
Exactly.
don't go through. And then, more importantly, you're actually pushing them, the opponent, to get closer together. Now, the other thing I would like to say to Piotr here is I hear you that there is a history there and a common history, right? But there is also polarization and internal conflict that is allowed or that is just happening in the Western world. And that is not something that you see in the Western world, right? So when you look at the dollar today, and it's not very hard to understand. This is 1971. It's 50-year anniversary, 52 now, 51 now, of departing temporarily from the gold from the convertibility of gold. That's the text of Nixon when he departed temporarily from the convertibility of gold. God knows what's going to happen, but at the end of the day, from there on, it was an oil system. And you look at the trade flows of oil, and I'm a commodity trader, and you look at what actually is being purchased and what are the means that is being purchased with. And this wouldn't have happened in the time of Saddam Hussein. It wouldn't have happened in the time of Libya, but it's happening now. You have swap lines between these countries. You have non-dollar settlements between these countries. The WTO has strong lobbies from China, and so on and so forth. Right. So I'm not saying that one is going to win or the other, but Ray Dalio has a book about it. It's called the Changing World Order. And if you read through the lines, I mean, there's some serious work to be done in the West if they want to fix this. But it's certainly not going to be by being less inclusive in the trade, and it's certainly not going to be by having internal conflict. I can tell you that much.
So
I've
let me
read
talk
I've
to
read
that
that book.
very
Just a
quickly.
second. I've read that book, by the way, and the one thing that Dahlia gets wrong is that he assumes it is just China that is challenging U.S. hegemony. That is where the big mistake is, because China is saying, if we want to get this done soon, we have to do it in a multipolar way. And what comes after that, we'll see, right? But the multipolar approach is not a 50-year threat, it's a 5 to 10-year threat. And that is
Yeah.
where the problem lies. It is so accelerated, this whole process.
If
And
you ask
that,
me, Kim, I'm thinking, and I had this conversation at the Global Digital Currency Initiative when all central banks were like, okay, so we will do that, we will do the other. And I said to them, look, guys, I am backed by gold. They said, yeah, but if you're very successful, you represent a systemic risk, and then maybe we'll shut you down. And I'm like, okay, fine, shut me down. But if you shut me down, you'll have to shut everybody else that does the same thing as me down. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna be pushing people into having Bitcoin, and
So
you
we
will
got
have nobody
just
to
something
talk to.
interesting here that just crossed my wires. I was looking at as I was browsing Twitter. Um, Real Meat Kevin, who is someone who's a rather large YouTube influencer, he now
He
states. So now
ran.
we're actually getting
He
some
ran for mayor of
influencers.
California.
Yeah,
I
we're getting
voted
some.
for him.
We're getting some influencers to basically pull back. He said, "I promoted FTX. I was wrong. I was an idiot. I fucked up. I'm sorry. SBF deserves to sit in prison next to Bernie Madoff. Fuck him. Disgrace to crypto. Yes, I also promoted BlockFi. I lost $433,000 on them. I want to be super clear here. I'm devastated and extremely sorry. This sucks."
I
I'm
want
in
to push
governor, by
back
the
on
way.
some things that were mentioned, all right? So, number one, Kim, 100% agree with you. China doesn't want to usurp the United States as the hegemonic power. They simply want a more level playing field and therefore multipolar world. However, Multipolar worlds are inherently unstable, and we've seen this because of the Cold War. If you look back at history, countries were always warring with each other, and increasingly they went, and we had less wars, and then we had a Cold War, where actually no hot engagement between the two prevailing powers ever happened. So China doesn't want the United States to be the unipolar hegemonic in its primacy. The United States primacy is under threat, 100%. However, there's a couple of details here that I want to emphasize. One, you are looking at this in a quite unilateral focused way, which is from the financial perspective. And that's very important. But countries also base things on norms. They also base things on security. So we have to think about things multifaceted as well. The other thing I would just point out that is that despite decoupling attempts by the United States and the Trump administration, overall trade with China has continued to go up. Even with China's positioning on Ukraine and the war, they continue to trade with the United States and the West because their overall trade engagement with Russia is about 2%. They get about 2 to 4% of their trade from Russia. And comparatively to the West, about 40–50%. So China is very good at posturing. It's very good at writing things and putting things in a narrative. But have you actually seen any tangible evidence of them supporting the Russians in the war? None. They have not sent any economic support. They've not sent financial, not any military engagement. It's just a lot of words and a little bit of action. So
Piotr,
I again agree with you, but I do think that it's overblown
totally
how much the Russians and the Chinese can push back about the Americans, at least in the
so
war
here's-
perspective.
Here's
When
why
you're talking about
totally
the finances, I'm on board.
Listen.
I agree with you.
Here you're totally wrong, right? First of all, a Cold War is never going to work again. When it was a Cold War with Russia,
I'm not
didn't
calling
really
for a
have.
Cold War. We're not in a Cold War.
Wait a minute. Hey, come on. Russia was a different case, right? When it was a Cold War with Russia, Russia didn't have these allies. Now it's a different world. China and Russia have a lot of allies under BRICS Plus, right? So Cold War is not going to solve the problem for the US. And of course, trade with China will always be high because Americans want cheap stuff. You know, China is the factory of the world. People don't want to pay 50% more and inflation on top for the Christmas gifts, right, that they put under the tree. They want to get the cheap stuff that is made with super cheap labor in China. That's just how capitalism works, right? But to sit here and ignore the fact that these countries who've all had a degree of bullying to deal with from the United States, called sanctions, coup attempts, you know, some have been invaded, some have had their natural resources stolen, some are being bullied with, you know, global bank conglomerates that steal their stuff. So, you know, these countries have had enough from the unipolar system and the American rules-based order, and they are looking for an alternative. And the best example that is actually the biggest threat to the US dollar right now is Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia is joining BRICS Plus, and they are the backbone of the petrodollar. So what's happening here right now is literally a question of life or death. Is the US going to survive this new alternative reserve currency? And what will it do when it realizes it is not going to survive? You know, the military power that you're talking about, right? The security that it provides and why the US dollar is so strong. The moment it loses even a share of its reserve currency status, it will be bankrupt, cannot afford the military anymore, and the 800 bases that it has around the world are gone.
Kim, please get in touch. I'm doing a global monetary reset in Davos in January. I don't know if you're going to be present in person or in virtual if you want, but that's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about like basically a monetary reset, but like kind of like a simulation of what the monetary war would be like, and what it would be like is exactly what you're talking about right now. Is basically a big destabilization. My personal opinion is that Bitcoin has had only one job, and one job only was not to replace the dollar, but to destabilize it. And so I think the job is done now, and now the next step is something else. So you know, like just get in touch. I don't know if here or LinkedIn or some signal, Threema, but I'd like to talk to you about it.
Last point on that, what you say, Kim. I agree again, but I think it's important to keep in mind that trade is two ways, and that the United States is also a big, big need for the Chinese. That's why they continue to trade them with them in the quantity they do.
Hey.
However, the Chinese economy has now reached the point that it's actually advanced. If you look at statistics, it's no longer growing in double figures. Wolf warrior diplomacy of President Xi, which is basically a fancy way of saying he's more bold to act on the world stage. Look at Taiwan, look at Hong Kong, look at the 9-dash line in South China Sea. But what is different is that this is a problem for the Chinese markets, because you've got a very wealthy middle class, but also people who don't want to work for a fraction of the price. So you've got other countries diversifying where they're going to develop their production and operation costs. So China is worried about it no longer being the global workhouse, or whatever you want to call it,
Hey,
factory of the world.
Joshua,
Piotr,
one of the reasons, just real quick, one of the reasons why China doesn't have double-digit growth anymore is because they launched their Silk and Road initiative. They are actually investing the biggest amount of money in history in infrastructure projects with emerging countries. And what that produces is a demand for Chinese money and partnership with China and BRICS to strengthen this goal of a multipolar reserve currency. The US isn't doing that. All the US is doing is going around the world and making demands. You give us this shit, we pay you nothing, and if you don't give it to us, we coup you, we invade you, or we destroy your country. China has a totally different approach. It takes the money that it has made and it takes a significant chunk of the growth that it has and it actually invests it around the world. That is a completely new model. And that is why China and BRICS are winning at the moment, because what they are doing, they go around and say, we want to do business with you, we want to invest here, and we do it without conditions.
Guys, when you look at the Belt and Road Initiative, it's totally the key here, because essentially there is all of these countries that are participating in the Silk Road, the Belt and Road Initiative. They basically have a choice between two masters. Either one, you respond to the creditor and to the World Bank and all of the debt that you have towards them, or two, you respond to your commercial partners where you have trade flows. And history says 100% of the time you decide to default on your creditor and go with your commercial partners. There's just no question about it. You can't eat money. You need rice. You need the food. You need the energy. That's it. So that's the big risk. And I think the problem here, I'll tell you what I think the problem is that the West is absolutely disorganized and that the leadership there is totally incompetent. So there's a lot of work to be done there, because as of now, we are looking at the West taking short-term decisions when the other BRICS are looking at 50, 100 years in advance. And plus, you
That's
have
exactly right.
corruption at the highest level of the West, just as much as you have on the other side. But at least you have a hegemony as to the direction of where you want to go in the South. And that's the
So
big difference.
something interesting I just want to break in here with back about the SBF what happened thing. Please do continue the conversation afterwards. So I was passed some information by someone on Twitter DMs. She's actually been on the stage. I can't think of her name right now because I can't access the Twitter DMs right now. But we're all wondering, why is he saying what happened? Well, there's a possibility that it could have something to do with Alameda Trabuco, at Alameda Trabuco, who's Sam Trabuco, who worked as the co-CEO over at Alameda. Repeatedly, he had threads where he would say, "What happened? What happened? What happened?" There's even a tweet by SBF back in August 12th, 2021, where SBF says, "My stable coin brings all the boys to the oars," and they're like, "It's better than yours." And Sam goes, "Sam, what happened here?" This is purely speculation at this point, because there's nothing else to go off of. He's deliberately being vague. But he also mentioned that he was going to potentially reveal something about a potential sparring partner that he was dealing with. So there could have been some internal infighting, is what he might be trying to signal here. If you look at Sam Trabuco's own feed, you can and search up what happened. You'll see multiple tweets where he had threads like this. So it's quite interesting.
So hold on, just to clarify, if you don't mind, Chet, what you're saying is what SPF could be implying is that he had internal fighting with Sam Trabucco, and he's trying to
Yes.
shift the blame, whether it's true or not. He's trying to shift the blame to Sam Trabucco regarding what
Thanks,
happened.
Chet.
Yes, I'm sending you over the search query to Mars so you can see for yourself all the what
Can I
happened.
should I tweet those? Should I include those? Should I tweet this as a question and include the search queries? I haven't read them.
I think it's worth the question. I mean, none of
Yeah.
us know what's happening
Yeah,
here.
guy.
He's being very vague.
Hey, Chet. Good point what you're bringing in. You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of code words that you use to communicate without communicating. And it could be that some of the funds that are like allocated, like I'm definitely putting my conspiracy hat on now. Okay, so I'm just making it up as I go. Okay, just for the disclaimer here. But it does seem to me that maybe the guy just needs to send the H, that is just a signal to somebody else who has funds or knows what to do when the H is tweeted, and then he just has to make up something else. Like, okay, so then now what? I need to pretend I'm just typing a word or something like that. So it seems to me that it's code word communication as far as I'm concerned, but that's just conspiracy whole.
Could it also be a situation where it's a mental breakdown?
Could be. Yeah, someone mentioned that as well.
It's not as fun though.
Yeah, it could be. Sorry, wrapping up the previous conversation. If we the importance,
let's wrap that up.
Yeah, the importance of a third choice. So it should not be the choice of countries that they have to either borrow from the IMF and bow down to the US agenda, or pick the side of China and take the Belt and Road Initiative. There has to be a third alternative, and I think it's really important when sovereigns and you get things like Bitcoin bonds and legal tender with Bitcoin combining with dollars and multi-currencies. These are important choices for the future. And Bitcoin's work is going to become increasingly more important on the sovereign side as well.
So I agree with
This
that.
is 100%.
Sorry,
This
if I
is the-
might just go, Tim, and then I'll be muted for a while because this is what I speak to.
Alright.
I agree with you, Simon. I think a third way is important. I think the BRI is overrated. Several countries in Africa have rejected it because of the poor performance it's actually yielded, and also the human rights issues. But I agree. The World Bank, the IMF, huge issues. If you look at the structural adjustment programs of the 1980s, or SAPs as they were ironically called, they completely indebted half the countries that were supposed to improve. So 100% agree with you that we need an alternative way, which is why I'm here and listening, because I think it's incredibly important that we talk about this. My reason I'm so
Piotr, can I ask you a few questions?
Go
Can I
for
ask
it.
you a few questions? Do you believe that empires change?
How do you define change?
So there was a Dutch empire, then there was a British empire, now there's an American empire. Do you believe we'll always be an American empire?
I think that empire is a nuanced word. No, I don't think the United States is going to remain the prevailing power. No, but equally, there's never been a country which, for less than 250 years, has been able to exert and influence the world in such a way as the US has. So I do think that we're in quite a unique position. We're also in a
Well, the
place
British
where
had, right? The British had.
Well, the British were, but we also don't have Web3 potentially becoming a thing. We never had the internet. We didn't have the level of technological advancement and globalization.
No, we had naval ships and we had the Bank of
We
England.
did, but not to the level. Globalization happened in waves, yes, but as I say, the amount of development that we've seen in the past 40, 50 years is difficult to really compare to anything in history. Equally, say the demographic increase of the Earth. There's a lot of nuances now that are just not fair to compare to other previous times when there were empires around. But I get your point. Yes, they come and go.
Okay, so
but these changes don't make it more likely that this empire is going to last longer. Quite the opposite. All these changes are making it more likely that we see way shorter circles of empires.
So who do you think is most likely to be the next empire?
I think what's going to happen is in a first step is a multipolar order, and China is going to get strengthened in that setup quite a bit, and it's basically a stepping stone to China becoming the leader.
Yeah. What about you, Piotr? Sorry, am I saying your name correctly?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you can call me Peter as well. Don't worry. My name's Russian, so I would say that's a tough one because everywhere we're seeing demographic issues. The only continent that's actually seeing demographic rise and huge potential is Africa. Countries like Nigeria, do hold a potentially large key. So I really don't think that, globalists, globalization theorists talk about three schools of camps, and I'm not going to be nerdy, don't worry. Globalists, skeptics or regionalists, and transformationists. I think we could see a regional type thing where you've got blocks of countries working together, a bit like Kim has mentioned with BRICS, but they're based more around continents. So I think you'll see a few global leaders and therefore quite a balanced multipolarity.
You think we'll return to colonialism or something?
No. What I mean is you'll have think 1984, right? With
George
with
Orwell.
George Orwell. Not that draconian, but his idea that you had the Eurasia group, you had the Americas, and then the third one, I always forget what it was. That sort of thing. You've got different groups with maybe one primary country, but they're working together for certain things, be it more autocratic values, more of a decentralized financial system, or we may not have any of that. And we really are cosmopolitan because crypto comes through and we can all live, without centralized state.
Okay. So your theory is that this is the last empire and we're going to move to more decentralization of power after this?
I think we're definitely going to see a challenge to sort of a singular entity being able to govern over everybody else. But don't take what I'm like everything. If I could give you a coherent answer on this, Simon, I would literally be like, able. So I don't know. It's really hard one to tell.
You've just been debating me like you have all the answers. What are you talking about?
No, well, you're pretty.
All right, let me go for more. Let me go for more questions. Let me go for some more questioning.
The point is, this is a governance question, and it's a question of what's adaptive, and we do have a question as to whether centralized institutions can actually handle the complexity of our current global situation. It's escalated to a level of complexity that you're seeing these institutions not capable of adapting to, and it's pretty clear that people want an alternative to a bipolar system. I mean, bipolar as a word doesn't have a great connotation. We see that pattern replicate over and over in the United States political system, and it hasn't had good results. And we don't really want to see that as a global pattern either. I mean, the pattern of revolution you've seen in history many times, it doesn't actually lead to outcomes that you really like. The global reality is that nobody likes the US government. And what they've done to the world, people want to get out of it right away. That sentiment's actually important because that's the sentiment. Imagine if you had like 59 of the states in the United States, not like the United States, want to get out of it. That's kind of like the situation. We've let our government get greedy, manipulative, lethargic, corrupt, ineffective, and abusive of the rest of the world, as well as the American people. And we haven't actually stewarded that government effectively. We're doing shit for other countries. We're just extracting from them. And it's not a good situation. So looking at the way people feel is actually important to understand the geopolitical reality, which is that the public at some degree has to consent to power. And when it comes to the global situation, the globe isn't consenting to the situation. So they want an alternative, and there isn't one. I don't think the BRICS are moving into really providing a coherent alternative, because the more likely outcome of a currency war is collapse overall. I mean, I think you just see a balkanization of the globe in that situation. So what do we actually want to do about that? This is a design problem that we can actually solve. I mean, that's what the purpose of crypto is for. The only reason I got into crypto was governance. My background's civics, policy and management, decision science, the humanities, and I think that's actually what unites a lot of the people who originally worked on the technology and had the reason to do it. Was how do we actually engage in better sense making and choice making? How do we engage in change making economically that can truly be impactful? So, this is actually about, what happens when individuals and small organizations can choose what types of flows of trade and economic conduct to engage in. What happens then when the overall contracts that have united our world in the current system, the zeitgeist and ethos of the Western industrialized economy, what happens when people can make different choices. And when you see a lot of these kind of expected realities that really only have been present for our lifetimes. I mean, thinking of how much things have changed just in our lifetimes, why do we think we have some kind of context of history or context of experience that tells us what happens next other than what we actually choose to intentionally create? So the question is, what do we want to do about it? And this is a group of people right now that are collectively thinking together at scale, which is not something that has actually happened in history before. So we do have tools that we can engage in that we've never had. So what do we want to do with those tools? I'm seeing something incredible over the last days. This has really amazed me. And, you know, coming from a cybernetics background, it's like, we have a chance to actually engage in discourse that can resolve some of these major concerns. Because I think the thing that unites these institutions, which people may resent or be scared of, is that these are just people who are trying to solve problems, and we're just people trying to solve problems. We have an opportunity to do that together.
Thank you. Piotr was asking, what do you think the role of the World Bank is?
I think the World Bank was set up with a genuinely good purpose, but I mean, don't get me wrong. I took a position there because it was, you know, for me wanting to work in the line that I do. It was a good experience, but I don't agree with a lot of what they've done. And Kim's comment, I think it was, or was it Thierry's, about the infiltration of Chinese, you know, agents or representatives of the CCP. Very true. They've tried to do that with other agencies of the UN. So the World Bank, I think, in the future, I think it would still have a role. Multilateral organizations are quite a, you know, ambiguous thing, and I think that is reflective of the system that we're in more broadly, which is we've got more and more entities, multinationals, more things online, be it, you know, metaverse and all this sort of stuff that would, you know, is challenging the nation state as a concept, right? So I do think that things like the World Bank are going to be around, namely because the Chinese have created their own. Think the AIIB, you know, they've tried to create their own equivalent. So clearly they see something in that kind of structure or organization. They just don't want to use it or allow the Americans to dominate it, which is fair enough.
When the World Bank issues a loan, where does that money come from?
It's SDRs. It's special drawing rights. It's a
That's
basket
IMF.
of currencies. It's a
The
basket
World
of
Bank.
currencies that they just create out of nowhere. So if you think of the central bank like the US creating dollars out of nowhere, well, these guys create a basket of currencies out of nowhere by just basically siphoning like some of that and creating special drawing rights. A lot of the
Yeah, sorry,
speculation.
you're referring to the IMF. The IMF has that overdraft facility, but
Oh
the
yeah,
World
yeah.
Bank,
Sorry, Simon. Thank you
the
for
World
correcting
Bank
me.
actually they issue money, so they print off a bond and they sell it to the banking system. The banking system prints the money, which dilutes the dollar, which means that it's a completely illegitimate loan that's predatory on society. And the World Bank engages in money creation on a global scale using the strength of the dollar. And that is what has created more illegitimate debts than you can ever imagine and more harm to society.
Yes, Simon, thank you for correcting me. But like, look, the World Bank and the IMF usually work part to part, anyways, and ultimately it's just more money printing. I mean, but there's an interesting point in mentioning the SDR here because it's basically a basket of currency. But when you look at it, it's overweight the US dollar, it's overweight the euro, and relative to the global balance of trade, it's totally underweight the Chinese yuan, the renminbi. And actually, it wasn't even included a couple of years ago, and right now it just doesn't reflect the trade flows. I think it's just an attempt to just keep the power in there, but I mean, Chinese are not stupid; they figured it out. So
It's debt slavery, and obviously China are doing the same, a different goal, different
exactly, yeah.
But yeah,
Sphinx, I see your hand is raised.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I was going to comment on something, but you brought up the World Bank, so I just want to clarify that as far as the purpose of the World Bank, okay, it's pretty simple. And the purpose of it is to reduce poverty. The World Bank is a lending organization, okay? Its purpose, as it defines itself, is to improve the standard of living of the poorer nations that are members by lending money and helping the local governments of those places conduct better research. Okay, and that's what the World Bank Institute does. So when you talk about the purpose of something, you do need to sort of give some attention to what they say their purpose is. So just saying that it prints money is not sufficient, I think. And I wanted to say something. The question was asked, what can kill crypto? And I have a couple of ideas about that. And one of them I've been witnessing in this space, and I would like people to be mindful of it. And it is this. It is the over hyper politicization of crypto, of these events, to push one's narrative to whatever politics suit your fancy. Here's the thing. If you scroll down this space, look at the people in here, tap on their profiles. You don't even have to go very far. You will see a lot of us are in the Web3 space, whatever capacity that may be. I know a lot of people, perhaps on the stage, aren't really up on the pulse of this community. We don't generally talk about politics. We don't care. Web3 is a reprieve. We don't want to hear your politics. We don't want you to push your politics. We don't want you to tell us about how this is evidence that Ukraine misappropriated funds. You keep that to your own circles, to your own spaces about politics. We are crypto. We are NFTs. We are Web3. These are the things we care about. When you pollute our spaces with that, you are diverting attention from coming up with a valid solution. And the other thing I will say that could potentially kill crypto is this. It is not really facing up to this idea that we don't know what is really going to happen, right? I think when things happen at such a large scale, when these catastrophic things happen, there are two groups of people. One group goes into a panic because they see their future livelihood at stake, and they say, "Oh my God, no, it's not a big deal. Don't worry. We have to keep onboarding people." And another group says, "No, no, 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 no. Let's get the magnifying glass out. Let's see what's there. Let's not feel threatened." And it's the second group that does well. Innovation comes from the second group. So I think if we are going to do well, if crypto is going to survive and thrive after this, we have to be willing to talk about whatever we discover here, whatever we see, and we have to put aside this concept of mass adoption for the time being. People shouldn't be even focusing on that now. Instead, we should be focusing on education. What do we learn from these? How do we better educate ourselves and our people who are already in the space going
So I just
forward?
had some breaking news. Sorry about this, Sphinx. I had some
Go ahead.
breaking news just crossed my wires here from CoinDesk. So this is from Arkham Intelligence. They are saying that the headline of this, I'm going to read most of this story. This is pretty interesting. FTX hacker panicked, still holds $339 million in Ether. And they're also saying now they're getting a little bit closer to the numbers. So we were saying it could have been basically $400 because the other 200 basically got saved by FTX. So they're saying the mysterious looter cited about 400 million in digital assets from the crypto exchange on Friday night. So the mysterious looter of bankrupt crypto exchange FTX, who is likely an insider, according to a blockchain expert, holds $339 million of digital assets that they drained from the exchange late Friday, according to crypto intelligence platform Arkham Intelligence. Arkham found that the wallets associated with the exploiter hold $292 million in ETH, the native token of Ethereum, $48 million in DAI, $44 million in BNB, $4 million in USDT, and $3.8 million in MATIC. Some $20 million on the PAX-G it was frozen when Paxos was ordered to blacklist the accounts by U.S. authorities, preventing the holder from moving. And we reported on this earlier before. So it looks here, the hacker acted hastily based on their behavior on the blockchain, according to Arkham's report. They used various decentralized exchanges to convert tokens, including Uniswap, 1inch, and CowSwap, and struggled to dump coins such as MATIC, Link, and PaxG divided into smaller amounts to prevent losses from slippage. After tracing the attackers' blockchain transactions, Arkham found that they appeared to be in a panic and, quote, lost a large amount of their token holdings, close quote, when they moved assets across different chains to avoid getting caught. In a likely attempt to consolidate their holdings, they also converted tokens to ETH and DAI on the Ethereum network, movements that cannot be easily sanctioned by authorities. Miguel Morel, the chief executive of Arkham, says, quote, it is becoming clearer by the day that the FTX exploiter is not very sophisticated. They've hastily tried to do whatever they can with the funds, seemingly without much of a plan. The attacker also seemingly committed to at least one amateur misstep. They flippantly tapped their verified personal account on crypto exchange Kraken to send through TRX tokens to cover transaction fees, according to Dima Budoran, CEO of blockchain security audit from Hacker, who we've had on the show here as well, talking about some of this as well. The unsophisticated maneuvers imply that there may be some hope to reclaim the funds the hacker took. Morel, from once again from Arkham, says, quote, I think it's only a matter of time before they are discovered due to their use of various off-ramps, and at that point, it will just be about recovering the funds, close quote.
So they really, by the way, just a heads up to Fernando at Sphinx, it seems there's a glitch in spaces, so I didn't hear anything Sphinx said as I messaged you, chat, and Fernando, you're showing the same error, so I won't be able to hear any of you. But Chet, just going back to the breaking news, the indicator after indicator shows. Okay, can you please check the group?
Yes, we'll
can
check
you
now.
verify what's in the group? Yeah, please verify what's in the group. All right, so while you do that, this indicator after indicator just shows complete stupidity by the hacker, and we have enough information to assume that the hacker is someone internal at Alameda, and I'm guessing it's not an executive, at least not a technical executive. Otherwise, they would have made so many mistakes. So I don't know, Thierry, the insider you spoke with that was on stage yesterday, he's trying to join, but I know that you've given us a lot of insight beforehand. Anything you make out of the incompetence of the hacker, as well as the discussions about you know, Sam and the other gentleman, I forgot his name. You know, Sam potentially shifting blame towards the other executive, and Do Kwon starting. And after this hack, Do Kwon came out. 3 Arrows Capital came out of hiding. It's like everyone. It's like Alameda when it went bust. Everyone
It's
came out of
technically,
hiding.
you were asking about Sam. It says Sam Trabuco, so it's Sam and Sam.
Yeah, Sam
Sam
Trabuco.
versus Sam.
Yeah, oh, Sam Bankman-Fried is Sam Trabuco. Yeah, and the fascinating thing is that once all dominoes, once Alameda fell, everyone else started speaking up again. So it's just fascinating to see. It just shows that they've had a lot of power, a lot of influence, and people had fear from them because no one blamed Alameda, at least not openly, till shit hit the fan, till now, and as we've seen the last couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, like again, like disclaimer is I
Just
don't
quickly,
know.
sorry. Sphinx, Rob, Fernando, I'll have to bring you down and back up because all three of you just showing the
Thanks,
circle.
Rob
Can't
and
hear anything.
Fernando. He's going to have to bring you down and back up.
I can
Okay,
hear
can't
him
hear me
well.
either.
I don't know if he can hear me.
I'm here.
I can't hear
I'm
them.
here.
He can't hear you because what he's seeing on his screen, I can tell you from being the co-host on here as well. What this happens sometimes is glitch where next to your name it'll show just connecting, and for that host that means they can't hear a damn thing you say, unfortunately.
Yeah. So go ahead, Thierry.
Yeah, no. So again, I need to disclaimer that I have no idea, and everything I say is just made up, right? So don't rely on my opinion. But now that this is said, I mean, look, obviously, it seems to me that the two Sams are probably one of the people who know what actually is going on, right? And you know, is this going to be a game theory at the end of the day, and how they're going to deal with it? I don't know. From the information I got, you know, which is not a lot, is that it didn't seem like a lot of people knew, but it also seemed like, you know, there was something said along the lines of, and again, I'm just covering this with, I'm not sure, but something along the lines of there has been some consolidation being made between the entities so that everything is essentially being absorbed by this one entity. And then as that was going on, you know, it was the impression of the people I spoke to that this was just a normal procedure in order to have more tax efficiency, and then ironically also have another domicile where the regulation seems a little bit more serious than where they were previously, right? So that's basically what what one type of people were hearing, and what they thought they were doing, I think, right? um, the reality we now see is completely different. There's probably a lot of book massaging that was going on, and like maybe some. What I'm afraid of is maybe some framing of them people who would be taking responsibility legally, and that's the one thing that really like disturbed me, because it feels like there's gonna be people from outside FTX who are essentially the customers who are suffering from this. But I just want to mention there's probably also going to be people from FTX who are losing their job, and some their reputation, if not even worse, getting in legal trouble because they didn't know that they were in a criminal organization, which is what it seems to be appearing now to the light of day, right?
And I know Robin and Solar Sailor have something to say. Chet, can you coordinate the room? I just need to log in from another phone because, again, the same issue. Every new speaker, I
Yep.
can't hear them.
Yep, we'll do that. Hopefully the space doesn't go down.
Yeah, and for the insider, did you verify the information first in the group before we give the mic to the other panelists?
We're still waiting on getting some information on as to whether this insider is real.
Okay, all right, appreciate it, bro. All right, I'll give the mic to other panelists. Chet, I'll be back. Let me try the other phone.
All right, Rob, I see your hands up. Let's go over to you first.
I appreciate that, Chet. Man, Twitter today it's been a little more off than usual, but I did just want to kind of touch on something that Theory brought up, and you know, I fully agree. I think that in a lot of ways, looking only at Sam is just misguided. I think the council, the head of compliance, the people that are supposed to keep them doing compliant things and report if not, need a lot more attention in their direction, especially because of the history of their compliance team and being involved in other fraud where millions of dollars in another case was stolen essentially through similar ways of a backdoor of an online betting site. And so I just think that, to Theory's point, there could be kind of the ball in one cup and and the sleight of hand with the other. And so I just think that there needs to be a more broadened perspective on where we're trying to assess fault in this.
I heard one of the top compliance people was previously at Credit Suisse, but I think what matters here is definitely the governance. And then once again, it doesn't seem like it's absolute independent people in the different entities. It seems like there was a lot more of a conflict of interest than it meets the eye.
By the way, I'm back, Chet, so the other phone worked. I'll give the mic to Solar Sailor. What's up, bro?
Welcome back.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Yeah, two things I wanted to mention. I heard someone say, like a couple people talk about the money printing of the IMF and the Fed or whatever. I don't think the problem is money printing itself, because Bitcoin issues 6 Bitcoin every 10 minutes. And Ethereum, was doing the same. Now it's deflationary. I think the problem is the constant changing of the rules as they see fit. So I think if, like the ability of a human being to have the power to constantly change the rules of the game, I think that's what throws everyone off. and I would define that as the unfair play. Yeah, so that's one thing. The other thing is, so I think what's happening here in Twitter, it's like I feel like a lot of positive energy forming here, and like the potential for action. I just want to hear, people's thoughts as to how to convert this energy into actionable things. You know what I mean? So like, what can I do to get involved? Like, how can we use this to impact the laws that are gonna, come out in DC?
Yeah, I like first my audio's fine because I'd love to answer that one. I see Simon unmuted and that Rob put his hand up. I would love to answer this one. Um, I think we're already having that impact. If you look, and that's the first part of the question because there's more to it. But if you look at the caliber of the people that have joined, I, I just in 36 hours we have top politicians and more to come. We have ambassadors. We have all the top exchanges. We have Elon Musk all coming in to share information at a time when the space needed it. We went through the audience, and I don't want to sit there naming people in the audience because some of them just want to, they don't want to publicly mention it. But from A-list celebrities to A-list politicians or high-level politicians coming into the space, some of the biggest VCs, and I'll let you connect the dots, are coming into the space and spending hours listening to us. I think the impact is already there because one of the most important things that we all preach is education, education, education. Well, here it is, education, educating the masses. Like we reach millions of people every day. Now, that might sound like I'm exaggerating. It's not, because we have hundreds of thousands that join this space every day, and the tweets are getting millions of impressions, which is insane. So the education is there, the press is there as well. So the impact we're having cannot be underestimated. And if you chat to the team that's running all this in the background, they get more credit than me. If you talk to them and you see the DMs we're getting, the people, like, I'm a dancer, I travel the world dancing. I have fucking dancers messaging me, Mario, I saw you on the space talking about XYZ. I'm like, man, you don't even know crypto. I'm like, yeah, but XYZ told me. Random people hearing about it, which is insane because it's only been like, what, 5 days that we're doing this at a large scale. Before it was very focused on crypto. So the impact is this, number one. Number two, I think I want to make something more out of it, and I should probably mention this in every space. For everyone listening now, and again, I should mention it, chat, we should mention it all the time. If you have any ideas on trying to grow this in one way or another, uh, on a bigger scale, like we're talking to a few big shows about doing segments and stuff, and I'm trying to keep up with everything. But if you have any ideas on how we could reach a bigger audience, I think this is the main focus, is just reaching a bigger audience and having those dialogues. And if you see the people on stage, we have people that are NFT enthusiasts and people that are completely anti-crypto. We have regulators and degens all coming together and having those discussions and debates. If we can continue doing this on a bigger scale, um, and keep increasing our reach, I think the impact will surprise all of us, including myself. I'm already surprised. So that's my take on it. I know, Simon, you unmuted, so I'd love you to take the mic, Simon, because you were there. And number one, you don't have to be there, and you're pretty well off and successful yourself, and you're spending hours every day, you, Kim, and other panelists, and of course Chet, you're spending hours every day doing this, and you were there since the early days. Kim was one of the first ones to join my first space when it was just crypto. So I'd love your take on it, and what we could do to kind of you know, reach a bigger audience. Then I'll give the mic to Rob and Tara.
Yes. First, I just want to say thanks for Sphinx for reminding us that we are actually here for different reasons, and trying to tie the 2 points together. Because I came from the sector when it was just 100 people in a room, and it was an anarchist movement against the atrocities of Lehman Brothers, and a movement against economic hitmen at the IMF, and our belief that there needs to be a counterforce for that. So it started very political, and so naturally that's my affiliation. But as adoption grew over the years, the technology kept innovating in different directions. And with each new direction it went, it brought new people in. And so I think it's really important to appreciate that So the last movement was an NFT movement, and that brought in a completely different set of people. That each time we progress this technology further and further, it evolves from something very different to what it originally started as. People are just firing up, codes, open source codes, and they're creating their iteration on top of this of what's important to them, and it drives new adoption into this. So I think that's really important, and it is really interesting. At each cycle, you get completely different adoption. So like the first wave of adoption was all the people that just wanted freedom to gamble, and freedom to be able to peacefully buy drugs online without having to go to a gangster in the street and risk being killed. And instead, they wanted to peacefully purchase online with a review system that worked, so that they could ensure they weren't poisoning their body with whatever a drug dealer on the street gave them. And the second wave of innovation brought actual people, a younger generation, that were never going to be able to invest. They were never going to be able to buy gold. The money printing had completely taken real estate and property out beyond their income. They had no connection to stocks and bonds. They couldn't figure out how to save enough money in order to contribute to a pension. And all of a sudden, these crazy little tokens got their attention for some really strange reason, because it was affiliated with something along their ideology. Maybe it was a celebrity that gave it to them, or maybe it was something really quirky that got them into it. And they got wrecked. A lot of them made money and they got wrecked. And they ended up in a situation just like we are in right now. But the difference was the class of 2017 and 2018. They all had this moment where everyone lost a load of money, and everyone was told that it's a pump and dump and a scam. But they still continued figuring out how to take some of their fiat currency and actually figure out how to be a better investor. And many of them got ready for the next wave. And for the first time, they actually started thinking about how to save some of their fiat currency so they could buy the cryptocurrency that was most affiliated with their ideology. And for the first time, they got into the savings and investing market. Now, a bunch of them ended up degen traders and losing loads of money and making loads of money and doing all sorts of crazy things and printing their own money, and learning the value of that printing your own money doesn't actually have much value. And then they all got wrecked and they went through the next cycle. In this cycle, we had NFTs that brought in, the retailers, artists, a completely different group of people. And so the moral of the story is that this was all created. It was wealth that was created from the people that were left behind in the traditional financial system. They were born in a generation where owning your own real estate or investing was out of reach, because the debt system meant that they were from day one born into dire debt. And then they did what they were told to do. They went to school, they got a degree, they got a university, they got deeper and deeper into debt, and then they got a good job and they couldn't quite keep up, and then they took on a mortgage and they couldn't or get on the mortgage, and instead they got into cryptocurrency. And so that, again, the moral of the story is that it was, for many different people, many different reasons, and it brought people into the world of savings and investing. And in this one, I hope that everybody learns that, okay, we learn the lessons of what happens when you rely upon money printing and a billionaire that comes along and leverages it all up. And we learn the lessons of what happens when we create Lehman Brothers in our own industry. But hopefully people come along and realize, I'm going to get all my money off an exchange, and I'm going to learn how to store the private key, and I'm going to challenge myself to actually take back what Bitcoin was originally designed for, which is freedom, the ability to own your own money, the ability to spend your own money, and to have a money supply that you can predict that will never change. And what happens when people create these other securities and tokens. So I just want to bring that's the important part, and then the education and the community that comes from it, which is Mario's point.
Can you guys hear me?
All right.
Mario, can you hear me now?
I'm not sure he can. He's still having some glitches, but I can hear you.
Yeah. I can't hear anyone, but I will have it fixed. I'm using a third phone in a minute, so I'll let you leave.
Okay, he's going to move to a third phone, folks. All right. So, yes, Peter, would you like to take the point from Simon?
Me, because we've got another Peter on. Is it me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
You.
No, I just wanted to say, I thought that was a really healthy exchange. I'm not going to open old hatchets or bury old hatchets. And I welcome a lot of education. You've got to unlearn and learn. And I think that Simon, everything he just said there is 100% true. I'm, as I've said yesterday and before, I'm very much about anything that gives people greater autonomy over their wealth, over their personal financial freedom, and so on. My focus of work isn't even in finance predominantly. It's to do with human rights more necessarily, but the World Bank does a fair amount to do with that as well. So you touch a lot of things with one stake. So I agree with what Simon said. I think it's very, very important that we diversify and decentralize this, because otherwise you do have a system that can manipulate you, and we've seen that happen time and again. So I'm not against what Kim and others have been saying at all. I just think sometimes when we begin to bring in broader macro themes, there's other nuances there that just need to be taken into account. But I appreciate the discussion, and I look forward to other ones where I can speak to something of value, because I only add something when I think I can add something of value. But
yes,
cheers.
love it. Thank you so much.
Can I make my point now, Chad?
Yes, absolutely, Fernando. Go for it.
Yeah, cheers. So coming back to the discussion, what can really kill crypto or Bitcoin? I mean, there's several angles here. Okay, so when it comes to Bitcoin, we have to understand it is quite old. Okay, compared with many other cryptos. Okay, so the cryptography is not great. Yeah. The NSA created that cryptography, SHA-256, and dropped it in 2009. Yeah, so it isn't great, and I understand a few things about this. Okay, so the biggest threat to Bitcoin is going to be a combination of things. Yeah, the devs not improving the cryptography. Okay, and the second one is quantum computing is going fast now. For this week, or I think last week, if I'm not mistaken, was announced another 400 qubit that we know, yeah, computer. So the combination of those, yeah, we can fork, we can do all that, but it will become faster and faster. And what really makes Bitcoin great is the trust we all have in it. Yeah, for the first time, somebody's going to do something and start maybe to roll back something. The trust is not there anymore, and it's going to be chaos. So for me, the biggest threat to Bitcoin is that there are other cryptos, although, that have cryptography, they spot on, they're really great, yeah. But the other thing that I think can threat crypto, it is us not having the ability to actually get everyone, including politicians, including regulators, to go with us in this journey, because we see it as the enemy, yeah. And when you see someone as the enemy, they're going to behave like that, yeah. So it is a big problem for me, because I didn't sign up for a lot of this shit, to be honest. Okay, I signed up for this because I have that concept of decentralization, and that's still in my brain, yeah. So when we look at how we can evolve with crypto and how we can bring all of those people, this is going to be the biggest challenge. And this is the biggest threat as well, because the banks don't want it. And let's face it, the banks don't want crypto. Yeah, we know that. We've been facing quite a lot of these things. And they are constantly delaying the regulators to come out with regulations. Yeah, and politicians are part of this game. We know that if you look back in history, regulation drives adoption. When you just go back 100 years, 200 years, it doesn't matter. Regulation always drives adoption. Yeah. So we definitely need to have regulation. We definitely need to work with people so that we can face this existential threat because they are. I said this recently in a few alpha groups, yeah. While the crypto dudes are all fighting against each other, guess who's accumulating? The JPMs, yeah? Goldman Sachs, you name them, they're accumulating. And at some point, they're going to continue to throw this back at us. And volatility that we've been seeing for the past 1 year, and believe me, I warned a lot of 2021 was happening with FTX. Yeah.
Fernando, we lost you just for about 5 seconds.
Yeah, sorry. I warned in April 2021 what was happening with FTX, and a lot of people know me, and they know what I said at that time. Yeah, and nobody cared because everything was pumping. Everybody was making money. We are driven by greediness. Yeah, in our space. Until we actually start to educate people, yeah, to be driven by different things, then we are facing our own existential threat. Yeah, that's my point. That's what I wanted to make.
Chet, can you check your DMs, please? I've got something from someone who says there's a guest who wants to come up and might be of value to the space.
Absolutely. Let me check that real quick. And then let me go ahead and let Rob or Solar, both of you go ahead and talk.
Yeah, in the meantime, before Rob and Solar go through, I'm using 3 phones, by the way, Chet and everyone.
You're back, yay!
Yeah, bro, I'm using 3 phones to make it work. So there's a few key figures in the audience. You might want to send them an invite just while I fix the phone issue, including Cyrus. I'll just send you a message now, Chet. All right, just keep an eye on the messages because I'm just trying to fix the technical issue. Sorry, guys. Go ahead, Robin, on Apex.
Solar, go ahead. You've been waiting very patiently.
Thanks, Rob. All right. Yeah. So I think the main goal, like, why do we talk about decentralization, is because we want immutability. We don't want the rules to change. I'm a little scared of the centralization of the validators in Ethereum. I don't know how that's going to get solved, but something that gives me hope is what Richard was talking about earlier about social consensus. Ultimately, that's where it ends. That's the ultimate form of consensus. So maybe we can, move over. The other thing I wanted to mention is, yeah, I mean, like, I think, like, a lot of us have ideas of, like, things of how certain things, like how we should align certain things. But like, for instance, the example of greed, like, how do we know that we can actually change human behavior at that scale? It just seems to me that some things you just gotta, like if we get a bull market again, everyone's going to be greedy again. And it's like we can control that. It's just going to simply happen. So yeah, I mean, like, the point being, I think we have to realize, kind of pick our battles and kind of identify the things that we can win. And yeah, I agree with the sentiment of, like, someone was mentioning, okay, like, yeah, we revolutions, like the outcome of revolutions is never what we wanted or intended, right? So I think we do have to work with regulators in trying to steer the boat, and doing like micro adjustments in order to kind of get a little, like, I think that's the way to get like closer to where we want to be.
I'd agree. I'd also just like to layer in on top of that. I mean, you obviously talked a lot about same things that I wanted to, but I did want to also note on also just kind of changing the conversation a little bit. And, if you look at a majority of people that use, I'm going to say use, but I'm going to elaborate on that use Ethereum, that use Bitcoin, that most currencies, cryptocurrencies, they use them as a financial vehicle. They use them to put their resources in hopes that the underlying asset value is going to go up and that they'll be able to exit. most people aren't using it to build layer twos. Most people aren't using it to launch NFT projects. Most people aren't using the technology in the way that it's meant to be used. And so I think a lot of the narrative needs to be changed on what these things even are. Like, is in some ways it's almost, I think, a disadvantage that they're called currencies. I understand that the token and the underlying asset value, but it's meant to be so much more. And so in conjunction with that, I think a more mature conversation will happen, and that narrative will change. And I do agree it is working with regulators, because if we do see them as our enemy, somebody noted on it, they will be our enemy, and there's no fighting it. We need regulation, especially, of course, I'm speaking specifically as well into the American context. On a global scale, there's always going to
Your voice is back live on YouTube. Sorry about that. Give me a few minutes and I'll come back to my computer.
What's going on, team?
Right. I see that chart moving.
Man, Tokyo's pumping it.
Bitcoin going up, but not Doge.
Yeah. Tokyo wants to do the pumperola.
Tokyo?
Yeah, it's Tokyo now, but I think Hong Kong opens here in the next 10, 15 or something like that, 10 minutes.
Oh.
Tokyo is known for almost always pumping it. I mean, not always, but very often.
Pump it.
Pamp it. Pamp it.
So it seems like we'll
Liquidate these fucking shorts.
I'm probably guessing right now, but I assume we're going to pump into the PPI and just get slapped down.
Pump into the PP and slap it down.
Yes, brother.
Just get slapped down.
I don't know. I don't trust this pump.
Because you don't know who's behind it.
Do you know who's behind it?
Look at the money. Look at the money.
Elon Musk.
I wouldn't trust it here either, but from yesterday, 59. Remember, bro, you said you bought Crow right there, and I was like, dude, it's going to fucking pay off. We shot $100 lower, but I still kept my long from yesterday. I've been riding that shit. But yeah, we're going to
it paid off, dude. I got I rode that bad boy nice.
Nice. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I got a very nice profit on that one. That was a good move. I kept that overnight.
Bro, I'm pretty confident. I mean, obviously, this is what I'm doing. Nobody else take my advice, but anywhere from 17.8 to 18.2, just like that 12-hour either SMA 20 or the EMA 20 area is when we're going to get slapped down really, 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 really hard.
We all like a hard slap down.
We're going to file.
Jim Cramer just made us rich.
S&P is going to push up probably 100 points either right before PPI or right after, and then it's going to fucking flush. I got to go into 4,080 on the top side, maybe a little bit below that, but it's going to do a higher high, and then it'll flush.
Hey, how come the YouTube title is called Bull Market of Crypto? Is this day 4 for real?
Like for real, real.
All right.
Got a $287,000 target soon.
Wait, for what?
For Bitcoin.
280,000?
280,699.
That's your target?
I'm just kidding, bro. I'm totally joking.
Oh, I was like, bruh, that's wild. Oh, you have me tweaking. I was like, oh.
I'm totally kidding.
He was like, wait, that's your target?
Fuck.
Okay, mic check. Beginner question. What's PPI?
Producer price index, I think.
And when does that drop? 8:30 a.m. Eastern. If you go to forestfactory.com, you could choose the calendar. You have to refresh it once, I think, for it to adjust to your time frame, and then it's got a calendar basically of all the Fed stuff. You can keep an eye on that if you like news trading. Then you want to keep an eye on that.
What was that website? One more time?
Forestfactory.com. It'll also show you that a half hour later, Fed's going to come out and speak.
Might check that out. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks.
What's the website?
Forestfactory.com. Actually, we got two Fed. They're going to be talking for 2 hours tomorrow. It's going to be pretty fucking volatile then. Yeah, if you go to forestfactory.com and then just go to calendar, refresh it once, so adjust your time frame, and you'll see. Yeah, they got Fed speaking Tuesday, Wednesday, I think Thursday too. Jesus. No, actually, it's Tuesday and Wednesday, not Thursday.
This one's for the sensitive bears that have me muted. 1688!
Yeah.
They didn't hear me because they got me muted.
Yeah.
I'm mad. I'm not a bear.
Oh. Sorry, I just closed along and it's going higher. I'm gonna calm down.
MATIC, it does have resistance at 933, so it's possible you might be able to get it a little lower if you do change your mind. And it's possible that this news tomorrow morning could crash everything, potentially, or who knows what's going to happen, right? But
Right. It was just a quick scalp. It was a quick scalp on BTC. It's all right. It's all right. Maybe I was right. We'll see. I'm trying to learn like the measured moves and stuff, so it's hard for me to draw like the perfect measured move, I guess. So I usually draw like 3 of where I think it actually is, and then it'll end up hitting one that I'm just not paying attention to.
curious, tell me what you see about Bitcoin at 1688 specifically. I would love to see hear what you see.
Okay, hold on.
And more specifically, if you're looking at like liquidations and sizes and volume and all that too, that'd be cool. Maybe some moving averages and patterns and channels, all that.
Yeah. Is 1688 your stop loss or something for a long?
No, I kind of think that's a little bit of a floor/ceiling pivot in my head.
Yeah, my measured move, it seems to be like within $1 or 2 of that, but yet again, I have like 3 measured moves, and one of them is really only correct. So the other one ends up at 16821. The other one is at 16857, and the last one is at 16878. But it's nowhere near perfect. So
Well, you protected your profits, and you're noticing resistance.
Yeah.
Earlier, yeah, that all sounds like good trading.
Thank you.
Yeah, it seems like if we blow through this and oh shoot, I'll be quiet. My Twitter came back in with my slow internet. It usually mutes. It seems like there's those 2 points above 7,000 to look at. Meaning above 17 today. Those points.
Sorry, your mic cut out. Which one?
Yeah, I was just talking about new highs. I'm gonna be quiet now because I've got Twitter on and it doesn't always cut off with my voice, and it with my internet going slow. But it's so slow that there it's out. Dixie's almost at what 107. What are the hours of the Dixie?
I have no clue. But it definitely has some off time. There's a bunch of gaps in the chart. Anyone here use Bing X? I doubt it, but
I think a lot of people possibly are listening to the second Twitter Spaces room.
The Twitter Spaces room?
Yeah, there's some Twitter Spaces.
If you click on Mario Nawful, Nawful, if you click on his profile picture, you'll see the second space. The first one had like 20,000 people and crashed, or at least 15,000 I saw, and then I think it grew up to the point where it crashed the app, the Twitter Spaces program or whatever, and then they started a second room.
Oh, okay, I see.
So, does anybody else feel like Christmas came early on day 0, day 1, day 2, or 3?
I'm in the green.
How many of
I'm
those
happy.
people understand?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I jumped into Crow, and I'm pretty happy with Crow.
Logistics charts will probably look different, but if you're on MATIC, you can also change your chart to trading view mode as well. So it's pretty interesting. I might play that Twitter space on the YouTube. Just checking if anybody had any questions or anything. If not, I'll play the space.
Maybe have the Twitter volume just a little bit up if you can, because that way when the super chat comes in, it won't like shock me with my headphones on with really great bass. Or not, whatever, doesn't matter. But there's definitely a difference in the volume with Discord.
Yeah, it scared me earlier too when somebody super chatted. I got definitely got to fix that. It was so loud. All right, I guess I'll play that Twitter space.
I tell you, man, it's like it's the beginning.
On us who are in this space,
God, it's
who
so
have
quiet.
this knowledge, to share it with people.
Why is it so
that
quiet?
people can make informed decisions. Tell people what this is. If you want to talk about a particular a platform or an investment or something like that, say, okay, this is why I wanted to invest in it. Here's the research I did. Because if you don't, then how can we fault people for just saying, we don't have a prospectus requirement here, and even if we did, there's no requirement to read it. How can we fault people for just saying, I saw Sequoia is big, so I put my money in it too. I figured they knew what they were doing, because they're the ones that have access to knowledge and to the data that wasn't available for most people. They're the ones that have the knowledge. So I think that this is just an exposure of a systemic flaw that is going to happen again and again. And part of that also is because a lot of these builds are 2017 to 2020 builds. And that was as Bitcoin was becoming more in the public view, as we heard more about what crypto was and what Bitcoin was and all of this stuff. Then we saw that that people wanted to get involved, and then people that were getting involved were saying, hey, I'm going to build something. And so they build fast. And the biggest problem with crypto is you can't pivot. You cannot pivot. And that is the biggest problem, right? It's not a move fast and break things, or just build an MVP and then pivot. You can't do that. So you build wrong. And instead of saying, oh, crap, I built wrong. Okay, let me return your funds to you and let's start over, which one platform actually did, and mazel tov to them. But the rest of them are like, oh, crap, well, how can I make this work? Because then they realize I can't change it. It's not like Web 2. So I think it's a bunch of different things. Look for this to happen again. There are a couple other platforms I think are probably going to come down too. But it is not endemic to the system itself. This is not a flaw of blockchain. This is not a flaw of, traditional federated internet. This is a flaw of human nature and lack of education. Some of these are going to come down, but the ones that have been built since then, there are some spectacular builds coming up now, like really amazing. They really understand what they're doing.
Yeah, just the guys, that was Alexandra. I just fell in love with you because I was about to quote. You said this is not a flaw of blockchain, and then you said a few other things. So I started typing it because in my mind, I got the idea of writing, this is not a flaw of blockchain, this is a flaw of human nature. While I was writing it, you mentioned this is a flaw of human nature and lack of education. For me, this is what you just did now was a highlight for the show, and unfortunately, it was such a the sun is coming up here. It's really late. I want to do a whole segment, if you're okay with it, tomorrow when we wake up after Hunter Biden, digging into this. Maybe we'll do a group, me, you, and the team, to kind of put all the evidence together so we can objectively bring it up with the audience. Now, a question I have for you is, what's next? We're going to see a few more dominoes fall, a lot more than many expect. Then what? how long will it take investors to gain trust again in the space? I'm talking non-crypto investors. And how aggressive will regulators be? We had the ex White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, I think it was, on stage.
Mick Mulvaney.
Mick Mulvaney on stage. I was going to say a few hours ago, but now it's yesterday. And it wasn't that, his feedback was actually pretty positive. He knew what DeFi was. He knew about self-custody. He knew a lot more than what I expected.
Mario, I was surprised actually by how crypto conscious Mick Mulvaney was.
I was exactly, bro. Like, I was really surprised. I didn't expect it at all. I thought the discussion was going to be a bit off. It's not going to be focused on crypto. Turns out he knew more than a lot of the people in crypto about the space. And he's a regulator. Now, one of my tweets, by the way, Alexandra, is I think we should stop blaming. You said something. You said there is no lack of regulation. There's a lack of compliance in the space. That's another quote I loved. So we should all, and then my take, I wrote my take under it. You can see my tweet. My take is that we should stop blaming regulators for our own stupidity and greed. That's my take of it. But yeah, back to my question, Alexander. What do you think is going to happen in terms of recovery? How long do you think recovery will take? And more importantly, how do you think regulators will respond to the mess we created?
Okay, so those are like great questions. And I don't have my crystal ball on hand. And if I did, man, I'd be in a different business, like involving, Super Bowls. But to the extent that I can predict, here's a couple of things. So first, just so that people know my bias, I was an attorney with the Securities and Exchange Commission previously. So I am not anti-regulation. I am not like opposed to regulators. I don't think they're evil or trying to kill crypto or anything like that. That said, I don't think that our regulation is even close to perfect, right? I don't think that there's enough education of the regulators either. And so to address first how long will it take for trust to come back? I don't think we ever really had trust. I think what we had is bouncing back and forth between fear and greed. We never had trust because trust requires understanding, and we never had that. So I think what needs to happen is a full-on dedicated push to create understanding of finance, an understanding of crypto, and an understanding of blockchain, and that those three things are different, right? Those are not, crypto is not all of blockchain. Blockchain is actually just a technology. It's not bad or good, it's neutral. There's the idea that crypto is full of scammers and things like that. It's the same thing, honestly, that happened at the beginning of the Web 2, right? Where you had like all of these companies that couldn't figure out how to monetize off of the internet. They put up these brochures, and they're like, okay, now what? People know I have an insurance company in like Mineola. Now what? And everybody was like, I don't know, because people were trying to figure out exactly how to monetize, how e-commerce worked, how this technology worked, how to make people trust payment on the internet. That was a huge problem. I don't know if anybody knows about that part. This actually all happened while I was still in school, but I do remember this stuff. It was really hard to get people to pay money electronically, and now it seems native, right? But at the time, giving your credit card to somebody online seemed the height of stupidity. Why would you do that? You're going to lose your money. Or these are all scammers on the other side. To me, this sounds familiar. This is exactly what people think about crypto. Were there scammers? For sure. Was everyone a scammer? Not even a little, right? It took a long time to do two things. One was to create a history, a long enough history that people could see that most transactions turned out to be legitimate, and there was a way to get a refund, right? That was the whole thing that PayPal really innovated on, was that there was a way to get a buyer's guarantee. And it wasn't even that it had to be used. It just had to exist, that the buyers could get money back if it turned out to be a scam. And that created enough trust for people to use it. The other thing that had to happen was that there was some sort of that ability to secure. It was an easy way to secure things. Like it was an easy onboarding procedure. And then we had something with the little lock, right? Remember HTTPS started, and there was a little lock, and it was like, okay, now I know it's secure. and there was easy onboarding. You didn't have to do anything specific. You didn't have to go to these different pages. You didn't have to do anything difficult with your credit card, so people could understand that's all this transaction was. It looked like an in real life transaction. They made it look as familiar as possible to going to a store and what you would have, the interaction you would have in a store, right? So that was the difference. So we think about that, though, that was like 10 good years before we developed enough trust there. So what I'm saying is we're not even there. We don't have trust. What we have is greed and fear of missing out and things like that. We do not have people trusting that the transactions are going to go through and be secure, and that we are assured that if there will be recourse if there is some sort of problem on the other side. And then the other thing is the interface has to be easier. We are working on the interface being easier, but we have not yet had enough of a track record, and we don't have enough people in blockchain saying, look, if something goes wrong, here's what we will do. And it doesn't mean you have to reverse transactions, or we have to put everything in escrow. You have to just find a way for recourse. And for everybody who's running a platform, can you please just put some access to a person somewhere? Because that's really all people need, is to know that there's a way to contact you to tell you that something has gone awry. They're not necessarily even looking for you to fix it. They're just looking for like a little bit of guidance of what do we do? Have procedures in place. That's what you need to do, right? But we're not there yet. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there, right? So what will it take to build the trust? Those things, right? We need to have an infrastructure that reminds people and comforts them and tells them, you know what? We're grown-up businesses. We're going to help you. We're not here to scam you. With respect to the go ahead.
Go ahead, Alexander. I was just going to tell you two things before I give the mic to.
And I was having all these technical
MATIC is
issues.
pumping.
We
MATIC
have
is fucking
reports
pumping.
Chet, don't be angry. I won't
Oh
mention
my
don't worry, Chet,
god,
but
look
we
at
have
MATIC.
Reports that
We're
we've been
cutting through this liquidation block. We can get us all the way up to $1 by the end of the night.
Confirm it very
Alright, I'm
soon.
gonna go to Discord. I'm gonna get back to
But
YouTube.
to be very brief, it seems things are starting to look a lot more concerning for FTX and their intentions. I know I just said earlier that it seems that they just made mistake after mistake. There seem to be things that confirm it actually could be worse than that. So waiting for Chet to investigate the information before we share it. And the timing is very ironic. Piotr, I know you have a few questions. I'll actually give you the mic for a bit, Piotr. Just you and Alexander can have a chat. I know all the speakers have their hand up, but I do want to give the mic for a bit longer for Piotr and Alexander to have that discussion, because I'm loving it.
All right. Well, I think the one thing I can say from my end is I feel if you were listening into my exchange with Kim and thought I was a bit of a dimwit, I think I've redeemed myself by recommending we bring up Alex. So I feel proud of that suggestion there.
Are you kidding me? He's like one of the smartest people any of us know.
Anyway, no, I'm just joking, but no, I want to ask you a couple of questions because I still don't understand what Mario's doing. I think he needs to go to bed because he made me a co-host and I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I do have a quick couple of questions for you, Alex. From my end, which is sort of a bit of an external observer looking in, right? And when I've joined you on other rooms on Clubhouse or whatever, listening to you. But I think, just to build on what Mario was talking about, there's obviously a growing concern that this was nefarious. And, I didn't know much about it. I think the guy was a bit out of his depth and then maybe saw the opportunity to begin sort of basically controlling the whole market. I was seeing on some tweets earlier on Twitter in the space, there was this idea because he's got a lot of networks basically with people in DC. He's been trying to, I think, win people round to benefit him and basically control the market, right? So I was just wondering if you could speak to that, what your feelings are about SBF and his intentions. And then the other question, just very broadly is, the G20 are meeting. One of the things they're going to be talking about is crypto regulation. We had Richard Hart, I think it is, on the show earlier, and he's obviously a very particular position. He thinks greater deregulation is necessary, but the G20 are going to talk about creating potentially a grey list, which is basically to put countries that don't ensure anti-money laundering and terrorist financing rules on crypto providers are basically on a sort of a naughty list. Think the blacklist that the United States Office of Foreign Assets Control, as it's known, or sanctions, basically the blacklist, they're thinking of making something like this. So I was wondering if you could talk to, but not just the G20, but global regulation and how you think that would work. And do you see like maybe not a global regulatory system, but like maybe a broader sort of loose set of principles, values, whatever, that could sort of guide other countries? Because in my mind, and my last point is, it makes sense, doesn't it, for a little bit of regulation. And again, I'm just sharing my very, very limited opinion, because there are so many countries that are not interested or very risk averse to doing this. And I said this to Richard earlier, that they don't want to get involved with crypto because of the unintended consequences, the costs from it. But if by introducing some that were a little bit reassurance, you'd open up a whole new set of markets. You could come up with new, competition, innovation, all that sort of stuff. So I personally think that a little bit of regulation is good for the great opportunity. But I don't know. What do you think on the two questions I posed?
Okay, so in terms of, was this nefarious? I don't know. I don't think we have enough information. I've never spoken to him personally. I am concerned about the somewhat incestuous nature of this group of 10. The 10 roommates, right, that seem to be involved with everything. They were Alameda and FTX, which were supposed to be different companies, ventures. All of these people were kind of mixed together. So there really wasn't any separation. And I don't care about the dating or anything like that. Like, they do what they want. They're grown-ups. They don't have to answer to me. I don't have to answer to them. We're fine that way. But there is something about this lack of separation. And more than that, the lack of understanding of why you want to have separation. And what I saw when I saw him like run off to like the Bahamas and then Argentina and then back to the Bahamas, and where is he going to go? All of it didn't seem to me like the Three Arrows people or something like that. It seemed to me like someone who was a scared kid got in trouble and didn't know what to do or where to go. He was just making crap up on the fly. And that, I mean, he wasn't calculating an exit. That's the issue, right? So there has been money drained from some back doors in FTX US and other entities. That's concerning. And it looks like it is, like Sam was doing it, transferring some to Alameda and other places. But do we actually know that he is the one conducting the transfers? We don't. So I personally am inclined to think that he's being used by someone or more than one person. I think that might have happened. I think he was influenced extensively throughout his career, and some of his decisions may have looked more like things that CZ might have wanted. They had a long-lasting relationship. Why did CZ have all the FTT tokens? Because he was one of the early investors in FTX. But he had different plans for FTX. That's why he and Sam started butting heads so much, because FTX was supposed to basically be an ancillary entity for Binance, but that's not what happened. Sam wanted to be bigger, or whoever was with Sam, whatever, wanted to be bigger. And so they started butting heads, and CZ has mentioned he got really angry about it. But when Binance, which is going to the regulatory part, when Binance hit a regulatory wall that was a unified global front, when that happened, who bailed them out? That was FTX, right? So at the end, they still had this relationship, and that's why it wasn't surprising.
So when did FTX, when you mentioned who bailed them out, it was FTX. What bailout you're referring to? Regulatory bailout. Can you clarify which one?
Yeah, so last year, if you guys remember, and it feels like it was like 2 months ago, but it was last year. So Binance, as I recall, had been operating in Canada, and the Ontario, which I think is the province, I think it's called Ontario. Ontario said, fine, if you want to do these, they were doing some derivatives, and they said, fine, but you have to register. And Binance said, screw you, no, we're going home. And they just left Canada. But then the UK did the same thing and said, no, we're going to investigate you, and you can't do this. You have to register here. And they said no. And then it turns out all of these other countries were like, well, we're going to investigate you, and we need and you need to register to do these actions. It was right around the time BlockFi was getting in trouble as well. And the interesting thing about it leads to the regulatory part. The really interesting thing about it is that we ended up having, for the first time, we had like the 10 major jurisdictions that crypto engages in were all united against Binance. And they had, I think they were registered in the Caymans, and the countries, probably the UK and US primarily, said you have to file charges against them too. And the Caymans were like, what the hell? No, they just registered here. They don't even have any problems with our exchange. They don't even trade on our exchange. But the next day they said, we're filing charges for improper registration. And how did that happen? Well, very likely what happened is these countries said, fine, you don't want to join us, no problem. But then any company that registers in your country and tries to operate in our country is going to get every regulator on them. It's going to have a complete examination, and they're never going to be able to do business in our country. And so nobody's going to want to register in your country. And Caymans, most of its money comes from that. A little bit of tourism, and most of it is this registration business. So that is how they're uniting people. We saw for the first time unification over financial crime. We have constant unification over what I think of as like garden criminals, right? Because robbers gonna rob. You can't have them in any jurisdiction. Let's all get together with Interpol and the FBI and whatever and clear out all those criminals, right? But when it's financial crime, we don't like that. We don't do it with financial crime. We have a lot of safe jurisdictions, and what ends up happening is we have people who commit financial crime, and they go to jurisdictions, and they end up donating a lot of money to the people that are running the jurisdiction. Libya made almost like 50% of its GDP simply from housing financial criminals. So what was very interesting about this is that this was the first time they weren't doing that. They weren't saying, wait, it's financial crime. What do we care? Someone's going to get rich off of this. It doesn't really matter. But for this time, they said, no, we're all getting together. And that is actually what is leading to the current change in the environment, which is leading to things like the gray list and stuff like that. We are moving to a money laundering perspective, which is a risk-based assessment. And that is a lot of it started with this March of 2021 FATF announcement, and just progressed into something else, which I can talk about, but no one cares. But that is that's where our system is now. It's no longer based on, are you a security? Are you a currency? Are you property? It's not going to be based on classifications. It's based on risk assessment. All the language you can see is moving towards that. We're calling things different. There aren't going to be things like MSB, money service businesses. There's something called VASPs instead. Everything is going to be about being a VASP, and nearly everything is a VASP. So that means it has to register. There's all sorts of different rules that are coming up. VASP is Virtual Asset Service Provider. So that's a whole other system, but that's what's coming for all of us, and we're unifying. There are 200 countries that are members of the organization, or observers or co-signatories of the organization, and it is no longer a recommendation. This is called Recommendation 16 of FATF. Is no longer a recommendation. It is obligatory. People are going to institute this system. So that's what we're going to start.
I just want to add to that, and then I'll pass back to Mario. Is that you say FATF, which as you say, Financial Action Task Force. This is growing really big time for them. And what's interesting is that countries not following the AML might get added to the grey list. In countries including Syria, Uganda, and Barbados. So I'm not saying Barbados is the same as Bahamas, but there's obviously a certain sort of approach that certain entities are looking at this. And the other thing I just wanted to emphasize,
So before you continue, just about the Barbados, we did have the ambassador of Barbados on the show yesterday, and not the ambassador, the premier.
No, we had the premier of Bermuda. We had the premier of Bermuda.
We had the premier of Bermuda yesterday. Today was the ambassador of Barbados. I'm meeting him in 2 days here in Dubai. But yeah, sorry, and I think there is it's important not to put all these different jurisdictions into one basket. But yeah, continue.
No, 100%. Just one last point is that what Alex touched upon is the role of money laundering as a terrorist activity. Because really interesting fact I didn't know, but according to the UN, about 20% of terrorist attacks have been actually financed via crypto. So this is also a national security crisis, which I think is something that a lot of people aren't maybe aware of. And I don't know, Alex, if you've got any thoughts on that, but I don't want to, dominate too much.
I was going to say the same thing.
Go ahead, Alex. So in terms of that last point, the concern about crypto being a source of funding terrorism, I know it's a completely separate topic, which obviously is a whole different discussion. But I'll maybe we'll give it another few minutes. But what I want to do, I'll tell everyone what I want to do, because the sun is up here. It's 6:40 a.m. But at the same time, I think this is one of the best discussions we've had, and I've got a lot of DMs coming in. The team is telling me we're getting a lot of DMs coming in. People loving that discussion. And remember, that was meant to be a quick space to say goodbye after the last one crashed. Ended up being, an incredible discussion about the whole FTX saga. So what I'm going to propose is today my time. So in a few hours, 10, 15 hours, my team will reach out to you, Alex. I'll ping you as well right after the show. We'll do a segment where Piotr and Alex, and we'll bring in a few other panelists and do another deep dive into the FTX saga, because I think it does raise a lot of questions well outside of FTX, well outside anyone that has any financial damage from FTX. It will bring up regulatory questions. It will bring up systematic concerns or questions within the space that I want to address, and maybe bring in a couple of regulators again. I'll try to bring Gabe in again to discuss those. So I want to tell the audience, tomorrow you can see the pinned tweet on my profile. If you set the reminder there, you'll get reminded for the next space. And I know it says Hunter Biden. I'll see if I change the name or I'll leave it. But in that same space, we'll do a discussion about, we'll do this deep dive. So that's the first thing I wanted to propose. And in the meantime, what I'd do is, if it's okay with Alex, just maybe a bit more time to have maybe a couple of panelists ask questions to Alex, or maybe add something to what Alex said. I think it'd be good. I know they waited patiently, but at the same time.
Can I just add to your point, Mario, which is
Please,
I reached out to a couple of people like you asked. For everyone listening, I've been trying to leverage my limited but still existent DC network to try and get some people, other regulators, but also people who know some of the insider details from the sort of DC scene to come on. And I'm in touch with someone from the WSJ about maybe coming on. He monitors this sort of stuff and has been quite active. So trying to work on a few things my end, but yeah. Not Mark Andreas, not Elon Musk. I'm sorry, I can't do that, but see what we can get.
Getting close. No, I appreciate that. I will give the mic to a couple of panelists, just as long as you guys keep it please on topic. That'll be great. Maybe Amy, you can kick it off if you like.
Hey guys. I just don't know that I'm buying the whole he's just a kid thing. I mean, he's 30. He comes from a, good family, or probably ones that raised him right. He knows right from wrong, and I just put in the nest above your head there that people seem to be following what he's doing as far as these little cryptic tweets with the one letters, and it looks like he's deleting tweets and using those one letter tweets to not set off any of the bots that would notice that his tweet count is changing. So I don't know. I'm not really.
And I'll add first, I saw that tweet that mentions exactly what you said, Amy, and I sent it to chat to verify it. So there's a tweet that someone made that apparently SBF is tweeting those cryptic tweets potentially just to get some traction on his account, and while there's that traction, he's actually deleting other tweets on his account.
Well, I think
the point.
I think it's more of a way to, because you can, when you look at the top of your profile, it tells you how many tweets you've made. So I think it's almost like a 1-to-1, so it doesn't set off any of the bots that notice that your tweet count has changed, is what it looks like is happening.
And the point that you're making is that it just doesn't add up that he's just an innocent kid that was just too greedy, too stupid, and got to this position. And
I don't think
I would have disagreed with you maybe a few hours ago, but it's in the last few hours we've just gotten reports of different information that chat will validate. We'll probably share them tomorrow. That actually is getting me skewed again to your side. That it seems that it may very well have been orchestrated. Now, whether it's by him, by people around him, and we've had a few insiders tell us that a few is like 2 or 3, not too many. 2 or 3 insiders that did say it is very likely that a close circle around him is either partly or wholly responsible in that whole orchestration. Now, whether Sam was a puppet or not, unlikely to have been a puppet, but definitely was not alone. And it does seem that it was a lot of it was intentional. But we are trying to validate a lot of that information, and it seems that Chet is having some good progress there. So probably tomorrow we'll have some of it.
Well, I just don't think you know, I mean, he's sat in front of Congress. He has argued the case for regulations, whatever it is he's argued the case for. But, you know, I think the whole innocent thing gets you into a lot of places. But yeah, he's 30 years old. He knows the difference between right and wrong. He's not insane. You know, I actually think he's diabolical is what I think.
And that's what we're going to be finding out. And if Chet's, we'll see what Chet finds out as he digs into all the evidence we're being sent. I'll give the mic to Steven and then Lord NFTs. Go ahead, Steven.
Hey, what's going on? Good to see you, Mario.
Pleasure, bro.
Yeah, likewise. So, you know, kind of dovetailing off of the Sam ordeal there quickly. I heard Martin Shkreli earlier in this space assert that he feels that he's going to be doing life in prison. And I know this sentiment and this opinion has been going around a lot today. I do not think that's a foregone conclusion scenario. I really don't. In fact, I think it's, and I could be wrong, but I'm thinking it's a higher probability that he serves very little jail time, maybe even no jail time, given his connections and all the inroads that he's made, who his parents are.
The connections, but man, the connections are a very good point, and Kim had that concern. But we've seen reports in recent hours of these exact connections, these political connections, distancing themselves. And we've had one of our panelists make a point. They're like, why would these connections, I can't remember who it was, but they said, why would these connections stick up for him? I think it was Shkreli who said that. Oh, you might have heard it. Why would they stick up for him when he's now bankrupt, he lost all his wealth, and there's no incentive for them to keep their end of the bargain?
Yeah,
well,
you know,
there'll be even less incentive if they claw back those donations. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's fine. They've already been paid. They already have all the money.
Exactly, yeah.
But some of them have. I know at least of one that has returned the money, or at least given it back from his campaign.
That was
so. I mean, I think, you know, yes, power. I mean, influence, I guess, or who you know helps you to a point. I mean, if they're going to follow the money, and where that money leads will determine his future. But it's only gonna take you so far, because this is all happening on such an open forum. Like that's what my tweet said. Like, we can see you, dummy. Like, everything is happening where everyone can see. So there's only so much that any kind of protection is going to get you, because you can see it on the blockchain. I think it was him transferring money off of FTX. I mean, you can't hide it. So I don't know how much influence is really going to get you when it's all happening on such a public stage.
You know, fair enough. And you guys do raise a fair counterpoint to that. But also the fact that the money has already been made. I mean, let's be honest here. What do huge, massive donations buy the people that give those donations? They buy them influence in the future. That's just the way it is. And this is now the future. So those same donations, I mean, he's the second highest donor next to George Soros to President Biden. I just don't see now.
But that's just to clarify, the second biggest in terms of personal donations, not to the campaign. Someone can confirm
right, personal
this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Personal donations, and still 40 million just on the midterms, right? So I think it's more of a likely scenario that this is going to buy him some cushioning. Particularly, I mean, and his mom is a very accomplished, very savvy attorney as well. So so there's that, you know, and you know,
But I also think, Stephen, you know,
go ahead.
I love you, but you know, I think we have major hedge fund guys who are having to put out tweets saying, you know, this is on me. I did this. Like real, like big people lost money in this, and we can't say we have to hold those people accountable, but not hold Sam accountable because the New York Times writes a piece saying that, you know, he's playing video games to keep it off his mind, and apparently he's sleeping like a baby, and you know, all of this stuff is everyone has to be held accountable.
Yeah,
And
but that's from an ethical perspective. I think what Steven's saying is that he's gonna find some legal loophole or some you know, use his influence in some way. I doubt it, Stephen.
It's hard.
I think it just gets worse for him. I think it just gets worse for him.
Yeah, the reason why I say it's hard is being from the United States myself too, you know, and also working in government and seeing these sorts of things go down. It's like once people make themselves too much of a liability, then they're no longer seen as an asset by the people that even if they made a powerful connection to them to some degree. And I saw this happen inside the government itself directly, like in the military, and then I saw it in other sections of the government as well on the political side for years. So legitimately speaking, they just. As soon as he's no longer an asset, he's literally there's no way he can be viewed as an asset to anyone at this time. His name is too besmirched.
I wanna give the mic to two more speakers just quickly, if you don't mind, guys, because I know that we're way
No
over
worries,
time,
I
and then
understand.
give the mic to Alexandra to kind of give her final thoughts. I've got one question, which is, Alexandra, like a lot of press listen to the space, a lot of them listen to the recording, and a lot of regulators, we found out in the last few days, listen to the space. So my question to you at the end is, what would be your message for them? But I'll let two other panelists maybe jump in with a question or any thoughts on this subject. Maybe I'll give it to Bilo and Valasi.
Thanks, Mario. Question for you, Alex. You mentioned quickly, and it really sparked my interest. Everything you said was very interesting. Thank you for your time. You mentioned reversible transactions. Now, this is something I'm interested in. You're probably familiar with the Stanford proposal for reversible Ethereum transactions. Do you think this is going to ever have traction?
So, okay, two different things. One is reversible transactions. That is the whole point of the bankruptcy thing. They're called clawbacks. And although for those of you who are in business, you've heard clawbacks in other contexts, but this is for the bankruptcy thing. And I was just messaging Stephen, who was just up here, saying those donations, if they were made during the last 90 days or would be considered, there's like evasion or improper transactions for the past year, they could be clawed back. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? If the candidates actually had to give that money back, that'd be very interesting. But it's possible. It's actually possible. So, okay. So what about these reversible transactions that we're seeing? It was originally an EIP. I think a couple of EIP is an Ethereum something proposal. It's basically what goes before people vote on it, and then if enough people want it, then it becomes something that's actually instituted on Ethereum. And this is how most of the chains work, for those who aren't aware. But so there's this idea that you can reverse transactions. And this is a very interesting idea because one of the main points of blockchain is its immutability, which is one of the things that prevent it from being subject to fraud. Fundamentally, what is blockchain? An accounting system. It is, I gave you 3 goats, you owe me a bale of hay. The other person says, I owe you a bale of hay, you gave me 3 goats. And blockchain, the impartial third party that can't be changed, says, that's what happened. That's what blockchain is. Everything else is essentially like, there's additions and other contingencies and things like that. But fundamentally, this is the core of what blockchain is and what it does. It really only serves 3 main areas. Everything outside of that, it's just not suitable for. But for those areas, it is the #1 technology for it. So when we're talking about reversing transactions, we're talking about a core feature of blockchain, which is immutability. We're making it mutable. we're undoing transactions. So far, the way that this has been accomplished is by using escrow accounts. People will hold, you have like say 30 days for buyer's remorse, or they've called it a bunch of different things. But essentially what happens is not that they're reversing transactions on the blockchain, it's that they're holding the transactions in an escrow account that is held by a third party, right? And if you decide you want a refund, then that money comes out of the escrow account and that transaction never closes. So it looks like that transaction never happened. After 30 days, then all of the information becomes part that, or that all of that transaction, sorry, I can't read and talk at the same time. I literally, it's a genetic disorder at this point. I'm not sure what it is, but I can't do it. So there's got to be a 12-step program for me somewhere. So the transaction then goes to the blockchain and then it becomes permanent. So you're allowed to have a reversal within a limited period of time, and then it goes to the blockchain, but you're not actually reversing blockchain transactions. There is this theory that you could reverse blockchain transactions and that could be acceptable. There are basically two schools of thought, and you can actually tell who is leading each side. We have a bunch of people who are primarily, not exclusively, but primarily in the NFT space that are interested in having reversals. And then we have a bunch of people primarily in finance and DeFi that are not. The biggest issue that we have, though, is that prices change so fast that if you had the ability to return your purchase and then repurchase it at a lower price, most people would do that. That's actually called wash trading, and that's soon going to be illegal in crypto and blockchain as well. But that is, for all intents and purposes, the biggest fear that people have is that essentially we're disrupting this key issue, this key correlation, this, of immutability. This is what our primary focus is. This is what makes us, one of the things that makes it valuable. And we're disrupting that in order to let people return things and then repurchase them at lower prices. And that is not the purpose of blockchain. You buy it, you buy it. You sell it, but you cannot reserve it and repurchase it.
So if I can just maybe, sorry, go ahead.
So I just really quickly, I just wanted to let you all know. So Mario, I know you really wanted to end this space, etc. However, we just got a speaker here on stage, Chad Garrett, Chad down there at the bottom. He is here to speak with us. I've just verified his claims, etc. So he is here to speak with us about some experiences he had out at the FTX headquarters in the Bahamas, some of what he saw and noticed there, and also one of their firms that invested in FTX. So, Chad, if you would please give us some of your story.
Yeah, absolutely, and happy to, I think, answer any questions as well. I think on this, I think if I don't really get out the majority of the stuff that I sort of state, but I think one, really my time being there, I imagine, sort of working in the Bahamas at FTX was really like probably working at something like Google. I think you have sort of shuttles really there for you every single day. The offices are open 24/7. They have meals for you, at least 4 meals a day for you, for about probably, I think, at least when I was there, they had probably 50 to 100 people, and that spanned both FTX Digital Markets, Solana. There are many Solana projects, Serum, and of course Alameda. And I think sort of in my message, of course, to you, Chat, I think what was clear to me was that there was only sort of a 10 really step sort of walk, sort of separation between Alameda and FTX. And of course, there's nothing really else to do on the island other than really go to the beach, go to the casino at the Baha Mar, or really work. And so space, but we
lost you for about 5 seconds.
Yeah,
not even 5, like 2 seconds. Yeah, we lost you for 2 seconds. I think someone tried to call you.
Yeah, I got a call, but I'm good now. But yeah, that was really clear to me. I think it was really clear that Alameda, I think everyone had always suspected that there was some sort of collusion or something really going on there. But it was pretty clear to me that there was no sort of degree of separation from both Alameda and FTX. and that Sam or really anyone else from the FTX team or Alameda team could have gone over there and asked him sort of any questions at any time.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not asking questions because I'm just taking notes, bro. All right, so no degree of separation between Alameda and FTX is one point I got out of this.
Totally.
I can kick it off with the first question, and Alexandra, Piotr, and any other panelists, you can jump in after me. But the first question I have, man, is so when did you leave the Bahamas headquarters?
Yeah, so I went there, I think, right after really Bitcoin Miami. So I think it was the first day I was there, it was like April 15th. And then I was there for a full 30 days just because on sort of the travel restrictions, you can only be there for 30 days fully. And then you have to leave or you have to get a...
Did you spend it, how much in total did you spend in the headquarters this year?
A full 30 days.
Okay, 30 days.
And so they have,
yes?
they have really, and so they have really two sort of main, I think, places that people really work, right? They had this sort of compound that was, I would say, almost like six to seven, almost like 2-bedroom houses, about 1,000 to 2,000 square feet. And then, of course, what we've seen sort of in the other reports, right, is this sort of huge mansion. I guess supposedly that they had, I think it was really the top 10 or really the top 10 to 15 people in FTX lived and sort of worked in this penthouse in Albany, which was the sort of more exclusive or the most exclusive place in the Bahamas. The majority of people were at those sort of 6 2-bedroom houses, and the rest of those people were at their own sort of penthouse.
Okay, so the next question I have is we've had people come on stage, and generally the feedback about the work culture is it's a very positive environment. It was a pretty chill work culture and very hardworking and committed team. Did you get that same sense?
I don't know so much about it being chill. I think it was pretty clear to me and I think everyone else that it was like, listen, we have all this set up here for you to basically just focus on work. We have the desks, right? So you have those 2-bedroom houses, but in all of those sort of buildings, it was just back to back really desks and monitors. It was sort of sit down and shut up, and I think get to work. I don't think that there was really, and I think even in general, there's maybe only 4 to 5 restaurants on the island, right? There's maybe 1 to 2 casinos, right? And then like half of the island is pretty necessarily like unusable because it's almost like a third world country on the sort of east side of the island. And so the only side you can really go on is the west, really northwest, and really southwest. And so that's where everyone was really at.
Okay, and you'll see from my questions, like I don't want to, just dramatize anything. And you've been pretty objective and factual about things, which I enjoy. I just want to make it clear for the audience, like we're trying to be as objective and factual as possible, not try to dramatize things, make something sound like a movie. So was there anything unusual? Anything at all?
I think like what became clear to me was that sort of FTX and Alameda I think were pretty close. I think that also I think maybe what was a little unusual was it wasn't I think 100% clear, but I think there was pretty clear that through all of sort of FTX's initiatives and all they were trying to do, especially as I was just sort of leaving, they had just announced as well their huge HQ that they were eventually going to build, and I think they had just started on 2 or 3 weeks ago. That the Bahamian government was very involved with that, right? And they were also very involved with them coming over to the Bahamas. And so with that, right, I think there was maybe 1 to 2 people that were a part of the FTX, potentially being paid by FTX as well as maybe Alameda or just in general, maybe the FTX, the sort of company, to oversee, some things, and then also oversee sort of the onboarding of people that they were shipping over from various countries. And I think namely, those countries were probably mainly the U.S. as well as really Hong Kong and Singapore, I think mainly, where they also, I think Hong Kong was still where they had some people and they were planning on shipping the rest of them over.
Okay, so I see a few people in the press in the audience. If you have any questions from the press, you can DM it to me, but if the team doesn't see the message, you can put your hand up and I'll try to spot you and bring you up. So this is a message for anyone from the press, but we do prefer you just DM me the message and the team will whoever's awake, who's left awake from my team, will check him and ask them. All right, man. So for me, it doesn't, like, from everyone I've spoken with, have you had any direct interaction with Sam, or they're both Sams? I think there's like 2 Sams that are part of the drama now.
Yeah, I never saw Sam Trabucco. I did see Sam walking around a couple times at the sort of FTX compound. He was walking with other people.
Crypto's pumping again.
Someone or something that I decided to like go over and try.
Look at these nasty liquidations on all those
I think
shorts.
I only saw Caroline once in passing, because part of that was they sort of switched us around. Some people that were just sort of like coming through there and checking out the offices. They switched us around to a couple different buildings sometimes, and so the first one we were in was the one that was also Alameda Research. So we were on sort of the other side of where Alameda was working.
And another question: have you heard anything? So you might have made friends there, or have relationships with people. Have you spoken to them since the implosion, and what's the sentiment? I'll give you an example. So we had someone come on stage who's, I have to be careful what I say, but who's close.
Tim, how much room do you think Bitcoin has to go up on these shorts? Dogecoin there too. I see we got some greens and some whites, but is there anything larger above? Larger.
There were people framed.
Yeah, we saw even on the short-term liquidations up to over 17.5K.
Oh yeah, I see.
Smart money has already been flowing back into crypto.
Take a bullet.
People thought this wasn't the early bull market, but they are getting wrecked shorting up here.
Things go wrong. So that was the point he made, and we had another insider debate that with him, and it was a very long conversation. It was like
I told people,
so my question
day zero, follow the money.
Speaking to people internally, anything you heard, whether you were able to verify.
You think XRP is going to have good news tomorrow?
If something you
I don't know. We had a lot of fake news on XRP today, so
and if something you verified,
a lot of traders are hoping that good news comes out.
Yeah, of course. I to that first.
But yeah, that was fake news that came out today. The Fox News lady already apologized, but we'll see. Maybe that was a slip up as well. Maybe some news is coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, and you're gonna notify us. I hope if you hear it first.
Yeah, but Bitcoin's pushing up these liquidations, Doge. Since the last buy block. Since last buy block, Doge is already up by over 3% here. Big Daddy Bitcoin's already up by more than 2.7%, which is huge. Big Daddy MATIC is already up 5%. MATIC had the Nike partnership, and then ETHW is already up 3%. I'm going to mute the Discord. I'm going to go back to the Twitter space.
So maybe a month later, June, July, right? There was a lot of layoffs at a number of different companies, right? Coinbase, a number of others that had announced that they were going to be laying off people as the market had tanked. FTX, or really Sam, I think, had stated that they weren't going to be laying anyone off and that they were actually hiring more. Well, what I came to find out was like a couple weeks later after I had left, my really good friend had actually been fired. And they did sort of this silent round of layoffs, I guess, post him making that announcement, even though he said he was going to hire more people. They ended up firing about like 20 to 30 people. And it's just, it just sucks because I think those people that I think they sort of laid off had just moved maybe within the past 6 months to the Bahamas from usually Hong Kong or Singapore to work and sort of be full-time, of course, on FTX, but they decided to fire instead of hire more people like they were stating on social media. So just a lot of lies. It's really unfortunate.
Okay. All right. I'm just writing notes for anyone that's interested in just a summary of it. I'm gonna give the mic to any other panelists that has a question specific for Chad. Please keep it focused.
Yeah, I got one quickly. So thanks for joining us, man. What did you think? Did you meet SBF at all, or did you see him around?
He did say he did see him walking around. I think that's what he said, Chad. But he didn't meet him.
Oh, sorry, Mike. You must have cut out for me then. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah,
I'll shut up.
Yeah, so I mean, I did see him walking around. I think maybe the highest person I talked to was Ramnik, who's probably 5, 6, 7, maybe like 11. I don't know on sort of the org chart. I think he was like head of product and head of ventures.
Okay. What was the sort of like vertical versus horizontal sort of integration of the company like? Was there much communication? Was it very sort of like hierarchical? I'm just curious if you had any experience with that.
I think honestly there was a lot of hierarchy, but to be quite honest with you, I think at the end of the day, the only one making decisions was Sam. I think that was pretty clear, and you weren't to really go against that.
So no case of like board of directors or any delineation of authority.
No board.
Okay, that's a big. It's very clear that decisions. All right, that's a big statement. That for me is probably the most major thing you've mentioned is something we've been debating for a while on the show is how involved was Sam versus others around him, and at least from your perspective and your involvement there, it was pretty clear for you that Sam was the one that makes the final call, and there was no question about that. What makes you say that? What led you to that conclusion?
Yeah, so I think really multiple things. So I think one, in just chatting with, a lot of my really good friends, I think, are on the venture side, and that venture, I won't name really the firm, but they were heavily invested in by FTX and were very close, right? And just chatting with a number of different sort of employees, my good friend, it was clear that that's really the person making the decisions. I think also too, what I saw in sort of some of the other employees that were hired, more so on maybe the FTX US side and highest, one of the higher ups on that side. I won't name just because I think I have a lot of respect for him. But to me, it seemed as though many of the people that were hired on into sort of leadership positions, I think eventually wanted to continue to grow and eventually become, sort of higher and higher. But there was a ceiling because I think at the end of the day, there was only a few people that were going to be making the decisions. And I think that was, at the end of the day, was really only SBF. There wasn't any sort of real hierarchy other than you just having a title stating that. And so I think there was a lot of people that eventually left in leadership positions, leading up to probably this crash because of that. There was no sort of freedom at the end of the day. It was just, you either do what I say or shut up.
So Chad, you started, I just wanted to ask you, Chad, so you did start seeing in regards to, because usually when people do and start acting nefarious behind the scenes, they start doing different things psychologically. They have this massive change of behavior. And I wanted to ask you, from your perspective, did you start seeing or hearing maybe, I guess you could say, whispers around around the time that you were employed there, that Sam's attitude or Sam's perspective was changing as well?
I don't know about that. No, I did. I don't know if I can really speak to that. To be quite honest with you, I don't think I heard much of that. I think just to reiterate my point, I think it was just very clear in my eyes that the only person I think really making high level decisions on sort of any direction on many different things, and I think this has been really reconfirmed also by definitely checking out sort of like Autism Capital and some of the different things that he's really been putting out. Right, I think he's done some great reporting. I don't think that there was very many people that were really making decisions. And I don't know that to your sort of question, I don't know. I don't think so. Seeing some of the stuff that Autism Capital has put out, right, on sort of his, what was it? It's called like FSAM or something, the drug, I guess, supposedly he was on to stimulate his mind. Maybe that sort of contributed to it, but I'm really not sure.
There's the so Chet. You did mention there was an FBI agent came up on stage and dropped out.
Yes, I'm going to try to get him back up. He was actually, I verified him as a former FBI agent and also someone who worked at the NSA as well.
Hey,
And he's going to provide
Chad.
some input on this.
Oh, sorry, Chet.
Yeah, sure.
Hey.
Can you give me his 2 seconds? Sorry, I mean, can you give me his username, please, man?
Yeah, let me get you his username real quick. So the username is TecmoSB. That's TECMOSB.
Okay, SB for Bob. Oh, there it is. Tecmo SBY I have.
Should just be Tecmo SB.
Yeah, bro. Send it to me on WhatsApp. And just send him an invite. You know how to send an invite, I think. I'll go to, I know Amy had a question, but I know that there's Valecy and Alex haven't had a chance to speak for a while. Is that okay if I give them the mic?
Yeah, of course. I'll wait.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Alex, Valecy, and by the way, Alexander, if you have questions as well, you're more than welcome to ask. But Alex, go ahead, bro.
Yes, so Chad, you said that you were there. So did you say you were there visiting, working for FTX, or you were there working for a fund that was looking to invest? What was the capacity again?
Yeah. So the reason I was really initially out there was good friends with really some of the people on the Serum team. Right. That's been, I think, in a lot of the news of with the ticker SRM that I think both, of course, FTX and Alameda I think owned a lot of. So it was initially really out there, and that's, I guess, the official sort of guest sort of visit I was able to get into the office with. But also at the time I just joined a venture firm that had also invested in FTX equity that I believe is now had to really mark that down to zero. No longer with that firm, but those are the two and also just had generally great friends at FTX too, and Solana projects too.
So my second question, my follow-up question to that is kind of what did the due diligence process look like, or did you have any visibility to the due diligence process when your firm was investing or becoming involved with FTX? Because I think a lot of what's come out recently has been pretty interesting around sort of like the level of DD done by some firms and others, and the sort of feedback that some firms got when they tried to sort of push and pry and do deeper levels of due diligence, and curious what that sort of looked like.
Yeah, so I wasn't with the firm when they had seen or decided to invest in FTX. I think when they made that investment, it was probably back in, I think, maybe 2019 or 2020. So it was really years ago. I think really just joined them back in, I think, March or April of this year. So didn't have any visibility of that. What I will say is maybe a better sort of bombshell to this sort of DD though is what I did hear a lot of was that FTX Ventures specifically, I think Alameda was maybe a little bit more rigorous, but FTX Ventures specifically, just in sort of their style and the way that it was structured, it was really more of just sort of like spray and pray, where it was just like if they found a company that they thought looked good and maybe might have some potential, they just gave them money, and even at some inflated values, there was no sort of I think rigorous DD process, maybe other than KYC and some sort of normal checkups. But I did hear a lot of that. Like there was no memos written for such a large, potentially large firm. I don't know how much they were deploying, but I think that at least over the past 8-10 months of November, not November, but of 2022, right? They've maybe invested like 700 million. So you would think that there'd be more rigorous sort of DD process, but as far as I know, it was very limited and pretty careless.
Just going to jump in on this because I've got at least a dozen people asking me this question along the lines of this. But whilst you were out there, did you see? Did you happen to witness any stimulant use, as some reports have suggested? That's something that I've had a few people asking me.
Yeah, so I think I've seen a couple things on like Autism Capital about that and what they were taking. I never saw. Supposedly, Autism Capital is stating that they had like patches, mainly right on their arm, that were consistently administering this sort of stuff. I never saw that, but in my opinion, how else can you, I think, really just focus on work and do not much really else when you're sort of in that environment? Like you really don't have, I think you want to really make it clear, you really don't have too many other things to do really other than like I was saying, really, which is the sort of work or the office, right? Second is really the beach, and third, the casino. There's really not much else than that to really do. And so I assume that there was some sort of stimulant use. I never saw it. They did have a psychologist. I don't know if he was able to write scripts, but there was some sort of crypto psychologist that did have there.
All right, thank you. Valisi, I know you've been waiting since like last week, so.
Thank you. I just want to clear up one thing. As Alex said, was Binance's exit out of Canada. Ontario was actually the only province they exited from. It was actually due to a lot of the high leverage and people were losing way too much money. So other than that, I don't really have any questions, but like on Sam's, like how he carried himself along with like the clothing and everything on this and stuff, it posed a lot of red flags to me. This is why I stayed clear of like FTX and all their different investments and stuff. From what I've learned with, especially reading different books like Security Analysis, Intelligent Investor by like Warren Buffett and stuff, like a lot of these investment firms were quite sketchy, and just even by like Sam and the amount of money he was handling, but he couldn't even clean up his hair or like and stuff like that. It just posed a lot of it just was a lot of red flags. I think a lot of people didn't really like look at too, because that's just my aspects of it. But I would love to talk on NFTs and stuff later, but I want to keep it on subject. That's all.
I appreciate it. Rob and Amy, go ahead, guys.
Amy, you've been waiting. Go ahead.
Amy,
I was just, Jad, I was going to just see, hi. I was just going to see what you thought about this, like, he's 30, he's just a kid kind of thing. Do you do you think that he was childlike, or do you think he knew what he was doing?
Yeah, I think he knew what he was doing. I don't really believe this sort of childlike thing. I think he knew pretty much exactly what he was doing. I don't think that there's, in my mind, any really shred of doubt there, and I think he expects to probably, or I really expect him to, or I think he really should be in jail.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was just wondering, since you had some kind of up close experience with him, but yeah, I think the whole like messy hair, the weird way he dressed, sleeping on bean bags, things like that. I feel like it was all just kind of a show.
Yeah, I think it was, right, to an extent, because I think even even sort of the facade of like having, or just like having a Corolla. I mean, in my opinion, part of the reason why many people on that island that were probably pretty wealthy, or hopefully pretty wealthy, as they tried to show, the sort of best car that you could really get out there was really something like a Toyota Corolla, or just a small sort of sedan that cost you, something like 70, 80 grand, just because it was so expensive to ship it out there. And so like I only saw, even though like everything there was, you're talking about, especially Albany where they lived, 10 to 20, I think where it really started. You could only really get a small car or some sort of easy car out there. I only saw one really nice car out there, which is an older Tesla Model S, even though everything out there was so sort of lavish, especially in really Albany. So I think like the sort
It
of
wasn't that he
facade.
was humble. It's just
Exactly.
he had what he had, because didn't he have like a $40 million penthouse or something like that? So it's not like
Precisely,
he was,
yeah, and that's really the point I'm trying to make is like the headquarters they had was like $35 million, right, for that many sort of little houses, like I was saying, and then the HQ, or the other sort of HQ, and I heard that they had even more sort of those penthouses throughout the other sort of buildings. There's like 4 or 5 buildings really similar to that, for other FTX employees that they purchased and then would lease back to them. So I just don't really buy the facade.
I want to go to I'll give the mic to Rob, then Fiddy. Also, I've got a lot of hands up. I'm gonna put them all down. Everyone's putting their hands up, and then only put your hand up again, please, if you've got questions that have not been asked before. So not repeating the same questions to Chad. Again, if you've got good questions that have been asked before to Chad, please put your hand up and I'll bring you up. And yeah, Rob, go ahead, bro.
Appreciate it, Mario. So I just wanted to jump in and kind of build off of something that that Crypto Immersion had mentioned here, and it's something that I've really been trying to kind of make a louder point in this whole situation, is that there's a broader issue of compliance here, and as much as SBF may have been kind of the lead in all this, there is supposed to be somewhat of a checks and balance system with a compliance team. I find it very troubling that their head of compliance had a history of fraudulent activities and working with teams that committed fraud. And so I'm curious for you, Chad, if there was any presence of one, their compliance team, or there a lack of presence of people that were really kind of monitoring the situation, because to me that's one of the bigger troubling issues. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that to this point, right, I would say that there was a lack thereof, right, in that the reason I think there was a lack thereof was because of how much sort of purported money that FTX and sort of SBF were really spending there, and of course sort of trying to bring to Bahamas, the island. I think you talk to many of the sort of employees there, the shuttle drivers, the people at the hotel, they were all incredibly grateful, right, for sort of FTX to come there. And I think you look at sort of what the GDP of Bahamas is really based off of. It's really tourism, right? So they were bringing a whole new source of really revenue and more jobs and all that sort of stuff. And I think that's where really you could make the argument, right, that maybe FTX and really that whole sort of cabal, I guess, paid the Bahamian government to maybe not look so much at stuff. I mean, there had to been maybe some sort of payment or subsidies really for them to come and really move there, or some sort of understanding of lesser sort of regulations around, especially the derivatives products that the sort of the global world could really use and trade on, that weren't exactly the most legal, especially in the U.S., but of course outside of the U.S. So I don't know. I think that there was really a lack thereof of oversight.
I'll give the mic to bro. I was meant to brush my teeth. I started
we have,
and I stopped. I'm taking notes. I'll give we'll give the mic to I'm going to introduce Tecmo. Yeah.
Well, actually, first the blonde broker came up. I think she had a question she wanted to ask. She put her hand up when you asked that. When you said
cool.
Anyone wanted to ask anything. The blonde broker. Do you have a question for Chad?
No, I might have. That might have been someone else actually. But my question too. So Chad and I were both actually there for a while. So we did see each other. Like, if they were insolvent, how are they able to pay for our food and all of the employees, the shuttle drivers, like basically fed everybody breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, midnight snack. Like, they made that facility a working facility 24/7. Like, they essentially wanted you to be there for 20 hours a day if you possibly could, if not sleep there. That's why there were so many of those nasty ass beanbags.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Chad, and then Alexandra. Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think just to be clear, like obviously the blonde broker is my girlfriend, so we had a great time there. So,
bro,
I think to her,
bro, you're a baller. There's thousands of people
Just
listening.
drop it in
You're
there,
a gangster, man. You're a gangster, man. I swear, I want to be like you.
Cheeky little shit.
That was good. That was good.
I love her. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with everything right she was really saying. I guess how are they paying for it, right? I think it was really clear. Either that was coming from, of course, their revenue or purported revenue, or as customer funds, right? And just hoping. My really thesis was that I think that they actually saw a way out of this, and I think that way out was post Luna crash. I think the only way that they were going to get out, because I do believe, really the Luna crash is what threw Alameda under, probably at least a couple $2 billion, and then that's when I think things started to happen. But there, I think both Caroline's and probably SBF's, I think, imagination, their way out was really a stable coin. I think that they were. There's been many reports that they were planning on really doing a stable coin soon, and in my opinion, it was sort of the next thing that they should have been doing, given there was so much fallout from Luna. But of course, there was a need for another stablecoin, and that's how I believe that they were really probably planning on getting out of this. And so I think, honestly, if they released a stablecoin in the next 1 to 2 months, I don't think that we would be having this call. I think that they somehow would have escaped, and who knows if in the future they would have failed. But I do believe they would have prolonged any sort of failure.
Before I give the mic to Alexandra, I just want to mention one thing for anyone listening. I know there's a lot of information, so what I've tried to do is just summarize it all in a tweet thread, so to make it easy for you. Chat, if you can pin it at the top, chat, that would be great, because I'm still typing.
I'll go ahead and do that right now.
Alexandra, the mic is yours.
Sorry, wouldn't let me have my. I thought this would actually be a really good point, and that was hysterical, by the way. That I saw him there. Well, she's my girlfriend. That was really good. That was really funny. I loved it. That was awesome. I was like, woo! I'm sorry. So a little sidetrack, because that was just so entertaining. In a sea of drama, that was really sweet. So I thought this would be a really good point to really talk about when people how do they pay for things? How do they pay for things is such an interesting thing. This is the difference between being profitable and having cash flow. This is a really important thing to look at when you're looking at different companies, because there are a lot of companies that have cash flow. They have money flowing through the system, but that's not the same as being profitable, right? That's not the same thing as overall being solvent. They're different things. And there are a lot of companies, and here I'm going to say Uber, right? Uber isn't profitable. And Uber made, not long ago, right? They made like $1 billion in 6 months. Now, I look at that and I think, holy crap, you just put that in index fund and you're good forever. But that's not what they did, right? They are cash flow positive, but they are insolvent when it comes to looking at their actual balance sheet. How do they get their money? They get their money from a mix of investors who are continuing to invest, that's drying up. They have bridge loans, which are loans at really not great interest rates. And then they have cash moving through the business because there are people getting rides, and that's actual cash moving through that they just continue to move around the system rather than, pay off all their debts, have extra that's profit, and then use that and apply it to upgrading things or to generating additional profit through investments, etc. There's a big difference between the two. It's really important that when you're looking at a company, looking at being able to pay for a bunch of stuff doesn't necessarily mean, and I don't think that either Chad or Blonde Broker did this, honestly. I'm just saying it's a place for us to actually talk about this. Just because they have a lot of cash to spend doesn't actually mean that it's a good investment or that it is something that is going to be profitable at some point in the future. That part they probably knew and were trying to figure out how to get money to get out of the hole that they were in. All the money that was coming in was going right back out. That was their problem.
Well, they weren't really. They
Sorry,
weren't
just
really
quickly, guys.
insolvent.
I wanna quickly bring something up. Chat, do you mind? Because there's people
Yes.
asking. Because
Let me
I
go
know
ahead
you
and
go.
introduce. I want to
No,
go
no,
ahead
no.
and introduce.
Before, bro, no,
Oh.
unrelated. Before you introduce Techno, I want to Tecmo. Sorry, Tecmo, and it won't be long, Tecmo. I appreciate your patience, bro. But there's a few people asking how you and the team verify people like Chad and like
Yes.
the Blonde Broker. So do you mind going through the process you went through to verify Chad? Because I know you're very detailed with these things and take these things very, very seriously, considering your background. So for
Yes,
anyone asking, there's your answer.
Yes, I won't go into all the details on how I do it because that would kind of make it easy to get through. But at the same time, what I do is reveal, I contact the people. We actually get some information from the job area that they were located at. I use different measures of doing that. LinkedIn's one of the main ways I initially contact them at, and then I verify them through multiple different positions and find out exactly why they're connected here. In Chad's case, for instance, right, he wasn't a direct FTX employee, but he did work with the Serum side and ended up being invited from them over there. Now, along with the other things that he was working with, so that makes it quite interesting. So of course, when he verified that, he was also able to show, also has photos on hand of him being there, etc. That's the way we sort of verify this. The same with Tecmo, who I'm about to introduce now. So Tecmo can speak to, and of course we can go back and forth between Tecmo and Chad here.
Chad,
Tecmo,
before you do that, can I just jump in really quickly? The Blonde
Yes,
Broker.
go right ahead, Peter.
No, it's just I'm a little bit worried by something I've just noticed. Blonde Broker, could you just reply to the messages I sent you? I just want to verify something. Thank you. Back to you, Chad.
I know both Chad and the Blonde Broker, and I know them. I knew them when they were in the Bahamas. I've been on spaces with them for well over a year. Very close with both of them. They are who they say they are.
It's not about that. It's
Yeah.
about their safety. It's not about that. It's about something else. Don't worry.
Yeah, always good, Peter, to keep in mind for safety. Absolutely. So,
Peter,
Chad,
I think,
real quick, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think Peter, to your point, I am private, just to that point, so it should be okay. But I was just gonna say, I think to crypto, I think Immersion, I think was touching on this. Yeah, I think it also, to that point, right? I think there was one product that was sort of I would say sort of had Ponzi-nomics-esque to it, which was I think the yield that they paid, I think was like 5% on whether it was USDC or something else. What I've heard is that that wasn't, being sort of normally staked or where they were getting that yield from. Supposedly was just, basically or incurring the loss on that. Just hoping that more and more people, of course, deposited more money and then they could pay more money out.
Could we
Well, they weren't technically insolvent until
that-
FTC crashed, right?
Wait, Chad, that's really interesting because do you remember that really crazy Magic Box interview he did? That is exactly what he was laughing at other people doing. How funny. You know what I mean? Like if he wasn't actually investing it, he's explaining the Magic Box theory so well because he's freaking doing it. Somebody texted me in a back channel saying that some of the money had come from the Ukraine relief. Is there something out there saying that he stole it from that?
I personally don't know any. I know that they did something around Ukraine. I don't know if they provided a link where you could donate or what, but I don't know about that.
Well, the Ukraine is currently holding over 700 million in Bitcoin. I know that.
So now, real quick, I would like to go ahead and let's go ahead and introduce Tecmo, because he has been waiting for a while and he was very gracious to reach out to us. So Tecmo, I verified as both working for the National Security Agency at one point in time, and then also working for the FBI for quite a while. I'll let you, of course, introduce yourself, Tecmo, beyond that. But Tecmo would like to provide some insight as to what we basically can expect now against SBF, knowing all this sorts of information and what really happens to him, and if there's any way that he gets out of this. Tecmo, I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourself and go from here.
Thanks, Chet. I think first and foremost, I want to say I haven't heard it often enough that just thank you to you and Mario. You know, we've been all kind of, you know, wrapped up in this, and I unfortunately got wrapped up in a lot of the Celsius stuff. So we've been dealing with that since whatever it was, June, when that kind of went down. And we've done a lot of spaces, you know, with the Celsius community, and it's just kind of like one of those things where misery loves company type thing. Now I fortunately didn't have any like real involvement with FTX, but it's still just one of those things where community comes together, you help each other, and you just kind of share and everything. And so I think you guys are doing a great service for the community. So I just wanted to say thank you first and foremost.
Appreciate that, Tecmo.
Yeah. So, but getting to the point, yeah, I recently retired from the FBI, and I don't have, you know, I don't have a magic answer for you guys, but I wanted to just kind of point out a few things. Martin Shkreli was on earlier, and as much as that's I'm not going to speak to that, but he definitely had some good points in because he's been through the process. Hold on, buddy. And of how this really works, as far as like getting arrested and all that. Like a lot of people think like, why isn't like somebody instantly arrested? That's just not how the government works. You know, it is a process, and a lot of people in the crypto community, rightfully or not, can be dubious of governments and things like that. But there's a lot of good people. It's just like think about FTX. You know, FTX like comes off as like this horrible thing right now, but there's probably a lot of good employees that are wrapped up in this as well. Same thing with Celsius or BlockFi or any of these companies. There's a lot of good people that are employees of those companies or employees of the FBI. So when I hear some people say, "Oh, you know," even my mother-in-law is like, "Hey, the FBI is corrupt," and I'm like, "Thanks for that." Um, but like, you know, people get wrapped up and they forget about the people behind the machine, if you will. And there's a lot of good people in all these companies and positions that are doing good work each and every day. And there is due process. There is a constitution. We swear an oath to the Constitution to uphold it. We have two missions at the FBI. It's to uphold the Constitution and protect the American people. We say it every day at the academy, and when you're going through it, it's drilled into you. The Constitution is what matters. Now, are there people that get corrupted and do bad things? That's everywhere, right? But I just wanted to speak to the fact that, you know, there is a process, and it is a slow process, unfortunately, especially with COVID. There was a backlog, you know, with you know, court cases and things like that. Things take time. But you know, I'm not working. I'm not at the FBI anymore, so I'm not saying like I have insight into what's going on, but I'm guessing that there is an open investigation. It's usually New York because New York takes every freaking thing. SDNY, you know, tries to prosecute everything they can. And there's going to be a fraud case opened on this. It's being investigated. They're building out probable cause search warrants, arrest warrants, things like that. And the international side of this, the FBI has what's called legats, legal attaches around the world to work with local partners and try to catch criminals that way. It's all a slow moving process because it's a giant organization. But fast forward to what people care about, right? You know, is SBF gonna go to jail, right? That's mostly what people care about. I don't know. It's all about the facts. What we do as FBI agents is we collect facts. A lot of people like to think like we opine on things. No, all we do is we work really hard to come up with as many facts as possible. Then we go usually to a grand jury. We present that, and the grand jury decides, are there enough facts in their mind to indict? Is there enough here? Now, on the outside, for all of us looking in, seems like there would be enough, right? At least to get an indictment, because at the end of the day, if there was a trial, that's a higher standard that has to pass. The indictment is a lower standard. So there would be things like wire fraud that are easily charged anytime there's interstate commerce or oconus commerce, which is like kind of the definition of crypto, right? But then there's going to be all kinds of other, like Martin mentioned earlier, there's going to be all kinds of other counts and um, charges that could be added on if there's any involvement with the hack, the identity, all these different types of Title 18 U.S. Code charges that can be added on. And as to like his political connections, does that matter? I'm not going to be naive and say that like that stuff never matters, but I will say that it never mattered in my work or any of my time at the FBI. Did we ever think, oh man, this guy is friends with that guy? That's not what we do. We investigate the facts of the matter. We present the facts of the matter to the prosecutor, and they go forward with the case. And that's past that, it's like outside of our hands. If there's people, shadowy figures of conspiracies making decisions, I don't know. But I just
And
wanted
you
to kind of
said,
give my
and you said
perspective.
one of the things you said to me too, as well, in the chats that we had, was that that there is kind of an out for SBF here. Could you kind of explain that?
Sure, yeah. So the out is always going to be, it's never like a get out of jail free card, right? But the out is going to be if he has leverage and insight into other characters, other criminal activity, that can be looked at as cooperation, and that's going to be his out. If he's willing to say, yeah, this is what's going on with this nefarious character or that nefarious character, and just kind of like shed light on a business that probably he has good knowledge on, then he could get, oh, okay, we're gonna, because of that, we will pursue lesser charges on these different reasons. So that's his leverage point at this stage.
So using the smaller fish to get the bigger fish.
And that's
Exactly, yeah.
something, and that's, I want to add one point to this. This is something that we've discussed on the space before, because multiple people came on stage and they did break down the whole relationship between 3 Hours Capital, Luna, and Do Kwon, 3 Hours Capital co-founders, and Sam Bankman-Fried. And one interesting thing was it all started when an executive of an exchange came on this space and started sharing something that sounded like a conspiracy theory, and I thought a lot before posting it. Then when the person turned out to be very credible, and we tweeted it. And then a few days later, so it took Zhu from 3 Hours Capital retweeted it, and that tweet, just to be very brief, it just talks about how Alameda played a key role in bringing down 3 Hours Capital, and they played a role in the collapse of Luna, and the CZ knew certain information. So there's just a lot of claims made in that space when we first kicked this off. So what you're saying now is that if this is a much deeper chain of I'm just trying to choose my words carefully, but illegal things done that led to where we are today, and it goes a lot deeper than we all expect. They could give Sam a lesser sentence in order to get others, and some people have even claimed that Sam is a puppet, but I just most people admit that this is unlikely to be the case, and I think we had Chad confirm that Sam, in his opinion, is the one that really called the shots. But that's essentially what you said, what you stated, Tecmo. Is that a fair a summary of what you mentioned there?
Yeah, I'd say that's fairly accurate. And the key being, like, someone said earlier, like big fish and little fish. Even if, like, let's pretend, I don't think any of us know, but let's pretend SBF is the biggest fish. Let's pretend he's calling all the shots, and even then, if he was able to wrap up a ton of little fish, and cooperate in that way, that can be considered cooperation as well, and a helpful. Sorry, my 3-year-old. So
Yeah, all good, man. And in the meantime, while you're talking you're dealing with a 3-year-old, just one thing for the audience. I just don't have the energy anymore to summarize things being mentioned on stage. A lot of important points. So if anyone could help, just if you want to tweet things being mentioned on stage, as long as you tweet them very accurately, it would be good. So if anyone wants, and you can pin them above in the space. If you're a speaker, you can pin them. But we'll try to pin them for you if you tag the space. That would be great for you guys to
I just
help
wanted
because
to
it's been
add on
15 hours.
to
Yeah.
Tecmo that I saw today that the Manhattan court or the Manhattan, I think, district attorney is in SBF case now. So just as you were talking about Southern District of New York, I think they're in it.
And I'll give the mic to Chad quickly, if you don't mind, Tecmo. Chad,
Yeah.
did you want to add anything what Tecmo said, and then we'll give the mic back to Tecmo?
Yeah, I think to Tecmo's point of who they could potentially sort of bring in to sort of get these smaller fish to give up the big fish is probably going to be, I think, really one of two people, maybe a couple more, but it's probably going to be, I think, Constance Wu, who I believe is the COO, and I think I forget what the other woman's name is, like Constable or something, who was the head of HR, who I believe also lived in sort of the mansion with them. And I think also another point as well, I didn't look at this because I totally forgot about it, but there was also this chat that basically everyone was in, if you were in sort of the Bahamas as well as at the compound, was the shuttle chat. They had a specific Telegram chat for the shuttles, and I just looked, they actually shut it down entirely on the 11th. So that was the last day that they had any shuttles that any sort of employees or anyone could use the free shuttles, and it looks like it's just very kind of, I don't know, just seeing some of these messages are kind of sad.
I think I want to just chime in very quickly. So, like, Tecmo, how do you feel about this whole, the jurisdiction thing? I think there were a couple of people, correct me if I'm wrong, Mary, who flew out to the Bahamas to see what's going on out there. But, like, how do you think, Tecmo, from your view, this is going to play into sort of other places where there's, this kind of thing going on? There's a lot of basically just questions about sort of overseas activity and that sort of stuff, illicit activity. Just curious what your thoughts are on that.
So this is a question of venue, and anytime there are victims potentially in America, we can bring venue. We can claim that as venue to bring a case, and even if there's not, if it's an international, because we do, international espionage, terrorism, the stuff doesn't have to happen necessarily inside of America for the FBI to be investigating it. And what it can be done is what's called first brought. And there's different ways you can justify working a case. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it's more just how you guys would work with other, Interpol or whoever it might be to sort of try and cover the grounds, because there's a lot of loopholes or potential gray areas. That's what I'm just curious about. That's all.
Yeah, so that goes back to what I was mentioning earlier as far as our legal attaches or legats. We have, offices all over the world that their entire point is to develop the relationships with Interpol or other law enforcement agencies in other countries for whether it's extradition or just working investigations on the ground.
I'll give the mic to Fiddy if you had any question.
Fiddy, are you there? Okay. All right, let's go over to then Trade Boz. Do you have a question here for Tecmo or Chad?
I'm right here. I'm sorry. I was just trying to tweet.
Go ahead, Fiddy. All good, bro.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was actually trying to tweet something for you, but thanks for having me on. So,
thanks for us. It's kind of you, man. My fingers are fucked. Go ahead.
No, I totally understand. I do have a couple questions, and I'm going to stay on topic, but I do have a couple questions that I feel like I do want to ask. So I know, Chad, you were there, and I know that Tecmo's former FBI. You just retired for FBI, so. I know you've been looking at this, and I kind of looked at your profile. I see what you do, and I understand this. And this has been really disturbing. What's disturbing about this is now we have questions about other exchanges. Like yesterday we had the Crypto.com CEO speaking. We've got questions about a lot of them, and it's making people very unsecure as far as being in the space once in a while and Web3. And for this space to thrive and for this to happen, like what can we do to not have to question or not worry, because there are people in different countries such as Ukraine and other countries have no access to other storage like ledgers or safe pals. They just can't get them. So like people are worried. Like, what do we do with my crypto? Especially when you have Elon saying things like, not your wallet, not your keys, or whatever he said, which was kind of frightening to people. Like, what can we do here to put some safety and security to people to trust exchanges? Because if I'm not mistaken, we are going to need exchanges. Like, you're going to need to cash your money, and you're not going to run around with ledgers or safe pals all over the place trying to buy food or pay your mortgage.
Yeah, so I think what's clear is that you'll need to really use exchanges. I think in most developed countries, with exchanges, you'll also have to do KYC. I guess fortunately and unfortunately, that's just really the matter here. In any on-off ramps, you'll really have to KYC. So I think Fiddy, to your question, I think what will really probably come out of this, to be quite honest with you, is a couple of different companies, if not a ton, that will try and solve this sort of specific problem, that are both sort of non-custodial, on and off ramps, that try and maybe work around some sort of KYC, but will probably have to succumb to some sort of KYC. There'll be a lot of, I think, just solutions to this in providing, I think, just better sort of avenues or better really solutions to on and off ramping with your own keys, with your own wallet, right? Really non-custodial in a very simple way too, right? It's just something just like we really use on exchanges. It'll be sort of the same way. And I think that what you're seeing now and sort of all the problems that are sort of coming up with FTX, I assume that there'll be sort of entrepreneurs that eventually try and create this sort of tech, and hopefully solve this problem. And maybe it's also that it'll eventually sort of integrate with exchanges as well. And so it'll be an option for maybe as you sign up to be non-custodial as well. So you own sort of the Bitcoin, or you own sort of the crypto you just purchased.
I have a question, Tecmo, a question for you if you don't mind. By the way, anyone that has a hand up, I'm going to put you all down. Only put your hand up if you've got questions for Tecmo or Chad, just to keep it focused if you don't mind. So just put your hand up again if you've got questions for Tecmo or Chad. Any speakers, if you've asked your question, it would be great if you go down so we can bring up new speakers. Tecmo, question for you, man. We got a lot of rumors. Obviously, we get fucking hundreds of messages every 5-10 minutes, and a lot of them earlier today we were flooded with messages about Sam having gone out of Bahamas and he's heading to Dubai, which is where I am, and apparently Caroline is here as well. Now, obviously, we never shared it because we never verified it, so we don't think it's true. But my question is, why was he still in the Bahamas, in your opinion? Was it like as Martin Shkreli, as he said, that he had that false sense of security, because it takes time and Martin Shkreli, kind of use his own experience as an example. It takes time for people for reality to settle in. Like if someone is the god of crypto and everyone trusts him and he's all over the press, he's talking to regulators and we all put him on a pedestal, and suddenly he's a fugitive, and for being one of the wealthiest people in the world to being broke. It just took time for it to settle in. He never thought he'd get to a situation where regulators are going to arrest him so quickly. Do you think that's the reason he didn't get out of the Bahamas, or is there a possibility that he may be able to have some sort of immunity there? I think it's the former, but I think your thoughts on this would be more accurate.
Yeah, I mean, anything I say would be obviously pure speculation, but I think the former as well, that, most criminals aren't sitting there thinking like, I'm doing crime, I'm gonna get caught, like they just think that nothing's ever really gonna happen to them, right? Especially if you're 29, 30 years old, and like you said, your head is so big at this point, that you probably think you could buy anybody that you need to, and things like that. Obviously, it comes off like he did. So my thought is he probably felt safe, and that's why.
Oh, that's a good, that's good, because I think he's pretty much, there's no way he can get out of, if he's under supervision now, it's pretty much done for him. Would you agree? Unless
I don't know. I think maybe Tecmo, you can obviously respond, but I've had some thoughts about how he could potentially sort of escape, probably something like Carlos Ghosn style, right? Of the sort of Nissan executive.
I was going to use him as an example, but I forgot his name. Yeah, Carlos. Yeah.
So right, so in my opinion, the only way I think he gets out, I think that going by plane directly from Bahamas is just obviously too obvious. So there's no way he's going to do that. So I think the only way that he's going to be able to do it is he's going to have to do, really like Carlos Ghosn style, right? Contract some sort of mercenary, some sort of former special, special forces agent, get them to probably come in by boat on one of the sort of shores, probably not the one where he's staying. Somehow get him out of, if he's still in Albany, if he's still in the place of where they sort of mainly did business and they had their company, somehow get him out of there. At nighttime, something like that, get him on the boat and then go to either one of the other Caribbean islands, Miami, Cuba, maybe in South America, and then really try and fly probably from there to Dubai. Like I know sort of Caroline is trying to do in the Hong Kong. That's the only way, in my opinion, that they can
Caroline is in Hong Kong, not in Dubai. She's
Correct.
trying to leave. Okay, she's in Hong Kong. She's trying to come to Dubai. She's not in Dubai.
Correct.
Okay, look, I have it's actually getting a bit more fun now. Guys, just for anyone listening, we're just speculating if it's not clear enough for you.
I do have a question. I do have a question that goes a little bit beyond speculation, though. Tecmo, obviously you started out in the FBI working in the cybercrime division before there was anything like cryptocurrency. Give us all an idea of just how the government changed in that sort of perspective to actually looking into cryptocurrency crimes happening inside the FBI, and how much is it really watching after things like this? Like, is it on top of it, or is it very reactive instead of proactive?
Yeah, so yeah, I've been in, like you said, cyber far longer than crypto. But the bureau has looked into, obviously, the Mount Goxes and things like that. But I will say that things are ramping up dramatically, as you would expect. They've got a whole new entire headquarters unit dedicated to crypto that I was a part of before I left. And so they're definitely looking into this. The problem is it's all about finite resources, because so many people are getting victims of pig butchering, and we've got a big audience here. I mean, I feel like this is a great opportunity to educate people. If you've got people messaging you trying to help you recover funds, be very wary. There's a lot of middlemen out there that are scammers that, in this FTX situation, we've seen it in the Celsius one and others, Voyager. There are a lot of people that say, like, oh, I got scammed in this way or that way, and then they'll come and say, I want to help you get your money back, and it's just very rarely an authentic offer. So that's one thing. I know I'm getting off topic, but I think we need to do something to help protect people in this situation, and that's a huge one. There's so many people that reached out to me, victims of scams, of pig butchering, or whatever it is. Smart contracts that have functions that they didn't read, that just drain your wallets, things like that. That it's just massive, the amount of scams out there. So they're doing what they can, but a lot of people are going to be like, oh, frustrated, like they didn't, I lost $5,000, and unfortunately $5,000, it really isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. But I'll just say that it's something that is fully ramping up, and before I even left, I was giving presentations to my office, and then also local police agencies, trying to educate them on the topic, because this is just going to grow and grow in terms of trying to protect people.
I've got another question. Do you mind, Chet? I have a question. I just remembered.
Go for it.
I want to move off not CZ. Sorry, guys, I haven't slept in whatever hours. So I want to move off Sam Bankman-Fried. Zusu, 3 Arrows Capital. And then there is the other co-founder, I think, Carl Davis. And we have Do Kwon from Luna. Do Kwon is on the run, even though I think there's an Interpol. The Interpol's looking for
red
him.
alert. It's a red alert.
Yeah, bro. Okay, cool. So there's a red alert against Do Kwon. He jumped into a space today for a few minutes. He jumped into a YouTube chat a couple of days ago. Number one, like, isn't that risky, jumping to a fucking space or a YouTube chat? Can't regulators work with YouTube or with Twitter to try to find his whereabouts? That's number one. And number two, how could he get out of this, get away for so long?
I'll answer that to some degree myself too, just from working inside of that side of line of work in the Air Force as well. Yes, like they would be able to look through that sort of data. Tecmo, I appreciate, of course, your response here too, since you worked directly with the NSA. I worked with, obviously, NTI folks out of Fort Meade. But yeah, Tecmo.
Yeah, I hesitate to answer this fully, because I don't want to limit their ability to catch criminals. So, you know, I dance around that for good reason. But there are capabilities that can be deployed to find these people, and the more they surface, the more that's helpful.
Cool. So Sam, if you're listening to
Yeah, I
this,
think
that's a
the best way
that's a
to
good
do it. I
reason
think
for.
that
Go ahead,
I
Bob.
just think the best way to answer it, so it's like not going anything classified, and that's the key thing, right? Is and that's why Tecmo and myself are both kind of hesitant to say specifics here. It's you know, people like Edward Snowden, etc., have put out data out there that is publicly available now that kind of shows how some of it can kind of work in that regard.
I think
Now,
also, I think also to that point as well, right? Is I think the reason why you're seeing, I think, more activity from Suzu, Kyle Davies, and really Do Kwon is, I think, in my opinion, they just think that they're really safe, and I think they're in, at least from what I know, from sort of my contacts that are either good friends or were formerly good friends, like they're in countries that you know, that don't have any extradition treaty with the U.S., and so they feel maybe safer.
So Suzu and who was in the space a couple of days ago in the audience for a few hours. So he's saying Suzu and Carl Davies, they have there's a warrant for their arrest as well, or not yet? I don't remember, guys. Anyone could answer this because I don't know.
for Zhu in for 3 Hours Capital, I've not heard of that. I don't think. I'm not sure.
I don't know if there's a warrant, but they have, right? I think they have filed sort of bankruptcy, or they are being sued over sort of in Singapore, right, for the claims that they made for taxes and stuff like that, and they're not showing up, or maybe that was just after the Luna crash, but there is something going on in Singapore that they're either not showing up for.
And for them to come out of hiding, just something to mention. And I know for the space is like now we're just kind of chatting and speculating for anyone listening. So we kind of go through from a phase of fact checking and all that to a phase of clearly speculating, just to make it clear for the audience. But I do want to point out one thing that an interesting observation is that you know, Do Kwon and Zhu have made it pretty clear that they feel victim. I think they've explicitly said it, that they feel like they were victims of Alameda. I think there was an interview with Zhu today. I think it was Do Kwon, not Zhu, that kind of claimed this. And I feel like they, despite any potential risk of being public, they feel so compelled to speak out now that Alameda's out of the picture that they, quote unquote, took the risk, assuming there is any risk, of going on a Twitter space or going into a YouTube live as soon as the whole implosion started. So yeah, this just feels like so much more to the story. But I know there's a lot of other speakers with their hands up. So
I just got some breaking news, just really quick to come in. I got some breaking news here, folks. So now we have the European Central Bank coming in to step in here on the situation. ECB's Villeroy says there's a need to regulate strongly and quickly crypto assets internationally. He says last episodes show that we cannot allow for a second crypto winter to add to uncertainty and financial instability. On top of that, a few minutes later, a court filing shows that the FTX has now appointed new independent directors at each of the main parent companies in FTX Group for proper governance throughout Chapter 11. Names aren't necessarily released yet until I see that court filing, but that's also something that dropped.
Thanks, Chat. I just want to tail on, if that's okay, Mario, with one quick question to Tecmo. Or to Chad. I mean, I'm curious, or even Chat has a thought, but you mentioned, your cybersecurity, and feel free to, pass over it if it's not, something you feel okay with replying to. But I was talking a little bit earlier about the G20 and the fact that we've got a growing emphasis of looking at, crypto as it's really about, money laundering, and this is not just a small scale thing anymore. FDAT is looking at trying to change the rules and to talk about it, financing terrorists and that sort of thing. So I was just wondering if you've got, or adding countries to a grey list. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on that in the direction we're going, or if it's something a little bit beyond the jurisdiction of the FBI.
I apologize. Can you repeat the last part?
Yeah, no, just I was saying that the Financial Action Task Force is trying to, strengthen its battle against money laundering and what some people have called terror funding. So I was just wondering, given your cyber background and sort of, we're moving into this pretty grey area now. I was just curious if you had any thoughts on that and the future, given what we've touched upon with SBF and stuff.
Yeah, nothing too useful or worthwhile. I mean, I have opinions, but no real work experience with the Financial Action Task Force. Just that, I think, it's one of those things. I have a bias, obviously, with my background, and a lot of
Who
people.
is going to be more involved here? Is it going to be the Financial Task Force, or is it going to be the force that you used to work in?
In terms of what, this case in particular?
Yeah. Considering this is a cryptocurrency crime.
Yeah, my guess is the FBI would be leading it up.
By the way, I just want to mention. Finish your question.
And then one other question I have too, is on the cryptocurrency. Well, actually, first, hold on a second. I got some more breaking news here. FTX representatives in contact with U.S. Attorney's Office, SEC, CFTC, dozens of federal, state, international regulatory agencies, according to the court filing. Court filing also says FTX faced a severe liquidity crisis that necessitated the filing of Chapter 11 cases on an emergency basis last Friday. So, of course, we know that, but they're now pushing this through through the court filing that Reuters is reviewing. But yes, back to the question that I had, though. On the cryptocurrency front, how, with the hack that happened, and now there's the possibility, I'm sure you've heard that Kraken says that they have some information on it, etc. Do you anticipate that the FBI would be assisting in this sort of investigation at this stage, or would they be holding off yet with the hack?
I would be completely and utterly shocked if they are not already deeply involved with all the exchanges involved, and have an open running investigation into all of it.
Hey, Tecmo, too, maybe to this sort of same point, because we are obviously talking about foreign financial crimes. Does this also involve, I guess, Homeland Security in some way, or who also handles sort of foreign financial crimes, if anyone?
So I know that IRS and Secret Service do a lot of financial crimes as well. But I didn't have a lot of experience working with them, so I don't really know, what they do and don't do. I just know that they have a lot of good people that are working financial crimes as well.
Yeah, something you have to remember too is we're very compartmentalized in the way that it works in the government. So not every agency is literally going to know what every other agency is doing, because unless we're working on joint task force, it just doesn't come together that way.
I do want to just a bit off topic, because I know it's been too long, bro. We've been doing this space for a day and a half now. So I do want to just mention to the audience two things. If you go to my profile, I've just been looking at past tweets, and I saw one poll we did. If you go through them, I actually retweeted all the shows we did, by the way. Chat, look at how many we did since we started this whole saga. You're not gonna.
How many has it been?
Go through it. We did one. Listen to this. That's in the last 3 days. Okay, let me go through my tweets. Unbelievable. I retweeted. There's this one now, and then there's 50. Retweeted it twice. Let me remove one of them. And then 10-hour one, 10-hour one, 9-hour one, and that's the same one again. 11-hour one, or 12 hours technically. And then today, the one we did today, 7.5 hours, and then we're doing one now is 4 hours. So that's in the last 3 days how many we did. So 7, do the math, 8, 90, 20, 29.
We're almost 24/7 at this
35, 35, 40. So 40 hours in the last 3 days, if my math is correct, 3-4 days. So yeah, bro. There's one more I didn't retweet because there's a bit of a smaller one. So yeah. But the reason I'm mentioning this is that one of the things I retweeted was I asked, I don't know why I did it yesterday or today, a few hours ago. I asked people to vote if they think Sam is intentionally, I think when Martin Shkreli was talking, and we asked, do you think Sam
Sorry to break in, but we just got some of the new names in the court filings. So the new independent directors are Joseph J. Farnon Jr. at FTX Trading Limited, Matthew A. Doheny at FTX Trading Limited, and Michael Sonkin at West Realm Shires. New independent directors also include Matthew Rosenberg at Alameda and Rishi Jain at Clifton Bay Investments LLC. There might be some more names that dropped here as well.
What are these names for? What are they for? Are they
These are the new directors that have just been appointed over the entire FTC Group's operations as this Chapter 11 filing starts to go through.
Cool.
You know, I'm not sure if the blonde broker or Chad are familiar with any of those names, or if those were people that were working there at that point in time or not. But I would be interested, of course, if anyone actually has information. Amy, I see you put your hand up there too.
Can I say something?
I've gotten some messages. I just wanted to ask if in any of these spaces anyone has talked about the tokenized stocks that FTX was trading. From anything that I could dig up, it looked like it was just happening in Switzerland. But I was curious if anybody had spoken on that, like for actual U.S. equities.
I think we did chat a few in the beginning of the first show. The one
It
that
was
crashed.
way back. It was way back. My memory.
So you have to, Amy. It's okay, Amy. I'll send you 40 hours worth of content. It should be somewhere in that content.
Perfect! You have
No,
all
I'm
the time in
joking.
the world to listen to
Yeah,
that.
I should have a team. Everything's moving so fast to be able to summarize everything, but it'll take us a week to set that up. So
I trade, I trade stocks, and it looks like because I can still pull up like the ones that they had tokenized, and it looks like they had exposure to quite a few of the blue chip stocks, and of course the meme stocks and things like that. So I'm curious to know, because from what I read was that they were holding the underlying shares and then trading them as tokens, but I can't find any record of
For
their
that, I'm not
holdings
sure
of
about. For
it.
that, as far as like that, I'm not too sure. As
Yeah,
far as like
I'm
where
just
they were
wondering
holding
how the
stocks.
contagion,
Yeah, I don't.
how the contagion flows over into U.S. equities.
So I will.
Yeah, that-
I'll just mention chat if you don't mind. So for that one, we can put it as a note to bring it up again because we're gonna do a segment after Hunter Biden. So anyone that wants to join that show when we wake up again, because we're gonna go to sleep shortly. Finally, we're gonna do a show with Hunter Biden. But I decided to do a segment thanks to Alexandra, who was on stage earlier. And Piotr and a few other regulators that will come on, and we're gonna be digging into breaking down the entire everything we know about the scam because there's just so many layers to it. But I do want to say, so if you want to participate, if you want to join that show, make sure you go on my profile. I think it's a pinned tweet, and you could just
I will for sure.
put it
Because I'm just trying to. I think that I agree with Chet that this contagion is massive, and so if FTX was holding U.S. equities, I know that this is mainly focused on crypto, but it could be,
Like I don't know, like what I know
pretty bad.
from at least from what we know inside of our firm itself, even is that they at least were investing into some equities, but I don't know whether they were like actually public on the stock market. So that's something I haven't actually heard or confirmed at this stage.
Look up. So I just look up tokenized stock FTX, and you'll see it pull up. So like I said, as far as I could dig it up, it was only happening in Switzerland, but I don't know what to believe at this point. But I'm just trying to kind of gauge the risk that out there for the actual stock market as I'm in that every day.
Can I ask you a question if you don't mind? So I
yeah,
know.
Sure. Well, just before you ask your question, who's that? Sorry, just so I make sure I give you the mic afterwards. Who was just speaking?
Yeah, it's Trade Boss.
Oh, okay, Trade. Yeah, all right. You've been waiting for a while, so I'll give you the mic. But before I do, guys, the reason I keep interrupting is I just want to say, like, I'm done. Like, I'm fried. I don't know, Chet, how you're not fried as well. So I just want to give the mic to a few more quick questions. I also want to give a massive shout out to Chad and Tecmo for coming on stage, and of course the blonde broker, who's that's the second time she comes on stage and gives us more clarity on what happened in the Bahamas. So I just want to applaud them both and applaud all the insiders that have come on. I'll kind of give a summary of the show in a few minutes after a few more questions. I'll give a summary of the show today. Just kind
We love you, Mario. We love you.
Thanks for now. So I'll compile the show for everybody, what we've been through and what to expect as soon as we wake up and what we have planned. But yeah, that's the only reason I interrupted Trade Buzz, just to make sure that we don't take another 2 hours.
No,
and Chet,
you're good.
you're not allowed to more breaking news anymore, Chet. Please.
I'm sorry if it happens. It's gonna break.
You guys are
fine. No worries.
It's the one thing I can enjoy. It's really entertaining. Sorry, man.
That's I love breaking news when it's in the beginning of the show, but 15 hours
Just don't
into
want to break
the
your
show,
heart,
I just
yeah.
wanted to stop. Yeah, I want the breaking news to stop. Trade Boss, I appreciate you waiting, bro. Go ahead, man.
No worries. Yeah. Thank you so much for creating the space, first of all, and thanks so much. And my question is like when FTX is partnering with companies like Serum, one of the biggest ordering book, also Messery, one of the biggest like crypto intelligent companies. So when they're partnering with this company, why they never check how FTX making money, or like how they didn't know that like, FTX is insolvent? I'm so confused in that part. Like, is they just hiding from the employees, or like only the directors of the company know these things, or like I don't know. I don't understand that part. And also,
there was, I mean, one key to keep in mind, Trade Boss, is there was no board of directors. It was just SBF. This is something that was revealed just, I think, a day or two ago. Was that there was no board of directors at all at the company besides SBF, just like a random FTX employee and a lawyer, and that's not a board. And
so like
basically, SBF was
I
making all
understand
the
that.
decisions there in that regard.
I
They
understand that
also
part,
are a
but like
private company though, too, right? So as a private company, they weren't required to have their, their books public, and
Correct.
a huge chunk of their assets were not on-chain assets. And I think, from a business perspective, like I've worked for some pretty big like blockchain and crypto projects, like that isn't something that's not like a typical part of the due diligence process when you're doing partnerships per se. Like you would never like go to, Polygon Studios or whoever and be like, hey, like, let's see your complete books. It's just not the level of depth that should fall on like a partnership of that degree in most cases.
okay, that makes sense. But like even Messer is one of the biggest like in crypto intelligent company, right? Even though if they are doing a partnership, they actually can, because everything running through blockchain, right? They can actually check like FTX blockchain wallet or whatever, then see how much like FTT they're holding or how much BTC they're holding. Can they do that, or like they never did that before, or like they don't want to? Then
I think they did and they can. I think just to reinforce, I think what Chet and sort of Alex were talking about, right? There was no board. It was a private company. I think SBF himself owned the majority of really both FTX, even after all the investments, as well as 90+% of Alameda, even though Caroline was in place, and so he didn't really have to share anything with really anyone.
I see.
And
Okay.
and also, right, of course, I believe there's reports, and I think there's confirmed reports as well that maybe he and maybe I think Nishad or Gary Wang, the CTO, created the sort of a custom accounting system that wouldn't sort of throw any alerts at their sort of compliance or risk team when Sam or whoever else decided, or really the top dogs decided to really loan Alameda billions of dollars without anyone knowing.
Chad, who is Gary Wang? We've only ever seen the back of him. Is he a real person?
I don't know. That's one thing I know. There's a lot of conspiracy around. I have never seen that guy. I really have. I've never seen.
I
that
never
guy.
heard of him. I never really even heard of him until all this really started to break down.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't a name
I mean,
that everyone thought of. Like
and also no
Nishad-
one really knows if there's any real
Nishad
talk
as
about
well.
FPF.
I've never seen that guy. And then the only person I've really seen that I think is probably the most senior person I maybe knew and chatted with and saw was really Romnick, who is the head of product and also I think handles a lot of the ventures and just a number of other things. But I've never seen really Gary Wang or Nishad, so I can't confirm if they're real people or not. But that'd be so weird in this whole story if that was the case.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Right.
That was my question.
It's like his like friend Tom.
Right. It's weird.
Check out, by the way, chat. Someone sent me the link. Did you know there's a link? It's called Spaces Dashboard. I'm sending it now. I'm tweeting it now. And it has a list of recordings of all the spaces we did so far. I had no ID. So there's already a platform that records all the spaces.
Wait, there's a what? I didn't know this.
Yeah, I didn't either. And it kind of breaks down some metrics and who the co-hosts are. And it goes back to the first space I ever did, which was, let me see, a project that I think we invested in or something. And then they wanted me to come speak for a bit. And they had like 39 people, and I joined as a favor. And then our first space ever was, Jesus, look, I'm wrong. It was on.
It was a while ago, June.
Yeah, I can't see it. Anyway, we'll take 3 last questions. Sphinx, good to see you again, and hopefully the mic is working. Sphinx, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Hi. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to provide a different perspective here. So one of the things that I do is crisis management. So for either corporations or people in the or public figures, and just wanted to provide another option of why he didn't flee. And essentially, I think it's because he has good counsel. His parents are attorneys, and I'm sure that they have retained someone who's well versed in crisis management. But here's the thing. Just because he has the means to flee, it doesn't mean that he's going to, because it's really his parents are well known. If I were hired, I would say absolutely do not go anywhere. Stay put, for a whole host of reasons. So I think it's really a pretty simple reasons. He's got advisors. He was listening to them. I just wanted to add that, and thanks a lot for the space.
Not at all. Thank you so much for mentioning Sphinx. And I want to add another thing for what Sphinx said. We also had someone message us, and I'm going to read it out. So, audience, just so you know, we read your DMs. So, if you want to add something or correct something said. So, we had Tyler here, AustinCrypto.eth, just said the people on having a board is irrelevant to due diligence when it comes to venture funding. So, which kind of confirms the point that Alex made as well. So, I wanted to make that observation on top of Sphinx observation. We'll get the final two speakers to speak before I kind of sum up for the audience and press the big red end button. Tom, I'll actually Reliable first, and then Tom with the ape can end it, because I know it's a bad day for the apes. Go ahead, Reliable.
Yes, hi. As I mentioned, can you guys hear me?
Yes, bro.
Okay, great. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a novice to cryptocurrencies, but based on my research, in 2012, when it was becoming a big thing, I understand blockchain, and blockchain is basically a public ledger, like what's her name spoke earlier, immersion. Wait, what?
Alex was her name.
Alexandra, yeah.
Yes. Basically, it's a ledger, right? And there's basically public keys and private keys, right? Those public keys never change, right? So
Neither do the private keys.
Yeah, okay, so now if current cryptocurrency gets stolen, why can they not be made inert? Like, someone can report these keys stolen, and then there can be a ledger of stolen keys that are inert and they can never be used again, and the person who reports it gets new keys assigned to him.
So it does. So there's a little bit of functioning close to what you're kind of talking about that does occur in these sort of situations. So let's say that federal investigators or whatever. The best example, Tornado Cash, right? Tornado Cash was a mixing service for Ethereum where you could push money and basically mix it through this Ethereum mixer. So you buy, since you're very new to crypto, I'll explain it this way. You could buy the Ethereum, right? And then you could buy it from anywhere. Let's say you got it from a nefarious source. Let's say that you hacked that money, didn't even buy it. You could push it through Tornado Cash, and the way that it would do its transactions is it made every transaction size the exact same way. And because the tokens are fungible, it basically put them in a mixer and then shoved them back out. So it was impossible once it went through the mixer to find out where those cryptocurrencies went to. Now, what happened though is when the United States Treasury Department issued a sanction upon Tornado Cash, due to alleged use by the North Koreans to funnel to basically use it to money launder and funnel money to support their nuclear operations. What they did is they blacklisted every single address that came out of Tornado Cash. So if any wallet on a blockchain was able to found on a transactional record to have interacted with one of those wallet addresses, it is blacklisted, and in an exchange you cannot sell it on. As long as the exchange is complying with regulations, the exchanges will lock down those those addresses and say, nope, we're not taking these tokens, etc. Whereas vice versa, it could go, if you send it out over OTC or something like that, you can still get away with it. But then, those tokens are still going to be trackable through the wallet address movements.
So, but there's no way to actually deactivate or put in a public ledger of the actual strings of tokens, not the wallet. So
It's an immutable ledger is the idea, right? It's supposed to be unchangeable. You can't just go in there, edit it out. That's the whole point of the blockchain.
I'm not saying editing out, but make a separate ledger to say these keys are stolen, no one accept them. Basically, they're worthless.
That would be called a fork. So that's happened before. Like Ethereum forked, it's called a hard fork. if you actually basically start following a new set of history. However, that's something that traditionally you don't want to do, because that means that, again, you're either like censoring or manipulating the outcome. So, Ethereum had this a bunch of years ago during the DAO hack, in which a hacker was able to get their hands on a bunch of funds, and then they all voted to basically do a hard fork, and that's why you have Ethereum Classic and Ethereum. But traditionally speaking, you don't want to do that, because then it actually hurts, the underlying like concept of immutability and decentralization.
Yeah, and the
I
sheer
do
amount
wanna.
of
Sorry, go ahead, Techmo.
no, I was just going to add to that the sheer amount of hacks and fraudulent addresses and things that are in the space. You would have to do that like every day. It would be like everyone jump on a brand new ship like every single day. It would just be wildly inefficient.
So I do want to just jump in very briefly, and I know we're ending the space, and I hate when nice things happen near the end of a space, but I do want to give a massive shout out to one of the top information providers in the space, Cointelegraph. So I just saw the CSO at Cointelegraph, Benton, on stage.
Yeah.
And want to give him a massive shout out. So Benton, I know we're ending the space, man, but I appreciate you coming on, and so I give you the mic for a bit.
No, right on. Mario, thank you for putting it on, and exceptional crowd here tonight. This has been awesome. Definitely one of like my favorite Twitter spaces of all time. This question that I have tonight is really for Chad and the blonde broker. I'm curious, like I've been in crypto for about 4 years and am the chief strategy officer here at Cointelegraph. Like when I've heard of Alameda growing up in the crypto space, like they have been spoken about like gods amongst men. So I'm curious to learn like any other insights you might have about like what was their actual trading strategy, or was this whole entire thing all front running and insider trading? Like, or did they actually have solid quants and really solid fundamentals in regards to their venture and quant trading? So I'm kind of curious to learn if you have any other insights just about Alameda executing their trades and venture side.
Yeah, sure. So I think I sort of touched on this, I think, at the beginning of this, me coming up really on the space. I think it was pretty clear to me that there was no really separation I mean, the only separation was another building about 10 to 15 steps away. So to me, there's no really separation there. Of course, all the employees are good friends of FTX and Alameda and vice versa. So they could talk at any point, right? You're getting lunch mostly at really the same time, right? It's coming, breakfast, dinner, all that sort of stuff is coming at the same time. So you're then probably going and mingling and chatting with them if you're not going in that office. I saw Sam at the, like I was saying in earlier as well, there's those sort of two separate, I would say, places where people worked, and more so everyone was at the main sort of compound. And then Sam and sort of his maybe 10 other top people worked in that penthouse that we've all sort of seen. I think both lived and worked there, but Sam would regularly go to the sort of office where everyone else was, right? Which was Alameda, FTX, a bunch of Solana projects, Serum, Mango, markets, etc. So I think, to me, in my eyes, I don't know, to their strategies. I know I chatted briefly with multiple sort of employees and maybe became sort of brief friends with some people on the ventures team as well as on the trading end, and they seem to be incredibly smart, have great sort of backgrounds, but didn't speak to any sort of the strategies that they ended up using or were using. So I can't speak to that, but again, I think I just reiterate that in my eyes there was no sort of separation.
And I can add a bit more context to this, Bent. So we did have a whole bunch of insiders that came in the last few days. So the conclusion from what I sensed, and I know, Chet, you were by my side the whole time, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, but conclusion is that the team, and if a lot of people wanted to make that point clear, they didn't want to put the executive team in the same basket as the team. Like, we looked at the executive team, and in some ways they were nefarious, but also incompetent in some ways. Others would say they really, they're geniuses, but just a bit too greedy. But the team that was working at the company, they had some very smart people. So in terms of their reputation, I think from a skill set, from what we've heard, they lived up to that. Now, in terms of another point, and like we talked a lot about this
earlier today, in the like about 10 hours ago, whatever it was. In terms of the reputation they built and how we put them all on a pedestal, Alameda and the whole and Sam, and the whole herd mentality that we had. I've brought this up with everybody from CZ when he was on the show to Paxos, or even Charles Hoskinson asked, like everybody, and the conclusion I sensed, it was just gross negligence. Like they played the game so well, from the sense the image of being altruistic to the political, putting yourself among that political elite, to the way they treated investors. When Chamath Palaputilia, I can't pronounce it, when he said how they told him to go fuck himself when he had questions, and how they reacted really aggressively to anyone that did their DD. They just created that image that we're the fucking best and we know what the fuck we're doing.
Right.
And then they just had to convince a few of the leaders, and then all of us, including myself and a lot of VCs that were on stage earlier, were the sheep. And that's pretty normal, especially in the fast-moving space. And we just all had that image that they were the best. So they did have the talent, but they also engineered an image. At least this is all the kind of conclusion from having so many speakers over the last 3-4 days. They've kind of engineered that created that image of theirs, and they did a pretty good job at doing it intentionally.
Mario, can I speak a little to some of the strategies too on the trading of what happened? So Benton, if you haven't already, there's a really good New York Times bestselling book. It's called Black Edge. And it's basically about the story of Steve Cohen and his former hedge fund, SAC. Highly recommend it. So basically, like what the book breaks down was that back like when like the hedge fund like first launched, they had like a little bit of edge initially. And then what happened was over time, a lot more hedge funds popped up and it became harder and harder to gain the edge. So if you have like good edge, which is like public information that you get your eyes on that other people can't, it's called like white or gray edge. And then black edge refers to inside information. And basically what the book breaks down was that Steve Cohen was, allegedly running his entire hedge fund off of like strictly black edge. And he had a system for how basically insider information was passed from his employees to him. In the case of Alameda Research, what I think happened was that because blockchains in many ways are like default transparent on the blockchain, it's a little bit harder to get edge, because if you're using, for instance, a decentralized exchange or using tokens on a decentralized exchange, a lot of those aren't even using order books or using what's called liquidity pools. So as a result, they probably needed to find a way to get edge, especially when they got to a certain size. And so some of the strategies that they could have used to do that are, number one, they could front run trades on users if they actually passed them through their centralized order book that was, separate from the liquidity pools where the trading was happening. The second is they could get better entry points, which would give them more wiggle room. So if they actually get into the seed rounds of tokens, that means that their entry price is below or way below what retail is paying and all that. And then the third is they could be basically sharing proprietary information between FTX the exchange and Alameda Research. But I highly recommend the story, because like if you want to know how like a lot of these firms, like end up backfiring, it's that they get so big and it's harder and harder to get edge at a certain size, and that's when a lot of them blow up.
Right on. Thanks for sharing your insights.
I think one more point, I think, Ben, to your question as well. I think as of like a couple months ago, when I was maybe more back on the venture side, I think there was a couple people that I knew in sort of those circles that would call sort of FTX Ventures basically apes, because they would sort of ape into rounds that just sort of inflated and just sort of crazy valuations without, in at least from what we heard, too much really DD or deep DD, even though you had someone like Amy Wu, who I respect highly, on that sort of team. And so I'm unsure like what their really strategy was. I would say that from what I heard, Alameda's sort of research, or Alameda Research Ventures team, was more rigorous. But you would maybe expect that FTX would be just as rigorous, if not more. But that was sort of the running maybe joke about FTX Ventures.
They were also giving out like typical $50K grants to different podcasts that would come in and give them a pitch deck about their outreach. So I saw a few of those go through that I thought, wouldn't have been a typical investment choice, but that he was giving a lot of money out to podcasts.
By the way, I do want to mention that Chet just sent me something. I'm going to tweet it out. He sent me a link. Chet, can you tell us what this link shows just very briefly?
Yes, before I get the chance to tweet out, so this was provided to us, of course, by our on-chain analytics team that we have working in the background, including the mad scientist, and let me get their names right, because I want to credit our good friends that are helping us out. So we have the mad scientist, we have Podcast Punk, we have Fusilier as well, and Drew, who are usually helping us in this group. But the mad scientist pointed us to this Dune analytics charts, which show from on-chain data a massive exodus of EVM tokens from exchanges over the past day or two.
I'll give you
For instance, if we look at crypto.com, back on August 14th, they had about $500 million worth of said tokens. Now they have 40 million or less. Hobie, which back in the same time frame had $1 billion of these tokens, now has 30 million dollars worth. We're talking in dollar terms.
And again, just guys, I want to mention this again. On the 21st of September, Huobi had 1 billion tokens, more than 1 billion tokens, and now they have well below 30 million. It's
Yeah, this is specifically their EVM tokens, right? So do remember this isn't including like their BTC balances and the rest of the stuff, but this is a massive signal on its own. So the EVM tokens amount in US dollars at $1 billion worth, for instance, at Huobi, that's now down to less than 30 million. At Gate.io, they have a very strange looking chart with some strange spikes there, actually. But they're down now to, let's see if I can actually find the exact amount. Theirs is way down at like about 220,000 actually. Then we have Qcoin that went from 3 billion.
Sorry, Chet, before we continue, I think it's something important. Alex, you'll see why I interrupted you, Chet. Alex, can I ask you a question? Because I know you're technical. So these are EVM tokens, and there's a big discrepancy that doesn't add up because seeing such a small amount in Gate. Is there does it depend on the exchange? Some would have more. An exchange could have significantly more liquidity than another, but a significant majority of it in, let's say, BTC instead of EVM tokens. Are the EVM tokens enough of an indicator, or Chet?
I can't even help but to mention this, so Mario. But you see that spike there at Gate.io, and by the way, we're going to share this link here so you can all see what we're talking about.
Oh shit!
But you see that spike? That spike is when FTX or Alameda sent over those, or not crypto. I mean not FTX. Crypto.com accidentally sent those funds over to Gate.io. It's a massive spike. They went from that is a massive spike. That's an incredible spike.
No, that's a glitch, bro. There's no way. That's bigger than the world economy. So
that doesn't even make it easy. Yeah, okay. So the key thing there is it does appear that they at least had a massive spike in that in their US dollar amount in the Gate. I'll have to ask our on-chain analytics folks why this discrepancy appears to be so clear. The spike, though, timing that we see there on the chart actually fits with the spike timing of the transaction that Crypto.com disclosed earlier. When we get to Qcoin, for instance. They had $3 billion worth of EVM tokens all the way up until let's see, this would be 11. So the 4th of November. Then they quickly and rapidly have dropped, now down to 1 billion in EVM tokens.
By the way, I have news. Who mentioned Chad? Is Chad there? Yeah, Chad. Did you mention Clement? He's the one you were speaking to.
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Do you remember you said you were dealing with one person at FTX? It was Clement, wasn't it?
I was saying Romanic. Is that?
Romanic. Sorry,
Clement?
I thought it was...
doesn't. Yeah, Clement doesn't ring a bell.
It would have been interesting if it was Clement, because Jusu made a tweet saying that Clement at FTX Hong Kong leaked out positions and account details to many people throughout the year. These same people, ironically, These same people, ironically, are now chasing him for their money. He has just arrived in Hong Kong from Bahamas. Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, Chet, Alex, I'll send you through the link that Chet has, just so we can all have a look at it before I tweet it.
I know you're pretty good with this shit, Alex.
Yeah,
I'll
this
send
is
you a link.
this is directly on-chain data, and yeah, can't be questioned. So this is from Dune Analytics
No,
once again.
but
Now
the
Kraken.
numbers. But the only reason I'm confused is like the numbers for like Gate. Like it just doesn't add
Gate
up.
is the only outlier here. I've asked the on-chain people as to why that might look that way. They just told me 1 second. They're going to look into that and try to find out why that discrepancy is there. But this is on-chain data, so whatever it is, it could be possible that when they shoved that money in there, that it actually caused a glitch in the way that the money was even registered in the chain. Now with Kraken, we have them going up to over $1 billion worth of EVM tokens, and then dropping quickly within the period of a few days down to less than $600 million worth of tokens. So that covers all the ones that are inside of that. But that is quite a massive exodus that we're seeing here on EVM tokens from these exchanges.
Yes, I see Binance has dropped from 30 billion to 3. Bitfinex.
Do we know
down.
who
Hello.
made these Dune Analytics dashboards, by the way, Mario and Chet? Because they have to like put in a custom script and actually put the right wallet. So do we know who made them? Like the source?
This one is degenerate underscore DeFi is their direct one, but this was passed to us by our on-chain analytics team, who said that this was verifiable on-chain data.
So what's your concern, Alex? You can openly tell us what's your concern with them.
Well, I just want to make sure that the Dune Analytics dashboards are like accounting for like all wallets. Like for instance, if like a cold storage wallet or something like that was missing, then this Dune Analytics dashboard would not be working. Or sometimes like people like write scripts on the Dune Analytics dashboard, and if it something breaks with the script, the data could get off. So that I just wanted to double check like who had made the dashboard, and
yeah,
you can
exactly.
actually I think look at it. The script, like on Dune, I can go to my laptop in a minute, but you should be able to click on it and like see.
Yeah, we'll go. Can we get it sent over to Alex? I don't know if I have him on WhatsApp.
I'll send you his number and I'll let you guys look at it. But this is.
Oh wait, Alex, you're in the group. You're in our on-chain group, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in it. Sorry, I'm it on my phone, so I haven't like really been like able to look, but I can go by my laptop in a minute.
Okay.
Yes, so this, yeah, I'll let you go through numbers. Yeah, I think it's just worth looking into a bit further because I know that there was a slip up a few days ago. Remember about the on Chain Analytics that we had? I think it was like spoofing that we missed, Chat, or we misreported. Do you remember that, Chat? A few days
Okay,
ago?
yes, okay, but I want to put a huge caveat there. First of all, that was after being up for way too fucking long, and the second piece to that caveat is this is before we decided to build an on-chain analytics team to ensure that even though I know my on-chain analytics myself as well, I wanted to make sure that we actually got some people on here that can reconfirm everything. So we have a team of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, 6 people, including myself in this.
How are you surviving this shit? Like I survive it because I'm weird as fuck, but you have your partner. How are you coping with all this shit, man? I didn't expect you to stay awake. I told you like 4 hours ago, hey, go take a rest, and you haven't jumped off.
My wife's literally laying on the floor behind me because I haven't been able to leave my desk. So she has been consistently a good partner here the whole time and giving me some support.
Hey, look, Mario, I had to put up. I posted a picture in reply to Suzu of. I actually met him in the Bahamas as well, FTX Bahamas. So I just put that picture at the top, a little funny picture of Suzu and I, little selfie after I meet him.
Hey.
I appreciate that, Chad. That also helps show other people the verification here.
Yeah,
of course.
He looks really happy in that picture, doesn't he?
Yeah, I got a couple of them. That was the most funny one though.
No,
By the way, guys, I'm just looking at the Dune dashboards. I guess I'm a little bit skeptical. I'm just looking at it on my phone, just because some of these, I mean, the drop-offs on like all of them are so precipitous all at once. So I'm just like wondering if like the script broke across all of them. It's like a straight line down on all of them like today, which is like, I guess, the concerning part for me. It just doesn't seem right.
We were hearing reports of massive amounts of. I do remember though that we were hearing massive reports of from the same group in here of money being moved off of exchanges yesterday.
But Binance going from 30 billion to 3 billion it makes no sense to me. I just don't think that's possible.
Okay, so
But I'll
let's
look
go
into
ahead.
it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Alex, too. And this is why we have Alex here as well. Alex is one of the people that we have for the on-chain analytics. He's in the team as well. Yes. So, Alex, if you could just work with the mad scientist and see if you can get us the accurate
Chet,
data on that.
I love you, bro, but your energy is not letting me end the space, my friend. I need to sleep, bro. I'm like a zombie now. So I'd love to get last two questions.
We've got Cointelegraph back up here. He has
And
a question.
I'll let Tom. I know I promised Tom the last question, my friend, and then I'll sum up the space for everyone. And we need sleep, bro, before Hunter.
Hey.
So Tom, I appreciate you waiting patiently for so
Hey,
long,
cool.
man.
Hey,
The
thank you
mic is yours,
guys
my friend.
thank you guys for having me up here. I had a question for Tecmo. I was wondering, do you think it's possible for them to actually, like Do Kwon and SBF, to actually evade going to prison? And then I also wonder, do you guys think it's like okay for like millions of people who got scammed by these guys to have to see them up on Twitter? Or do you guys think that maybe Elon should like kick the biggest scammers in crypto history off of Twitter?
Chad, you there?
Oh, I thought he was asking Tecmo. I'm sorry.
I think the first part of the question was
Tecmo. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I got
Mario.
confused with the two-parter because the second parter didn't seem for me, but the first part, yeah, I mean, is it possible? Yeah, anything's possible, right? But I'm a former poker player, and I think in probabilities. So I would hope that it would all play out in the way that I think we all want it to. Let's just leave it at that.
Cool. All right, guys. I know Vincent, you want to ask? Actually, Vincent, I'll give you the last
Hey
question.
Mario,
Please.
real quick. I know you want to hop off. I want to hop off as well. I just wanted to say to everyone, just protect yourselves. You know, if you got someone offering you to recover your funds, if you got someone offering you to give you a better investment advice, all of these are scams. Just protect yourselves. Thank you, Mario and Chet. Chet, if you want to add me, I do on-chain analytics now professionally. So if you want to add me to that group,
Yeah, my
feel
team.
free.
I'll just tell my team, guys.
Yes. I'll give you my phone number on LinkedIn, Tecmo, and
You've
we'll
got
get
his
you
number.
added in.
I didn't know you guys are in contact. Yeah, just I know that there's a question that was DM'd to us by Spike Capital from the audience. To you, Tecmo. FTX was licensed in the UAE. Does that mean he will get punished in the UAE? Hence why he has not fled yet. Is that a reason he didn't leave to the UAE? Potential reason?
Yeah, I mean it could be, but honestly, like, for better or worse, the U.S. is kind of dominant in a lot of these things. So, you know, they have control over a lot of this.
All right,
And I
last
think
question.
too, Mario,
ahead,
to that
Chad.
point as well, I don't think that they were set up yet in the UAE. They were in talks over that.
Okay.
So that wasn't officially set up yet.
Cool. All right, well, last question. Whew, Vincent, please don't make it too long of a question, man. I appreciate you being here.
It's not so much of a question. I just want to basically talk about the background of these guys, particularly SBF and Caroline, because I think there's a bit of misconception. I've been in dealing rooms for over 20 years, so I've built databases for people like Citigroup, HSBC, Credit Suisse. All their trading databases are pretty much mine. Now, you've got to understand, these SBF and Caroline worked at Jane Street. Jane Street is the elite quantitative trading firm in the world, bar none. To get into Jane Street for a young lad is almost impossible. It's no mean feat. They know exactly what they're doing. They're experts at risk. My son is a quant. He's moving to a firm, well, I don't want to say, but the mentality of these guys, what they've done is absolutely malicious. They know risk. So people have to understand that their trading in Alameda was absolutely malicious at almost every point. It's not that they were stupid or that they didn't know what they were doing or they weren't capable of running an exchange. They were extremely capable. You're talking about the top 0.3% of people in the world that are mathematicians. I think that I just wanted to point that fact out because I think that's been lost in the wash. And people are saying that, oh, they're not capable, they're young or whatever. To get into Jane Street, the graduate salaries over $800,000 a year. So
Yeah,
you don't get paid.
I appreciate it, Vince. And I also want to just point out, I just looked at your username. I invited you on stage because you DM'd us from the audience and saying, guys, you're missing something, and that was it. I appreciate bringing that up. So essentially, you're saying that like these guys are some of the 0.00 whatever % of people in terms of intelligence and ability to do something as they did. Sorry, man, I'm just too tired to articulate.
Yeah,
I'll
no,
let you articulate it again. I'm too dead, bro.
yeah, no, that's okay. I've been listening for days, actually. It's been awesome podcast. In a dealing room, you have traders of various capabilities. So, FX traders are considered the dumbasses. Then you move on towards derivatives and options or whatever. So they're the elite. The quants are considered gods in a trading room. Like, nobody questions the quants. And these guys are quants, all right? SBF was a quant. Caroline was a quant. Coming from James Street, you just don't get in there unless you're that good. You don't get paid $800,000 a year coming out of uni first year if you're not that good. And typically within 2 or 3 years, they're earning $3-4 million a year, particularly if they're options traders. Now, I don't know whether they trade options, but what I'm trying to explain to everybody is that they absolutely understand risk. They absolutely understand the markets. They absolutely know, it's on their pure ethical basis in the company that they're working for, whether they be malicious or whether they aren't malicious.
I appreciate you
So,
coming up, man. I figure that's yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I'll let you finish off. Sorry, Vincent.
oh, that's okay. I mean, I'd love to speak more to a lot of other stuff that's been mentioned, but obviously I want you to go to bed, man. I mean, I'm in Dubai as well. I don't know how the hell you stayed up.
Did you you didn't pull an all-nighter, did you? Did you just wake up recently?
I just woke up recently, but I stayed on for 10 hours yesterday. I think it was 12 hours a day before.
Jesus, man. Jesus, you're an animal. What I'll do is
And
I'll get the team.
Just one thing I wanted to let you know, Mario. I did just this won't continue the space right now, but this is for tomorrow. We will have someone. I've been in contact. Remember, we were trying to verify about that one firm that might have had a lot of issues with some stuff that went on with FTX. I just got a hold of one of their advisors, and they gave me their CEO's information, and I'm going to be able to get a hold of them, and they're willing to give us an interview as well as to their experience. We should have some more interesting information. In regards to something quite interesting that I won't reveal right now because we haven't verified it fully yet, but what they've said.
Can I just mention one more thing? Can I just mention one more thing before I go? I have some business associates that I'm not able to name, but they're very prominent and what have you. They had $40 million in FTX that they just wanted to exchange, in a day. So they moved it there, they moved some coin there, and they wanted to get the money out and put it into their accounts. That was back in April. FTX basically told them to fuck off back in April. So these guys were liquid back then. So I would love to know who else had that sort of volume of money at that time and didn't get anywhere with taking it out.
And the last thing I wanted to add, Mario, is I've been in touch with some people from the Financial Services Committee, and they're willing to come on right now. So we've got to keep the space going probably another 3-4 hours.
They're willing to come on right now?
I'm joking. I'm just.
Oh God, Peter.
I'm just.
I can't
guys,
believe you
it's
guys
English
fell for
sarcasm.
that. I was kidding.
You even worried my wife in the background on that one.
I'm joking.
Bro,
oh my God, mate. Okay.
Bro, you have no idea what he did to me. You have no idea what he did to me. I suffered.
Why I can't co-host? This accent is here.
I was gonna.
I'm just joking.
So not Piotr. Vincent, I'm adding you to the. I'm telling the manager of the show. She's asleep now. She'll be waking up shortly. I'm adding you to the group, and I'll tell her to add you to the segment tomorrow because you can bring more light to it. Where we're gonna dig deep into all the layers in the whole scam with FTX and Alameda. So I've just sent it to the team. Otherwise, I'll take the opportunity now to end the show finally. I just want to say thank you, give you an overview for everyone listening, because I know you probably weren't here for the last 10, 15 hours. From what I remember in the show, we kicked it off immediately with the ex-White House Chief of Staff, Mick Malloy. What was it, Chet? McMelavoy?
Mick
Mulvaney.
Mulvaney. Mick Mulvaney.
Mick Mulvaney. Mick Mulvaney.
It's that's what cracks me up is you said it like a completely different way this time.
Yeah, Mick Mulvaney. And we had a discussion with him. And by the way, we have, I just want to mention as well, the Bermuda premiere. Was it Bermuda? That was he yesterday?
Yes, the Bermuda premiere. You got that one.
Yeah, I want to give him another shout out just because he's been in the audience for a long time. I don't know if he's still there now, but I saw him constantly for the last couple of hours. And it's just so nice to see the regulators and the decision makers listen and try to get educated. So I just want to give him another shout out. He was on the panel yesterday. And shout out to Andreessen for non-stop coming out for all day. But otherwise, we had Mick, and the conclusion there was like regulators are not as stupid as we think, or at least in terms of crypto knowledge. They're not as not stupid. Sorry guys, they're not as uneducated as we think. They know their shit. He knew more than most people in the NFT and crypto industry, and he started talking. The first thing he started talking about was DeFi and self-custody. So that was surprising to both me and Chet. Chet, you're unmuted, by the way. So that was really surprising for me and Chet. And then we had a lot of regulators come in that segment. And then what happened afterwards, Chet? Do you remember?
What? Sorry, so I didn't mute. I was typing over here. What happened? What?
After Nick, what was this? What did we shift to?
We had Richard Hart. Richard Hart came in.
Oh, that was a big debate. Yeah, we had.
Yeah, we had the huge debate.
Yeah, we had a debate between Richard Hart, Simon Dixon, Charles Hoskinson tried to come up, but had a glitch. We had the Gabriel from the ambassador to.
Yeah, Barbadian ambassador to UAE.
He's the one that got CZ to the show. I think you were there, Piotr, as well, weren't you?
Yeah, well, I've been on it since like last fucking week at this point. It feels like. No, I've been on it. Yeah, we had. Alexandra came up, gave the mic drop as you called it in your tweet. Yeah, and we've had amazing, FBI and Chad and the blonde broker. So it's been an amazing space. And I had a go at Kim, so that was great.
Yeah, and that debate was really interesting, and it was fun to have people that disagreed on so many things have a healthy conversation. It was really hard to manage because it got heated at times. So we'll be back in a few hours, in 12 hours or so. So I'll finally get a normal sleep with Hunter Biden. And we're also going to do that special deep dive into the layers at FTX, where Alexandra and Piotr and others will join. And we're also going to have more insiders coming in tomorrow. We've just had so many reach out. So I applaud BitBoy. He was the first insider to really go deep and give us the most information. And since then, we started getting an influx of insiders coming in. So big shout out to him. Otherwise, everyone, look, I hope you're getting value from this. We'll keep doing them. Obviously, we need to sleep. And they're all recorded. And yeah, I hope you appreciate it. I hope you enjoy it. I'm dead. Chet, you've been by my side the whole fucking time for some weird reason because you're a freak. Any final words, man? I am grateful for you, and I would love you to end the show.
I just have to thank everyone who has been continuing to, not just be here, not just to listen to what has to be said, but who all the people we keep getting DMs from and the people that are asking to help to create the citizen journalism that's really made this space so powerful. If it hadn't been for the citizen journalism, we wouldn't have had all these stories break. We wouldn't have had all these things come out to light that no one has known about. And it's thanks to you all, right? We're here just to provide the space. Mario is here because he wants to give you, a large space to actually have this sort of venue to really find out what's going on, especially in such a scary time. I have to say, though, without you all being here, without people like Alex and all the other people that are helping us behind the scenes, verify data, making sure that we're getting stuff, and keep in mind, of course, we're going to make mistakes here, but we want to try to correct them as quickly as possible. This is citizen journalism. This isn't a journalistic agency, right? So we're doing our best here to provide you the best data, and I just really want to say thank you all for keeping with us, and we look forward to really bringing you some more, very critical information tomorrow.
that's where I'll leave it at, Mario. Thank you so much for everything you do too, Mario. It's been wonderful being along your side.
We're gonna have a normal sleep, man. That's my first time. I don't have to put an alarm for the last few days. Also, just quick shout out to all the on-chain analysts on Twitter. Like now, Zach XBT is one of the biggest one. Oz Capital, I think, is another. Food Bar. There's so many of them. They're doing more work than us in digging out truth on chain. All right, everyone. Love you all. Thank you so much. And for anyone that's been with us for the last 10, 15 hours on this particular space, for this one and the one that crashed just before it, you're a freak. You should go get some rest. Thank you, everyone. Love you all. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are restarting the stream for day number 5. Restarting the stream. Subscribe.
I'm sorry.
You're good.